Alright, as always, let's do a quick little sound check now that we're live. I have to wait for the currently playing to catch up to me. Okay, I think that sounds just fine. So, we're gonna hop right back into where we were last time, where I nearly had nuclear... well, not nuclear artillery, but nuclear bombs researched, about 10 minutes out. And it's gonna be a very cathartic time once that has finished. I do of course have to come through and check for all the plants, though that's much less an issue now. I do believe I've mostly got this area down here running by itself, even though it may not look like it. Now that I've connected this area in, I think it may be eating a lot of the plants down there. Yeah, I've got like 15 swamp gardens on me. These are the grinders, that's why there weren't any in there. Okay, hold on. Oh yeah, these guys are packed full of swamp gardens. Lovely. And these have all the temperate gardens. Very nice. Okay. So we can connect this in without fear and go and drop all these in. Alright. So those are going to get processed, and I think we've just about got our samples going. Alien plant life sample science on the run. Never did take the diversion to make the petri dishes, but I guess we don't have the a suitable enough science set up for that anyway. We will need the plant life science in order for all that to work, so... yeah, these are building up nicely. Let's make sure you stay in there, you get a plant, you get a plant. Yeah, everyone's cool. And we can throw these in as well. There we go. Well, and Gleba trying to do something for sure, but what? I forgot. That's just kind of the Gleba experience, I feel like. Maybe not as bad as Fulgora, but I feel like on Gleba I'm always doing like 12 different things at once. Might as well grab these as well, and just chuck them in wherever they'll go. Have fun. Okay, well that's enough of that diversion there. Let's go see what we can do. So, there's not much I can do to speed up research, it's just gonna be going. I could make more labs, but hold on, let me find the labs. I could make more labs, but I think you can see that's gonna get really challenging really fast. I don't need these requesters anymore. When I was reworking things, I dumped a lot of science packs into the logistic system, so those were there just to get them out. Let's see. But what I was saying is I can't make this go too much faster, but what I can do is come down to uranium and make sure we're processing all of this just as quickly as I can, because I still need 235, and right now we have 1. Granted, we only need the 235 for actual atomic bombs. The artillery itself is going to need plutonium, and so far we haven't been able to make any plutonium. We are waiting on plutonium though. We have so many depleted mixed oxide fuels to go, so once we get a little bit of plutonium, we're gonna have more plutonium than we know what to do with. But in order to get that plutonium, we need to burn these 235 fuel cells. Does look like we already have a few processing. Yeah, there's a few more on their way. And that's hopefully gonna net me some Neptunium short enough. Yeah, we need 5 more. Don't know if I'm gonna get it, tell you the truth. Cause we already have more mocks queued and ready to go. That's not exactly what I wanted to see. 235, 235. I may artificially try and get some of this 235 in here. Just kind of break this setup real quick to force 235 in the way. Just because I actually would like to get 235 in here. So I'm gonna let 235 cut the line, kind of. There we go. Get that out of there. Okay. We should be cool. Of course, we do have to actually run through the fuel cells first, but that's gonna get another 10 235 run through. And how many does this give? We've got a 40% chance, so that should give us another 4 if we do 10, just on average. We need 5. We did need 5. Okay, here's the deal. We got 1.3 thousand fuel cells. Yeah, 24 agricultural towers for Jellynut and 24 for Yumiko. Is that balanced? I feel like you need more of one than the other. But regardless, I have so many fuel cells, I don't really mind just wasting a couple to get the waste product that I need. So I'll do that. With another 10, that should definitely, even if we get unlucky, net me the Neptunium that we need to get a little bit of plutonium. Once I have a little bit of plutonium, that should jumpstart the plutonium recovery process. And that should have us going for a good long time. And yeah, I was going to come in here and logistics limit this. I literally already did, and I'm considering whether I want to raise the limit. These need 30. 30 apiece. 30 apiece. Okay, these are pretty expensive. That is pretty expensive. Okay. So yeah, I might raise the limit here, and we might go back to burning mostly the green rocks for a little while. But what is the stack size on plutonium? 100. Yeah, okay, what if I just set this to like 300? That way we have at least enough to make 10 artillery shells at the ready. And even then, 10's... I don't know if 10's a lot, but we have it. Can I put modules in anything that I haven't moduled yet? No. 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 Okay. I didn't think so, but I wanted to try. I can do that, but I don't want to. I can't put them in there, funny enough. I can put more modules in here now that I've upgraded the centrifuges. That's actually pretty cool. Definitely want to do that. Yeah, that's gonna be about it, it looks like. If I don't have enough of one, I can just expand production. Yeah, I mean, that's just how Gleba goes. That is just how Gleba goes. And production's still plenty. I was kind of almost thinking maybe I could expand the reactors out a little bit, because I'd originally planned on having the 4 in the middle be the ones, you know, kind of encased, and then I could get maximum neighbor bonus out of it. But so far I haven't needed more than the just a 2x1 reactor. This is just a glorified heat pipe right now, so we'll see how things go. Speaking of how are things going, let's see how things are going. We've got tungsten up here that we don't actually do anything with. I would like to change that soon. Fluorite is going, that looks fine. This is all solid, looks great. Uranium is coming in okay, but we have no catalyst. Let's go look at that. No crystal, no seedling. We do kinda have slurry. Okay, this is just the speed we are producing. Okay, that's the best thing it could possibly be. I'm perfectly okay with that. Somehow these have been built on the level where I would want to expand this. Like, I didn't build anything in the way of this setup. I did build in the way of this setup, which is a little annoying. I guess I can build one to the left and one to the right if I really needed to. Automated Fulgora long ago. Yeah, I mean, I would definitely say it's better to do... Like, there's not one set order for Space Age. At the same time, there's one set order for Space Age. What is this power pole even doing? Nothing. Okay, you can go. And then I will just copy this, but it's got this knot of pipes on the side, which makes it kind of annoying. Yeah, that's gonna be kind of annoying to copy. Oh, and you're right in the way. I can't even... Wow, that's surprising, okay. I guess left it is. Just making sure I don't break anything. Correct pipes are linking up. It does look to be. Okay. Put that there. Water needs to connect like so. I didn't break water anywhere else. Doesn't look like it. Oh, cool. Okay. Don't need that. This is good. I do need you to connect across. But not there. That's important. Can connect there, though. Lubricant does need to connect across. Everything else is looking good. Good, okay. You are gonna need power. You are gonna need water. Fine. For one achievement, you have to go to Gleva's first planet, if I remember correctly. Yeah, but that's easy enough to just do. I don't think you really have to commit too hard. If you only want the achievement, you don't even have to commit to going there. You can just have a space age run. Oh, that power pole was connecting this to power, not the other way around. Okay. I guess it was important. Is there anywhere better you can connect? Nope, that's just it. Okay. Well, you can go back. Guess I can at least line you up. That's something at least. Get that connected in, and once this is placed, I can disconnect that line. Make it just a little neater. I don't want to do it now though, because we're already behind on production. I certainly don't want to do any worse. Ceramic filters, that's something I should be ordering in. Let's give each of you 5. And the bots will get here when they feel like it, I guess. Kind of feels like I put this construction order in like half an hour ago. There we go, thank you very much. Okay, and then the bots will come and get this, that's no problem. Then that's gonna do that. Cool. And none of the pipes are broken, that's the important thing. all connected. All connected. We don't need this. Don't know why that's there. These undergrounds are important. Yep, okay. All good. That seems to be everything. Of course, that's, we're not gonna have nearly the crystal slurry to provide those machines with, but that just means I have to come down and make more slurry. Let's see, these are liquefier 4s, these are washing plant 2s. Worst case scenario, I make one more block of these like over here, and then I just have to speed mod these guys. Actually, you two are already speed mod, but I could fit 2 more speed mods in you. That's no big deal at all. Rush to space research and technology using another planet science pack before unlocking production or utility science. It doesn't have to be Gleba though, does it? Because I think I may have even inadvertently done that with Vulcanus. All this is flowing fine, no backups or anything. This is going nicely. Yes, working exactly as intended, okay. Okay, that's all good. Guess I should look at ore flow. So we've got plenty of sapphirite. We have some Givelite. I don't actually know if we have a second Givelite train. No, we only have the one train. But the silos are full, so that's not exactly a concern. How about you? We literally don't have a stereotype mine. That's something we might want to look into. Volk needs production science to be unlocked. Volgora needs utility science to be unlocked. Oh, that's right, okay. The achievement, now I know what you mean, because I was under the impression that a lot of people were, that you just couldn't research something with production or utility science, but you can't even unlock them. I do remember this now. No trains on Cretinium. That probably needs to change. Or at least I just need to set up the other Cretinium mine. Here's the mine. Let's pick up all these old miners. I'm certainly not going to be going for the infinite ore in the middle. I'm already low enough on acids as it is. But what I will do is I will grab my miner blueprint and go ahead and upgrade everything to the next tier of miners. If I hit the upgrade, it's going to upgrade the belts too, but whatever, that's fine. And there's blue miners for us. So, where'd it go? There you are. Let's get this little patch of Cretinium set up, and that's gonna help us keep going for quite a while. Those pipes are right in the way. On both sides, too. In fact, can I redo this with ceramic pipes? I bet the answer is yes. I put you here. That is pretty much a perfect fit. So let's do that for all of these guys. So where was that? You can go here. There we go. And then I'll grab the blueprint for the miners and just start getting them placed down. So there's my output, that's where I'm aiming. So ideally I want the belts to be going to the right. Hey there, how you doing? Before unlocking production, yeah, it's at the end of the achievement description, yeah. It's just, I don't even know, maybe it was reworded or something, but the first time I saw it when I was looking at it, I was under the impression it was using, like researching something with that science, not just unlocking it, period. Alright, let's get these placed in somewhere. I think that's correct. Oops, not that last one. And then I have to hold Control and Shift to go over those old pipes. And then let's pick up the ones that want fluids. I think that's all cool. Go ahead and pick up these little bits. They actually break the pipeline as it is now. That's actually not a lot of miners I can put down. That's kind of a shame. Yeah, that's kind of a shame. Oh well. Early start. Ah, see, that's the interesting thing, is I get to be in America land where we have undergone time change, so it's actually still the same time for me. You gotta love daylight savings time. Break the extra power poles. That's actually needed. You're empty now. Okay, and let's just get these routed in. I'll probably just route them into these lanes since they're not pulling as much anymore. In fact, I might just upgrade this stretch to a blue belt. I think I have the blue belts that I can manage this by now. Just making sure I don't cross anything weird. This is actually a lot of blue belts. Maybe this is a terrible idea, but whatever. Right there. And then I'll come up to the splitter. That should be everything, I think. Okay, back to the mine. Way back in the mine. Okay, there we go. So let's get you power. And you're not going to line up with anything nicely. Because why would you? There you go. 1 hour earlier for me for about 3 weeks until the UK does the same shenanigans. Incredible, isn't it? I know there are some people that do defend daylight savings time. I am not one of those people. It's, to me, it's a silly nonsense. I'll just leave it at that. How many miners do I have on each of these belts? That's paste. This one has 6. This one has a lot more than 6. What's this middle one got? Also 6. And okay, they've just all got 6. Good. Okay. Well, the front 2 and the middle, I guess, can be my lucky winners. Here we go. In you go. And drag you up. That's a little too far. But there we go. Okay. All cool. Let's get you dragged up and hooked in. I checked all sources that I know, being the wiki and Reddit and other websites. They'll say without having or unlocking... Oh yeah, that is the condition. Like, that is the case. I wasn't saying that it wasn't. I was just saying, initially it surprised me at the time. My first playthrough of Space Age, I wasn't really going for the achievement, and my memory's a little foggy here, but I think even though I wasn't going for it, I realized I was going to get Vulcanist before I'd set up, yellow or purple science, and I was like, oh, I may as well go for it. And then when I got my first Vulcanist science and it didn't give me the achievement, I was like, huh? What? Okay, there's those hooked in, and that'll all flow in the same way now. So that's good enough for me. That's gonna last quite a while. So that got me to Critinium. How's Rubite? Rubite still okay? Certainly looks okay. You full? Yes, you are. Then you... Ammonium loading is asleep. That's weird. Ah, there's another train there. Is there another Bobmonium loading station? Oh, you're only one train. You don't get a stacker. Okay, that makes sense. That's fine. This whole area can pretty much be taken apart. Not a whole lot left down here. Not that it's really important. I don't even know why this is what I'm focusing on right now. Just call it procrastination, I guess. It would be hard to disagree. And there we go. This mine over here isn't looking too much better these days. Might need another Bob mine before too long. But hopefully I can put it off for a while. This is coming along. It's still estimating at over an hour, though. Is there anything I can do about that? Let me find the lads. Okay, they are all running. I'm not either now that we have reliable artificial light, since I'm going for Steam achievements and not playing with any mods. If you could take mods, just out of curiosity, what mods would you take? Obviously, barring anything that would just make it easier. I'm just curious if there's any, like, quality of life mods you would like to have. Weirdest things in storage over here. There's so many inserters for some reason. Guess I can take a one steer tight ore out. Let's see. Just hell mod. Respectable. Haven't checked the acids and all in a minute. Guess that's probably a good thing to look at. So, hydrochloric is pretty much empty. Hydrofluoric is pretty much empty. Okay, so both of them. I guess that's fine. Let me go to the acid production area. And where do I make those? Here's nitric. Here's a little thing making hydrochloric. There's just no hydrogen chloride, which makes sense because I'm literally... I think someone is going to get a kick out of this. I've literally not expanded this area in... like, since the beginning of the game. These are electrolyzer 1s, making my chlorine and my hydrogen. That's what I've been feeding my hydrogen chloride gas machine, which is a chemical plant 2 off of. I'm sure somewhere else in the base I'm getting some traces of hydrogen and chlorine, but that is kind of funny. You gotta admit that's pretty funny. It does look like it's the chlorine that we're out of, so let's go ahead and upgrade these to electrolyzer 3s. I think that's as high as I can go. I'm not even sure, honestly. I do have electrolyzer 4s. I'm gonna let the 3s get placed because I may not have the 4s. And then upgrade that twice. These are liquefier 3s. I may as well upgrade them. How about you guys? Your chemical plant 3s, you may as well get upgraded as well. These are 4s. You're a 2, you can get upgraded. Just doing a little random maintenance looking around. That was probably a meaningless upgrade since you're being fed by these air filters and you're not going to have the input to be upgraded anyway, but whatever. Might as well upgrade you. Don't know if I have Steam Cracker 3s, but I'll mark you for upgrade regardless. Looks like I do. Okay, anything else that I actually want to do that could be useful? Because I was trying to get acid under control. These have been upgraded. I'll mark you as 4s. And where's are there any other good sources of chlorine? I can turn salt into chlorine if I really wanted to. But that's essentially all I'm doing anyway. Yeah, that's it. Okay. So chlorine comes from saline water. That's it. Okay. Should still be producing 100 chlorine now. You can take in 80 of that and produce 162 hydrogen chloride. Where's our acid? So you can consume 137. So that's pretty close. You could be upgraded though, so I may as well. In fact, all of these guys can be upgraded. There we are. May as well do that down here as well, though these guys might take a little while to get upgraded. There's gonna be a lot of them, and upgrading these guys again is actually probably pointless since they're gonna be capped by how many air filters I can manage. But oh well, they're queued for upgrade now. Okay, so let's go back to catalyst production and see how catalyst production is going. Looks like we need another ceramic filter in here, because you are capping out sometimes. Let's see if that's gonna do it. Should upgrade these given the ability to. Let's see. This is 2.6, you do 2.5. If I can get the machine upgraded, that'd be good, but that's not happening for a while. What if instead you got a single speed mod? Just, have fun. I'm kinda surprised. The crystal slurry seems to be holding up for the most part. It is dropping. It was 4.2, now it's 3.7, but, it's not nearly as one-sided as I was expecting. We are backed up on ceramic filters now. Okay, so that was too many. Let's take some of those out. Hi. Welcome back again. Okay, so that's just gonna keep going. Automated jelly and Yumiko. That's like 60% of the challenge of Gleba down, I'd say. Not one per 5 hours. Yeah, well, I mean, if it were, it's hardly automated. I suppose it could be, but it would be... Honestly, that would be more challenging to get it that slow than if it were, Why is this backed up on oxygen? Oxygen is the thing that I want. So I guess that's fine. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Okay. All good. Science is dipped. Are we out of packs? We do not have yellow. Let me go see if I produced any yellow. No. Because we have no blue circuits. Which I'm gonna bet are... No, not gold this time. Transistors. Is that gonna be plastic? Where are transistors meant to be? You are silver. Silver wire. Okay. I wasn't anticipating that one. Where is silver wire? I believe I built silver wire in. Random unused station down there. Didn't even realize that was there. Silver wire. You are filling. Okay, I mean, you are producing. That's about the most I can ask of you. Maybe time to start looking into that productivity recipe that I can do up here. silver wire does have... Yes, it does have a coolant recipe. I mean, I've got most of the infrastructure set up, so I don't see why I wouldn't try to pivot into those. I'm not doing too terribly much else while I wait for science anyway, so may as well. I might first send the... wherever it is. Might send the silver wire train in, even though it's not quite full, just to start a little bit of science production though. Because we're gonna hit 0 at any second now, and I'd rather not stall there. So let's start from the top. So, copper. All of these are gonna need this power pole upgraded to a power pole 2, so that's not a bad place to start, I guess. That's already marked. None over there. There is one in gold. There we are. Okay. Each one's 28, so I would need 2 speed mods, which is good because that's all you take. But that will allow you to keep up. That's gonna make probably about 1 per second. You can do 1.5, so we're totally cool there. Filters are already in place. The steam is on an overflow valve, that's good. Yes, because we will produce more steam than we use to wash this. And then that should... I don't have these connected. That's a problem. The only thing I can see becoming a problem here is when we aren't charging accumulators or anything. This steam is going to have nowhere to go, and it's going to back up very quickly. The problem is, there's not actually a way to just void steam. The best I could do is I could turn it into purified water and then void that, or I could just buffer it and hope that I consume it quickly enough. That sounds a little ridiculous. The only problem with trying to void the purified water then is it's going to be difficult to juggle it between the 3 states, because I would like the primary goal here is to get the steam to turn into purified water to wash the filters with. And then I'd like any of the excess steam to be turned into just free power, basically. But then if there's excess steam, then I need an avenue for that to be voided. And that's the tricky part. That is the tricky part. I think I've got an idea, though. I'm not sure it's a good idea, but it is an idea. So I'll put another overflow valve over here, and then have just another cooling tower here, and you will feed directly into a clarifier. Or at least as directly into a clarifier as you can. If you were 1 higher, it would be directly, so let's just do that. There we go. Does mean we will need power. So let's just get a power pole right there, and I think that should be perfectly fine. That'll get me the behavior I'm after, that way we only void the excess steam. And that should just work. The only thing left to do now is I'm going to have to refill the cycle of coolant which does mean I need coolant production, which I believe is a single step that I can't view from in here for some reason. Let me open Factoriopedia. In fact, I can just do this and then look at the coolant. Where's just regular coolant? I don't want used coolant. Where's where's regular? There's regular. Okay. You are water and mineral oil in a chemical plant. Okay, that is perfectly fine by me. We need the teeny tiniest amount of coolant, so it's not going to be a big deal at all. You can just get shoved right up by your train station. So you're going to produce coolant. Let's flip you, so vertical flip, connect you in. I may even drag you out just a little bit so that I have an easier time with your input. So let's grab an offshore and just pop you right there. And then I want an overflow valve just off the bat, because I only want you to not overflow. That's the opposite. I want a top up, because this is a lossy process, so I need to be able to refill but not back up the coolant. So let's see, the coolant needs to get over here. This is the used coolant input, and then good coolant comes out over here. How do I get sulfur on gleba? I kinda half remember how to do that, actually. I remember, as with most things on gleba, it's like a two-chain process starting with bioflux. I think spoilage might have been involved. Let's see. If I put you here, I can go to here, that works for me. Connect that in. And then I'll have to actually change these recipes and see how they work out. I don't even know for sure that a strand casting machine 2 can use the better recipe. This is making copper wire 2. Okay. So you still just take your inputs up there, but your outputs. Ooh. Okay. Wait, hold on. Oh, so you don't take water anymore. I mean, that does make sense, of course. Okay, so I do really have to rework this, but fortunately these are big and tall and easy to move around, so that's not a big deal. Yeah, no way around that. You are going to have to just come down. Are you max length? No. That's very nice. Because it means I don't have to care that I'm picking up the belts. I think I can get it to work from here. Go ahead and pick that up. And let's go ahead and get the recipes changed out as soon as you've run through. There we go. Oh, you can't output though. Oh, whatever. I'm not that concerned with it. Let's get that changed. Now I want to make sure these line up. Does look like they do. Very good, okay. These don't line up with each other though. That's not as cool. You seem to be the one who's out of place, so let's flip you. Have to set up mini bacteria setup for spoilage because of one mod that removes spoiling from all things other than bacteria, but they just turn into their ore because the recipe makes spoil. Mini bacteria setup for spoilage. Ah, I gotcha. That is an interesting problem to run into, I will give you that. How do I want to do this? I think for all of them I will just connect straight across, like this. And then I'll connect coolant across the... I'll connect coolant across the bottom and spent across the top. So coolant I will do first, and then underground you. Okay, and then spent goes across the top. And I may as well just run regular pipe there, it's just a little cheaper. And there we go. So that should be everything, all connected, all happy. All we have to do is actually get it out and in. So here's the spent, here's the good coolant. Spent coolant should be pretty easy, you can just connect right there. As for the input though, that one's a little trickier. Weird problem, not gonna lie, yeah. I mean, that's Gleba in a nutshell, honestly, though. How many spores did I make while trying to automate stuff? Oh, and there's... Yeah, that's just the fun part. That sure is Gleba. And connect you in. Okay, very good. Now all I gotta do is get this guy hooked in. So honestly, rather than a regular pipe, you can just underground over here somewhere. And let's see where this takes me. Not anywhere good. Okay. That's awful, honestly. Let's get rid of this and this underground. And I guess I'm going up. And over this way. Okay, that's not too bad. Just gotta connect all the corners. Everything chill. Looks like it. Should be good. We need power. Guess I can get rid of... Oh, not the pipe. Get rid of these extra power poles. And then just drop you down. That's fine. I could have done this with only a 2 gap, but oh well. Who's keeping track? And I get to have a little face now. Before I copy and paste this, I am going to wait and make sure that it works. That's just a smart thing to do anytime you have a new build. Always watch your new builds. Oh, also I need to get mineral oil coming in. So I need a mineral oil train. It's your lucky day. So, mineral oil loading. Wait until you are full. And then mineral oil unloading. Wait until you are empty. Does mean I should make sure I have all the appropriate logic set up, because these are very old stations. So let's go rails, let's go fluid unloading. And you're gonna be mineral oil. There we are. Fortunately, that does strip your color away, but let's go get it back. Mineral oil, there you are. Come into copper. You're in here somewhere. There we are. And you're mineral oil unloading. Very good. That's inconvenient. Whatever. Cool. There. Much better. Okay, this should all be ready to go. These pipes aren't going to be connected to anything anymore, actually. Guess I should probably worry about that. I don't actually know how they were connected before, which is kind of weird. Just don't remember, but I guess I can do this. And that's no big deal. I'll keep it as copper pipes just for consistency's sake. And that should get everything all connected and ready to go. No trains with this stop. Oh, when I changed the name, when I copy and paste it, yeah, that's something that's happened before. Get rid of you and re-add you. You are mineral oil. And there we are. And just go ahead and go load up. Gonna upgrade those pumps as well. We're gonna have this train pulling like 16 times duty, so it's gonna need to be able to get around. Probably means I want to upgrade the pumps on the station up here as well. And once again, I just want it to arrive so I can make sure everything does in fact work. And then I can copy and paste it in. Okay, show me what you got. These should be filling up, and there we go. Okay, slowly but surely they are ticking away. Actually, hold on. You can handle 200. Each of these is 30. We need 300 worth. I could speed mod these and that would be no problem. The problem is this guy. He's not going to be able to keep up. And that is a problem. Here's a funny idea. Can I make beacons? What would it take for me to be able to make beacons? It's literally just blue science. It's locked behind alien science. That's why I don't have them yet. You take things I don't even make. I guess that's why I don't have beacons yet. Oh well. Okay. I guess I just need another one of these. Don't think they're gonna attack you? That's... Unless you've got good reason to think so, that sounds like wishful thinking. Okay. How am I gonna do this? Okay, let's just, let's start by ripping this out. Clearly that's not gonna work. So we will need at least 2 of these. Which means this is gonna have to move. Need a filter, please. So if I put you here, and then... Let's just run pipe that way. You here. Then I could put this here. And that's not too bad. I can just put inserters here, so you would pick up from 2 below and deposit 2 to the right. And then you would pick up from the right and deposit 2 below. That's backwards. There we go. And then just do the same thing over here. Horizontal flip, there we are. So we got input and output going, that's good. Okay, oh cool. Should go ahead and get this filled in, so your ceramic filters, that way I can ghost in the request for the ceramic filters. I should at least upgrade you to 3. Let's see. And that's with 2 speeds. Actually, I may not even need 2 speeds anymore. Let me try with just 1 and see where that gets me. Since I do now have 2 machines. It stinks and they like it. I gotta say, I really like the naming scheme there. Whoever came up with that achievement name, like they deserve a raise. That's really good. Put that there, and the reason I cleared that out is so I can put a power pole down. That works, sure. Right, how much is this? Okay, so this is 300. How much do you process? So that's 228. Okay, this is only gonna get me 270-ish, so I do still need both of them to have the mods. Both mods. Which makes sense, because a single machine with 2 mods wasn't enough, so, you know, that's a pretty thin margin there. Just wanted to check. Does mean these guys will also need mods. In fact, 2 speed modules probably isn't going to do it for you either. I'm gonna try, but it's probably not enough. Yeah, even the water is gonna need a speed mod at this rate. So this whole design might have to get ripped up and remade, which is really inconvenient if that is the case. But that's why we build and test before we copy and paste. Better to find out here than after I've made 12 of them. You found where and they died instantly. I wish I could say the same. I wonder how much of this playthrough has been spent just waiting for bots to come and place things. Okay, we've got the power pole at least. I'm waiting on the mods and these guys to see if I need to rip this whole thing up first, though. Come on, guys, you can do it. 1k damage turret sounds pretty nice. Are they railguns? Are you, like, way back here still? You are. Why are they so far away? Also, am I not upgrading to tier 3 bots by now? How many tier 3 bots have I produced? Construction bots... only 28. What are you missing? Robot brains. I guess that's going to be blue circuits. Which, I mean, it is what it is, but still. Laser turret damage Mark III. Or, laser turret Mark III. Gotcha. Okay. So you will do 280. Yeah, it's just not quite enough. Mark IIs, what do you take? You take stuff I cannot produce. Okay, I mean... I guess that's just gonna have to do it. Well, no, that's ridiculous. I will just make something that works. It just can't be the fun, like, self-feeding recipe, I guess. Which does mean I have to take the whole thing, go outside of build range, and redesign from scratch. Because each one is now going to take 2 buildings. So vertical flip. Might as well copy all of these guys. Bring them over, and that way I can just pick the recipes and all. You know what? Sure, I won't worry about it. We're fine. We don't need niceties. I would actually... No, that's fine, that's fine. Okay. So, let's see. Which one is the hottest? So I should be starting from recipe 3. And then recipe 2. And then recipe 1. Okay. So vertical flip, vertical flip. That way all the coolants are just in line with each other. I can just do like that. And then the steams come out and the waters come in. And that's not a big deal. I can manage that just fine. I admire your ability to place ghosts and leave. I can't do that. When I build with ghosts, I just have to run in circles until the bots complete the job. I mean, that's interesting, being that I feel like I'm, if anything, the opposite. I play stuff and I just have to watch it. If anything, I'm like, I kind of feel like I need to be able to play stuff and leave more often. Let's get the wiring in first, and then I'll worry about where the pumps can go. Oh, the steam... The steam's not gonna work at this distance. Okay, that's fine. Actually it works on this one, just not on this one here. They need to be one further away. Then, because at a minimum I need pipes here, but also pipes here. Might as well connect those corners. And then, connect these steam pipes. Okay, that's all cool. It's so bad I most often end up building stuff myself or with personal bots. Personal bots, especially with the higher tier personal roboports that I have access to, are a wonderful way to build stuff. If I were standing here in person and I happen to have cooling towers, this would be going so much faster. Alright, let's copy you. And let's get you in, once again, 3 away. So 1, 2, 3, just to keep it consistent. Sure, that's fine. Let's do steam above. I can just have a pipe, that's fine. Which means I want water below, but not like that. Actually, how does that not connect? I guess there is a 1 block gap there. Which means I'm actually not connected to the middle. There we are. That's all the water and all the steam connected. Okay. You have your input. We need the machine. So let's make sure to remember to grab you. Even already has your output figured out. That's cool. That's all good. I don't have power poles in here. That's something I probably should have. Okay, that works. There we are. And then I need the purified water tower. Let's grab you. And is there any reason you don't go here? In case I need to expand this, I guess? Whatever. It's fine. Maybe it's not. Well, if I need to expand this, I need to expand the whole thing. But I still shouldn't build, like, horizontally, I guess. And by horizontally, I do mean vertically in the way of something else. I have no idea where the word horizontally even came from. Anyway, steam connection. To steam. like it was made for it. Okay. So how fast do you move? You can make 120 steam, and you need 125, but I don't need you to work that quickly, so that's more than enough. Okay, all good. I think I will keep the idea with the steam engines. Might as well get what use out of it I can, and then I will have the voiding on the other side. Again, going with the idea that I don't want to pollute vertical space in case I need to expand this. I'm trying to be mindful and build this in places where I can more or less continue this if I need to. Trying to talk and build this is unexpectedly very difficult. Okay, you can go there. And we'll copy this guy up here. There we go. Okay. And that should almost be everything. Can I get you to power everything? Unfortunately, no. I can go there, though. And you can go there, I guess. That's fine. Don't do that, please. Okay, do I need anything else? So that's capable of doing 400. We only need 300. That's cool. So we're going to use about 100 here. Let's say 120. So that's going to leave 180. You can void 200. Okay, even if these aren't running at all, this will be fine. You will not, though. You need speed mods. 180, actually. I think that's just about perfect. I think that's just about perfect. I can just look rather than guess. Oh no, it's only 20%. That'll only bring you up to 140. So I do actually just need another one of these. So let's do that instead. And then you don't need mobs at all. You move back one. And then we just need another one of these guys. There we go. Connect them in. And connect them in. Works for me. Could be better, but it works. Okay. There's the new design. Let's grab that. Delete all of this stuff. Please. Okay, I have to do it a little bit at a time for some reason. All of this stuff gets picked up without breaking anything else somehow. That's the real challenge. Okay. I think that's everything. And now I can paste the new design in somewhere. Where is it more convenient? I think it's more convenient if the fresh coolant is on this side and the spent stuff is towards the right, just because the station that makes it is towards the left. So let's try and get you in here somewhere. Oh, like... Yeah, right here is fine. All this pipes through here is gonna have to get redone, but that's fine. In fact, let's just go ahead and rip them up. Otherwise, they'll just be confusing. Fresh coolant is right here. Let's just go ahead and hook you in there, and you might as well be piped. And if I have that, I still can't actually connect to the fresh coolant very easily, so you'll still have to come out this way. And then up somewhere. Actually, that's real annoying. Okay. Down to at least this level, but I can't go any lower because then copper's in the way. I can't really go any further that way, so the best I can do is literally right there. Well, I mean, you can't ask for better than a single block perfect solution. It can't go any further down, it can't go any further left or any further right. That's just perfect. I guess it could have gone one block to the left. Still wouldn't have been in the way of the belt, but you know, that's just about as perfect a fit as it gets. And then the spent stuff still comes up this way, and we just have to figure out how to get that in. Which is a little easier said than done, honestly. Okay, I can just bring you in from underneath. If I'm going to do that, I may as well just go down one further, and then connect straight in right here. There we are, and then I can get rid of this connection. Okay, now all we need is everything to get built. You maintained your ceramic filter requests. This is all coming together. The modules are appropriately placed. We should be in business. I have somehow broken power over to this guy, so let's see if I can't fix that. That's not bad, I guess. Alternatively, I could just do like that, and that's even better. I think, maybe? Possibly? Once again, I just kind of have to sit here though until the bots feel like getting everything built, and then once it's all built, I get to see if it works. And if it works, then we get to start copy and pasting everything in everywhere. Oh, you need water. I got rid of your water supply. Which one is the water? Top. So let's get you fed in just like right there, I guess. Oh, I never connected that either. Okay, well that's gonna be a minute then. Bit of shame since everything else is in place now. Well, there's the pipe. So I guess that's one of these down here. I guess while I'm waiting for this, I can go look at Yellow Science, see if that ever kicked off or not. It does look like it did. So it's currently producing. We've got quite a lot of green circuits on the belt, actually. How many am I missing? Okay, we're actually missing, like, 3,500, so that's quite a lot. I'll go ahead and send in what we got, but we've got a ways to go. We do, if nothing else, have access to the, like, actual atomic bomb, like the personal fired one, but the nuclear artillery is gonna be a minute, it looks like. Okay, still waiting on a single pipe, but other than that, everything should be in place. You have used coolant. Yeah, it's literally this one pipe blocking everything. We've got a pipe full of used coolant ready to go. It's just this one connection that we're waiting on. And I think that's our hero right there. That's going off the other direction. Because why wouldn't they? I love this one little strip of rail that used to be here that we've like mostly, like 95% deconstructed, but there's still just a little bit of it left. Okay, there we go. So you are running, then you will run. Yes, there we go. And then it's gonna come in here and get filtered. Very nice. Everything seems to be running a-okay. How's Steam doing? Steam's building up, but not tipping over the overflow yet. There we go, okay. So it does hit the steam engines, and it does run. That is good to see. And then any excess, so for example, if the accumulators were full, then that would flow out here, and in theory we do have excuse me, we do have enough capacity to void up to 200 steam, and we only produce 100 steam actually, so that's maybe a little excessive. I guess it's future-proofed. 100 steam. Actually, how much do we use over here? We may not even produce enough steam for washing, funny enough. I didn't realize the steam was so much lower than the other fluid. But I mean, it seems to be working out some way or another, so I guess that's all that matters. Anyway, that's should be working. As long as the steam thing isn't an issue, which it doesn't seem to be. Yeah, coolant's backing up in the pipes, but that's fine. We don't need an excess of coolant, and we won't actually backstuff the pipes with this guy or anything due to the top-up valve, so these will always empty. Yeah, the only shortage now is molten copper, which is fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So I will go ahead and paste that design into the other places that make cables. So I think what I will do is I will paste the design, and while the bots are building it, I will go and rip out the old design from the other locations. It's just kind of challenging to figure out where it should go in some cases, but right here is fine, I guess. Do the same thing here, but I will want to go ahead and rip out what's there. I put this backwards. Let's undo that. Yeah, I want to put it in this way, the same way that I did up there. There we go. There we go. Here, just plates. This. I don't think it's any benefit from it. This has the design. It's a little cramped in here, but that's fine. Just pop you down again. I think that's probably it. I don't see any others. Yes, okay. And then gold, of course, is going to get one. So I bet I did some of the other ones backwards again. No? Okay. I guess we're fine. Well, now that that's in place, let's rip out the old ones. So you guys all go. I did just rip out power to this guy, so I'll have to replace that. fish really make deconstructing in here an interesting challenge. There we are. Okay, onwards. So this one looks like it was already oh yeah, that was the one that was already down there, so that's fine. Where's the next one? Here we are. So let's rip you up. You're a little packed in here, so let's be somewhat careful. That's gotta go. Okay, what else in here doesn't need to be here? Oh, you've lost power. Same thing I did in the other place, so let's fix you the same way I did in the other place. And then gold. There we go. And then pick up all the excess landfill as well. Looks cool. And this one already has power. Look at that. But you're out of power now. That was a surprise. Okay. Yeah, that works. Alright. Does mean I need to go one by one and copy in the station requirements now. Where was copper? Here we are. So let's just copy this, and then I'll paste it as we go. That way I get the logic placed in. Well... I guess I will need to copy all of this in to get the wires and all to work correctly. And of course it's going to copy a little section of rail. Just to make it interesting. And that one power pole is misplaced on all of them. That's also going to be fun. Does this have something? Doesn't look like it. Okay. You do those, so let's get you in. In you go. Okay, and then just gold. There were fewer of these than I thought there were. Okay, that should be all of them. They're still deconstructing all this. That's why I wanted to get all the build orders in first. So from the top, we just did copper. Let's move on to tinned wire. So that'll get power into all this at least. The station... I missed this station somehow. Yep, okay. Just missed that one. Why? Okay. That's all fine. None of these actually have the building to actually make the coolant, so let's grab that and drag you on. In you go. Lights in. And, let's see how we get everything in here. Oh, ag science already up that quick, huh? That's pretty good time for Gleba. I do hate that I'm gonna just avoid a little bit of resource here, but I also can't be bothered to care that much. Oh, I am gonna have to move the buildings too, I forgot that. Yeah, no getting around it. That's just one more thing that I guess I'll go and do on all of the structures so that that can be happening in the background. So we're going to move you 1, 2, 3 down. Maybe only 2 down. Yeah, because it was a gap of 3, but we already had a gap of 1, so 2 is plenty. Okay, let's go do that for the others. Just while that's getting built. Might as well. 1, 2. I think that was everything? No, there's one right here. Okay, so silver wire is the last one, though. I'm pretty confident. So 1, 2. Yeah, that's the last one. So then over here. 1, 2. There we go. Missing construction robots. How is that possible? Oh, I've been plucking all my robots out of the system. I forgot. Somewhere in here. I don't remember exactly where, but I've been... There we are. I've been plucking my Tier 1 and 2 logistics robots out of the system so that they can go and get upgraded. I really should be emphasizing the Tier 1s. Oh, there are no Tier 1s left. Okay, well that's good. I've completely gotten rid of all of the Tier 1 logistic and construction bots in the system. That's pretty cool. Well, that's a lie. There's Tier 1s right there. Oh no, that's a 2. It just looks like a 1. The construction bots are so much easier to tell apart, I guess. Like, what is the difference here? Oh, you're yellow. Okay. So those are yellow tipped, these are red tipped. That makes sense. Okay. Yeah, anyway, those are off getting taken care of. I just don't have the blue circuits to upgrade them all quickly enough, I guess. Also don't have the mech frames to get this built, but I'm not worried about that right now. Let's stay focused. So, wire is what I was working on. You have no power. That is a fair point. Let's get you power. And I'll have to do the same on all the other wire places. Oh, and you don't have a belt connection. That's kind of weird. I'm just looking for the mineral oil stations at this point, so that I can tell where I need to go and revisit. Glass fiber probably should have one, but it can get one later. Okay, so that's all connected up now. Let's go back to worrying about tin, and then keep going one at a time. So, okay, coolant. Let's get coolant worked in. So, you need power. I can just upgrade your pole. And then coolant can come down this way. And I think I will copy the pipes in here. That just makes sense. Yes. There we are. And I'll get that in place before I swap the recipes. That way we maintain maximum uptime on everything. Silver. And I don't think there's any more. Let me make sure I did silver right just there. I did not. I knew that felt off. Okay, and gold. Okay. So 10 should be cool. That poll is coming in. You have all your inputs, or at least you will once the train stops over. You need a connecting pipe. Let's see, what else? What else? Okay, the top. Was top spent? Top is spent, okay. So let me maintain that across all of them. So if this is the spent, where can I get spent in? Spent has to come all the way across the back. That's not that big of a deal, except you cross this level of pipes, which is really annoying, actually. I can just drop you, and that's not a big deal. Yeah, that's fine, actually. Let's connect there. And then we have to get the good stuff in. So there's the connection up to production up there. And then I just need a pipe into this area. That's not a big deal at all. Right there, I think, is correct? Yes, it is. That's a full-length pipe, which is kind of an annoying area for you to be, honestly. I am going to rip that out at this point. We don't need you to be there anymore. Super fast space platforms going 1,000 kilometers a second. That's... I mean, it is great. It's just also absurd. All the copper pipe needs to be ripped out. So maybe it wasn't a good idea to leave all the pipe in there, but at least it's easy enough to tell what pipe needs to go. The connections seem proper at this point. Let's go ahead and void those pipes so we don't get water anywhere that we don't want it to be. And then we can change the recipes over. Why are you maxed out? Because you don't have a thing. Guess that's fine. Everyone cool? It looks like it. Okay. That is the spent stuff. Good. And good. Okay. We just gotta get the coolant in. And you might as well just be pipe. Can I force a delivery of mineral oil? Oh. Nope. That was an ingot train. Okay. How are you doing? There is no mineral oil. Well, that's a problem. Where's oil? Okay, you are running. I keep dipping below my naphtha threshold, but these plants are kind of running and doing a little bit of supplemental base mineral oil. These guys are running. They're doing fine. Where's the other couple? I always lose the other ones. I can never remember where they are. There you are. You're full on oil residuals. You sure are. Why is that? Because the belt's broken. Of course the belt is broken. Why wouldn't it be? Well, these are running at least. Where's my production of crude? So gas condensates are backed up, but that's because the only thing that deals with them was this, and it was backed up. Now that you're running, that should start chugging away at those again. That should allow this to run again. At one point, I'll have to travel an unfathomable number of kilometers. Why will you have to travel that far? Modded planet, I guess? Multiphase is running again. All cool. Okay. I need more of these. Even with just these two, that's only 40 of the gas condensates a second, and we actually produce 60. So this is always going to be backed up. Is there anything else I can do with this before I just commit? I can turn you into naphtha, actually. I would just need a source of carbon monoxide. Do I have an easy source of carbon monoxide? It also produces coke, which is actually kind of inconvenient, actually. So maybe then I don't need as much, I think I use coke for something. Let me just get incredibly sidetracked for just a second, because I do produce coke down here, and coke, at the moment I think is mostly going into the boilers, which is not a desirable behavior, but where else does coke travel? So technically there's also this line of coke up here, which does feed this carbon machine, and this carbon machine, I believe actually feeds red circuits. So I do need some carbon. I just don't actually know how much, or rather coke. I just don't actually know how much I'm using, because it's not running very often. So I probably don't want to commit to pumping out a whole bunch of coke that I'm not really going to be able to use. Though, as long as those boilers are at the bottom of the base, I guess it's not hurting anything. It would just be a matter of how do I get it in. I guess I do produce solid fuel over here as well. Yeah, okay. That's not a terrible idea, but not something I want to do right now. Unless there's anything else, I'm just setting up more of these. Natural gas liquids gives me... Actually, that's kind of interesting, but I think the one that doesn't use gas condensates, so the one that's just natural gas, I believe actually gives me better recipe. Oh yeah, that's the advanced gas refinery. I remember setting this up and then being so disappointed the advanced recipe was worse than the standard recipe in terms of ratios of the usable gases. So definitely not that. We're just making more of this guy. So I think I'm just going to copy and paste. There we go. And the big power pole can just move. Yeah, he can just move. I'm gonna do that, then not deconstruct you real quick. Let's get you piped in this way, and get a splitter in here just in time for the underground. And that should just work. I believe all the pipes are connected. Actually, they're not. You need an underground. I'm sure something else will as well. Oh yeah, why are you coming over the top? Don't do that. Gas condensates there, that's crude oil, yes, you can just be a pipe. Okay, everything looks cool. You don't need that there. How about these guys? That needs to be a pipe. That hopefully was nothing. Okay, that's just left over from that. That's fine. This needs an underground, and you need an underground. And other than that, everyone should be connected and ready to go. Okay, all cool. Before I can research it, I have to make antimatter, high energy protons, and other things, and before I can make those things, I need complete Aquilo, Crucible, and Milana science packs. Yeah, that's, oh yeah, you need a warp drive, that's That's gonna be interesting. I do kind of like the idea of being able to travel to the human planet, though. That's kind of fun. And that'll give you power because I broke your power. Whoops. Anyway, each of you does 20, so with 4 of you, that's 80, and that's more than the 60 I needed you to be, so we are good there. And that'll also help with the mineral oil, because this recipe actually gives more mineral oil than the standard recipe does, at the expense of less naphtha. And technically, I can turn naphtha into mineral oil, but like, eh. Oh, it's a whole system, not just a planet. That's interesting. That is pretty cool. Okay. Let's just, I don't even know why I'm working on oil right now. I was halfway through getting all the coil recipes changed over, and then somehow I wound up in oil. Oh, because I needed mineral oil to, test this. That is important. I guess that is a good thing to have. Yeah, we don't produce mineral oil very fast. Not that we consume it very fast either. It's just filling up these initial buffers is gonna take a minute. Let's see. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Like, lubricant takes base mineral oil, but that's actually still running. Guess we still need that. We have base mineral oil. We have a lot of base mineral oil. Oh, I bet there's a pump. I bet there is a pump. Right there. That's our culprit. Let's just do that. And that should increase our pumping speeds pretty dramatically. Okay, granted, I don't know if we were making 600 a second. Maybe that's a little silly, but we were still stocked up. Like, there was some in the tank down here and not up there, so I don't really know what else to think other than it must be pump speed limited. Like, if I... Wait, why is this not connected to anything? Maybe that's the problem. Maybe it wasn't pumps at all. The pipe's just broken. The pipe's just broken. Yay. Okay, if you go here, how far do you reach? You can reach to here, and then you can certainly reach to here. That's actually a perfect length. Very cool. Very nice. Break that. Break that. All of this, go away. Okay, well that's one mystery solved. Unfortunately, we're near base, so that'll get rebuilt pretty quickly. Thank you, bots. And thank you, bots. So we should have oil now? No? I thought I literally just built this to be within range. Okay, whatever. Put it back. Just give me a connection, please. You have to stockpile fuel from what I get there. There's no asteroids while going to Sol. Interesting. Also, some sort of science to unlock quantum processors, which requires Rubia. I mean, that is the fun part, and the difficult part of having a whole bunch of planets thrown in there, is that, 1, you get to use them, 2, you have to use them. I think 3 tier 2 pumps is probably a little excessive now, so I will go ahead and scrap those. They can be better used elsewhere. As I certainly don't make 600 a second to begin with. I mean, I can go look, maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I do. Yeah, these are producing 6. not 600. I've not actually looked at oil ratios or anything for pretty much this entire game. I don't actually even know. I'll go ahead and upgrade that so you don't wind up backing up. Here's Steam Tracker 1. All of these guys can upgrade. Sure, I'll upgrade your inserters too, why not? Yeah. So I've not actually looked at all the oil ratios or anything the whole time I've been playing, so let me actually look at that. I'll also go ahead and upgrade those, because why not? So, I don't know what you'll be after you upgrade, but let's say 75, so together that's 150 crude oil. You each do 33. So I'm doing about 100 crude oil, so I actually do produce crude faster than I'm processing it. The problem is I don't have very much room to allow for another setup. I might be able to just get away with one more, but that will kind of be it. And to even do that, I'll have to flip you and have your outputs be the opposite of everyone else's, which is kind of gross, but it works. This is in the way, so let's drop you down to about here. And do you reach? That is a perfect reach. Okay, so I don't even have to move you, I can just connect that. And then connect like that. Oh, you still need inputs, of course. Let's get those hooked in. Like, bro, you have to make a special type of rocket fuel, make a rocket that can get off Crucible. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that sounds kind of cool to me. Alright, that's all cool, it looks like. This has not been necessary for a long time, so I can pick that up. Okay. That's good. That's about as much mineral oil as I can pump out at the moment. You're nearly full. Let's just go ahead and send you off somewhere. Wonder where you will choose to go. You're gonna choose to go to gold. That's great. That's great. Noah, can you come to 10? Gold would be cool, but let's finish up 10 first. You have to make doped rocket fuel to make doped rocket fuel parts, which is vanilla recipe with doped rocket fuel. And to make doped rocket fuel, you just need a material that you get back. I mean, it doesn't sound that bad to me. If anything, I usually like the kind of cyclical catalytic recipe type deals. I find they're fun to work with. You're on a curve. You're on a curve. Why are you on a curve? Okay, hold on. Let's do this. Ah. Huh. I see. That is a problem. Not really a problem I expected to run into. Not a big problem, though. Alright, you're gonna go, sit over here for just a second. Ish. See, the problem is you already have fluid in these tanks, and if I move you, you're gonna void the fluid. Okay. So let's just do like this. So right now, I could move the station one rail forward. And if I moved you one rail forward, I think that would straighten out the back car. I can only move one rail forward because I believe if I move one rail forward, then this pump will be on the very back of the next fluid wagon. But I think I can move it exactly one forward. I wish it wouldn't pick up the rail there. Let me copy. Move you forward there, and then just break the back stuff. Make sure the connection is still valid. That's feeding into there. All cool. Okay. And then... oh, the train's gone. I guess that makes sense. It arrived at its temporary location and then went somewhere else. Oh, you came back. Okay. That's not enough to allow you to unload. Oh, that's upsetting. Wait, this isn't the same station. You're on solder now. Come up here, please. Nope. Stop. Go to unloading. Why are you going to some random place? Oh, the priority. You're temporarily not set here. Your priority's like a 200. Okay, please go to oil. I don't even know where you're going, man. No path to destination. That's copper. That's not the one I want. I wanted you to go here. I didn't expect this to be quite so difficult. Okay. Can I get you to arrive as if you had arrived at a station? Just to see if you line up. That still counts as a curve, huh? Okay, I mean, not really anything I can do about it. It's just gotta be pulled forward. Let's see. Hydrogen plate active, that after 1 minute becomes hydrogen plate unstable or hydrogen plate critical. Never mind, unstable becomes critical. You have 3% chance to get hydrogen plate and 35% to get hydrogen plate unstable from hydrogen plate stabilization. Also, hydrogen plate critical does an atomic explosion after 1 minute 30 seconds. I'm not gonna lie, that sounds pretty cool. That sounds kind of awesome. Okay, so let's start with the stations that don't have fluid, which at the moment looks like it's just gold. So, rail. Let me copy... I already have a copy of you. Well, it doesn't matter. I'll just keep a copy of just the station. So, I'm gonna have to move you way up. like right here. And you're going to be for mineral oil. There we go. Copy and paste the station. There we go. And then all the old station stuff just has to go, including the old lights and the old power poles and the old station, of course. Yeah, that's good enough. Why are you confused? Gold ingot unloading does not exist. You're at gold ingot unloading, my friend. This is... I broke your train station somehow. How did I do that? When did I do that? Okay, that's fine, I guess. I'm just glad I noticed. Let's grab an item unloading station. Make sure you line up. You're going to be gold ingot. And then I'll have to go grab the gold ingot station for the name and colors. And change you to unloading. There we go. Are you happy now? Let's go manual. Gold ingot unloading? Oh, well, it has to get built first. Yeah, that's understandable. The pipes need to be underground pipes, I just noticed. That's fine. Oh, and I never picked up the comparators. There we go. Okay. That should be everything. I will copy this to all the other places that need this station now. Once I make sure this gets built. Okay. In fact, do you have... You're mostly empty. Just go fill up. And by the time you're ready to come back... Yes, you can find your station. That's cool. All good. So, let's copy this. But not copy the station underneath. Good. And I don't care about copying the station name, because I actually want the station name in this one rare circumstance. There we are. Let me pick up all the old station stuff first. You're almost empty anyway. And then paste you in on top. Roboport's gonna have to move. And there's not a good place for you to go. You can just go here, and I'll just move the power pole. That's fine. Not that worried about it. Okay, that's silver. So I need solder next. You have, unfortunately, a lot more mineral oil in you, but that's just growing pains, I guess. That's just what has to happen. In you go. And then last up is this station up here, which has way more mineral oil in you and is even more painful. But there's not anything I can do about it at this point. You just gotta go. And there we are. I guess I can copy this kind of deal for the other stations as well. So 10 already has one. Solder does not. So let's just put you like here. Silver is next. Let's see. To stabilize hydrogen plate or containment, hydrogen plate critical requires 5,000 hydrogen gas and plate version. In the hydrogen stabilization, you can get stable hydrogen plate, not active one. I'm not entirely sure I follow, but at the same time I think I follow closely enough. It sounds like a very interesting process. Okay, so that's in. Last is gold. Let's make sure gold gets theirs. And there we go. You have no power. Let's fix that. That's all moved down. How about silver? Silver also has no power. Let's fix that as well. That's moved down as good as it can be. How about, solder? Solder has no power. Connect you in. And you're moved down. Okay. So everyone should be okay. Once again, let's go one at a time. This is getting built, and you fortunately have coolant in your pipes. I just have to make sure you're running. Okay, the used coolant exists. You just don't have water. Okay, that's reasonable. So let's go and add water to all of these guys. Silver, silver. Here's silver. And then gold. There we go. So tinned wire. Waiting on that to come in, but everything else should be connected. Do you have an actual coolant connection? I think you do. Does look like so. I mean, you've got used coolant, so yeah, you definitely do. And the coolant that we get back out is connected in, so that's all good. Let's go to solder and make sure the same is true here. It's definitely not, because it's still using the solder 1 recipe. But I guess I'll get the pipes prepared before I commit to anything else. Back from dinner. Well, welcome back. Hope it was something you enjoy. Let's get our coolant connected up here. This is the used coolant, though. We want the bottom to be fresh coolant. So let's actually connect you down here. The used coolant. That's gonna be a little tricky. I think like one of the previous ones, I'll actually just drop you and have you come down this way. And then you can connect in like here. Yeah, that works. Just gotta connect the corners. Okay, that's all good. Before you actually fill all my pipes full of water, let's get rid of the pump. Allow this to run through all the water in its pipes. You need power. That's just a matter of upgrading a power pole, but I should do that for all of them. I assume, tinned wire already got its upgrade? Well, yeah, because tinned wire is running. That's solder. Let's look at silver. Upgrade silver, and then gold will need the upgrade. There we go. So back to solder. Let's see, so those pipes are getting placed, we're all cool. This guy will need a connection somewhere. So if the bottom is my, like, fresh solder, or my fresh coolant connection, then let's get you pulled in right about here. And then this can just be pipe. That's fine. Don't forget the corner. And then pick up all of the old copper pipe. We don't need any more. Oh yeah, and of course change the recipe over. Solder 2. Oh, and you're flipped the wrong way. So hold on, which one's wrong? The one on the end is wrong. There we go. Everyone else, all cool. Oh, seems we're full on solder. I have a suspicion the train might be stuck somewhere. Yeah, I don't know why you're stuck. Go be unstuck. And you should probably go to sleep when your priority falls too low. So you only want to be awake when your priority's over 15. Yeah, that's fine. What is this nonsense? You go away. I don't want that. Okay. You have to get hydrogen plate from 0.5% recipe, and it comes from unstable, and you can get it from one single recipe that uses denatured hydrogen that after 1 minute becomes critical and goes kaboom. It's kind of like a higher stakes version of the egg cycling on Gleba. You just gotta be real careful. I guess this was a battlefront at some point. Solder. Did I finish solder? Like, is that complete now? Let's clear the water out of the pipes. And out of these pipes. This should be ready to go. You're still unloading the solder that you had in you from before, which is fine. This has never gotten a shipment of mineral oil, but it should work. But just saying it should work is always a little scary. Where are you going to choose to go? You're going to choose to come to gold. I guess that's fine. Let me set up gold, and I'll see if gold is working. Do I even have the gold 2 recipe unlocked? I don't even have the gold 2 recipe unlocked, and won't for a while. So let's not have you come to gold, actually. Just come somewhere over here. Don't even care where, just somewhere over there. And now try and unload? That works for me. That's tinned wire? I already know tinned wire works, actually. So I guess you can unload a little bit into there. But then after that, can you come over here, please? It's Gleba, but everything goes kaboom, so you can't defend it from lasers. And when one hydrogen plant crit explodes, rip your factory. I mean, yeah, if one goes kaboom, then I think you're going to be in a pretty sad state. Okay, I think that's somehow working out fine. Because he's going to go to silver, and that's going to give me lubricant in the silver factory. And that's kind of ideal, actually. Because now I have a little bit of lubricant in all the stations. Or not lubricant, but mineral oil. That's what it is. Okay, so this is producing. This is running. Everything is a-okay. No one's backing up or behaving strange. It's just working exactly as intended. Silver is still going to need to be wired up. So I guess I should go ahead and get on that. This is the spent stuff. So the same way we have a couple times now, we're actually going to drop that one and then run it this way. And then you are going to come right there. Do I have the better silver recipe? I should check. I don't have it researched, but I have the ability to, and since I have no yellow science right now anyway, I might as well move it up front. How long will you take? Hard to say. Okay, it won't take very long. So I'll just leave it for now, I guess. I'll go ahead and add the other pipes. There we are. And I might as well get this drawn down. So where am I gonna want that to enter from? Probably right around in here. That works. And I'll just make you pipes, but I'm not gonna break this until I'm done. And by done, I mean the research. What I am curious about is how much uranium I have, and if I've been able to stockpile any of the good stuff. I have. I've got 10 plutonium ready to go. Okay, you'll love to see it. I don't have any in storage. I guess this process has only just started, but it is a-going. Lebo, but with no enemies, but all things you require make go boom. I mean, I'll say it one more time. That sounds kind of cool. That sounds kind of fun. Oh yeah, I forgot that I was shortcutting the Mox cells. Not that I really mind, but now that I actually have the 234, I do want to stop the shortcutting process. I only shortcutted on one chest anyway. Okay. That's fine, I guess. We should have the 234 burned first, and that's going to give me more than enough supplemental Neptunium. And then we should have so many of these to go through. We've actually burned through most of them. We had like 3 stacks of these depleted fuel cells. But even so, that should we should have more than enough Americium to recycle into more plutonium. Yeah. This... Yeah, there's not a good way to disable requesting into here, but I guess that's fine. We only keep... Actually, we keep 1,000 in here. What's your recipe? How many do you take to work? 2? Let's keep, like, 6. And then trash unrequested. That way they don't go overkill with it. So I might uncheck that now. I don't really mind. They only have a stack size of like 5, so I don't mind a couple here and there. It's just... I don't want actually 1,000 in here. That would not be very cool. And so now I've got 14 in here, a couple fuel cells in there. We're just about ready to start cooking, I think. Speaking of cooking, let's go look at yellow science. I should have quite a lot ready to go. Oh, only like 350 actually. I'm out of blue circuits again. Blue circuits, man. Not one thing, it's something else. Out of plastic. Okay. Why are we out of plastic? That's not very good. Where is plastic production? There we go. So polyethylene is working about as well as polyethylene ever does, but where's old reliable? Hold on, I gotta find storage first, and then there's plastic. Okay. You just aren't working quickly enough. How much propane I got? I have a full tank of propane. Okay. Not complaining. How do I get more plastic on the go? I guess I can make a little row right here. Yeah, whatever that's going to do, that's going to be more than my current production. Let's just go with that. And then I'll hook into plastic production from right here. There are natural gas liquids that run right through this area. I can just go one out. And that's no big deal, except then fuel oil's in the way. Okay. And I can't go out after that, because then hydrogen sulfide's there. Best I got is this route through here. I mean, I guess if that's what I got, that's what I've got, you know? It will work, so there we go. Plastic does still need to connect in, of course. And let's get power from somewhere. Who knows where? I guess I can run here, and that just works. And of course, plastic is too long now. Let's just throw a pump like right here. There we go. Actually, plastic is still too long even with that severed. I guess it's too long up this way. Do you not hit a pump on your way up to a train? You don't. How strange. I guess we'll do it right here. So let's grab a tier 2 pump. Why not? At least allow you to pump quickly. And let's try and find fluid storage. And then plastic. There we are, there's the new plastic machines churning away. How's propane? Honestly, not going down nearly as fast as I expected it to be. Is it going down? It does look to be going down. Okay, that's all I wanted to see. Because I was pretty sure this was going to be faster than production. I just wanted to see how much faster, but we're doing just fine. That's actually a lot more plastic production too. Where is the plastic train? Here we are. So you're almost full. It's not too bad. And I think I have multiple plastic stops. I guess I should have looked while I was looking at you. How many stops? Okay. It's funny that you can't look at how many stops a train has. I guess with interrupts and everything that makes sense. But it does make it a little more inconvenient to try and find specific train stops. So there are 2. One of them's up here. What's your priority? 98, so you're pretty much empty. Okay. That's making what? You're for LDS. Makes sense. And then the other station. I come in here and plastic. Where are you? So you are priority 100, you're completely empty. And you are the plastic for red circuits, I assume? Yeah, looks like you go and make red circuits, okay. I wonder where, blue circuits pull their plastic from. I don't actually know. Looks like you pull from the red circuit station. Okay. That's what I figured. I just wanted to make sure. Is the stream lagging for you? I have the stream pulled up for me and it doesn't look too bad. If it continues being bad though, and anyone else is having any lag problems, do let me know. I certainly don't want a repeat of day 16. We need atomic now, yeah. Would be nice. So let's see, we are slowly stockpiling plutonium, that's good to see. There's 24 in here and another 9 down here, so that is actually enough for the first atomic artillery shell. Only one, slow and steady, but we do have enough. The research... Yeah. I don't really know why yellow science isn't going. I guess plastic. Okay, I do know. I just did this. Plastic. Plastic, yes. Okay. So as soon as that train departs from up here, it should go and refill plastic at red circuits. I could go ahead and manually send it off now, but then there's just less plastic at the station. We make less blue circuits. What's the point? But I guess I can let plastic buffer up in the meantime. Yeah. I wish. It's not even running at all. What I can do, I guess, is mess with plants first, but that's not really what I wanted to do in here. Why do I have so much of this? And you aren't running. No fertilizer. Okay. I think I can pretty safely decommission this area now. It does look like it. The belts are full. Fully saturated. Yes. Perfect. Okay. So we do have a research belt ready to go. The plants aren't, like, backing up or anything, but let's not be ridiculous. In fact, did I not pick up any plants? Let's do that. And now I can pick up you. Nothing there. Nothing there. Okay. So, I guess if we're not doing yellow, what I can do is start working on some of these things that have been bottlenecks for me in other areas, like modules and beacons, for example. So, I'll queue you, which allows me to research Tier 2 modules. And then beacons are locked behind this, which is also locked behind some other alien research, which gives me this, and that opens the way to beacons. So I can at least do something productive while I'm waiting for yellow to produce. I'll go hand feed the labs what I have for right now, and then I'll get the belt in just a second. Yeah, when it runs, it goes burr, and when it don't go burr. I mean, when it runs, I do produce... I mean, it is 60 SPM, it's not like a wild amount, but it's enough to blow through most of this early-ish research. Early as in, you know, the first yellow science that you get. I ran past the labs. Let's go back. But, it's just getting it running that's a little challenging. Okay, so that's all going. I actually did have plants on me. Now I have to go all the way back. Is this even right? Nope, it's even further. Okay, let's keep going. I'll have to actually see what that does, because that is important. But first, I wanted to make a doomsday chest. And by that I mean non-logistics connected chest that has some temperate gardens in it, in case somehow, during some sort of processing, I lose all my temperate gardens. Like, something goes wrong, and I just need them again. So I'm gonna do the same thing with the swamp gardens. 2's fine. I don't need more than 2. I've already knocked out modules 2. There's the swamps. Okay, let me go here. What does this even do for me? So, polluted fish water can become raw crystal splinter, which can become a bunch of different stuff. Okay. Okay. I can deal with that. Okay. So, polluted fish water. Let's just make a little more production for that. That's not a big deal. I just need more fish. In fact, this isn't even going to be running at full tilt. And I don't rely on anything this produces to keep this running. This isn't even running right now. And I don't know why we're out of hydrochloric acid. Probably something I want to look into, but not at the moment. This science don't go Burgo. Why isn't it producing? Exactly. Oh man, we already knocked through the tier 2. Okay. Crystal Seed. Okay, Crystal Seed just gives me a 100% chance, and that's made from crystal dust and inoculated petri dish. Okay, let's just go ahead and start the tier 2 then. There's even higher tiers of this. Okay, that's fine. Weird. I don't know why I'd want that recipe. Catalysts, weird. So, Crystal Enhancer. Raw Crystal Shard. Eggshell Seed. That's puffer stuff. Okay, that's fine. Immediately disregard. So, I don't care about this research. This one is a maybe. No, that one I can miss. I don't care. That's puffer stuff. That's puffer stuff. And that's puffer stuff. Okay. So we're fine there. We go back to this. I do want this one. You come from crystal dust and petri dishes. And I can farm crystal dust. I think I have one of these plants that does produce crystal dust, so I'll probably go that route. But if I can't, it's not a big deal to just make crystals up here. That's perfectly fine. I'll worry about how to get crystal dust in a minute. I'll just assume I have it in its magic. The petri dishes is alien bacteria in a petri dish with growth medium, which is just glass, and sodium hydroxide, cellulose, and chloromethane, which is methane and chlorine. While it's several steps, none of them are bad. I can absolutely deal with that while I just wait for beacons to research. Does mean I'm gonna need to do something about hydrochloric acid, but let's once again just assume that it's working and fine. Okay. Unfortunately, I ratioed all this out. I wasn't planning on using fish water for other things, and this is going to use fish water and this alien growth bacteria, so it's not the best. What I think I'll do is I'll have both of them able to output onto this belt, and then only this one able to output onto a separate belt that goes this way. And then the petri dishes will just be made on the bot bus. I can't be bothered to do anything else. I guess I could actually just bring the glass in rather than bot basing that. Let's get rid of that. So, like, if I did something like this, then you can make the petri dishes. I actually skipped a step. So let's go in order. So you get the bacteria, you get the petri dishes and cellulose paste. The cellulose paste is made in a liquefier with all this stuff, which is really awful. Yeah, that's pretty bad. I make cellulose down below. I can belt sodium hydroxide in, I guess, or I can just produce it here. Fluoromethane. Where am I going to get methane from? There's no good way to get methane. I'll just have to pipe that in. Because the chlorine I could get as a byproduct of making the other part. Let's just go ahead and set that up. Pop that in there. Yeah, let's grab electrolyzers. And just come up towards the water up here, I guess. Well, yeah, I can run a belt down to it, I guess. And I'll just start an electrolyzer line, like right there. I actually don't know what kind of production am I looking at. So you can handle 3 of these. That's a lot of you running at once. I guess... hold on. So you produce 0.5. Even if your full production was going into you... Okay, you could handle that. That is kinda problematic. I just don't know how many of these petri dishes I'm actually gonna want per second. What are you used in? There's a lot of different colors of petri dishes. There's the crystal enhancer. Ish. Yeah, I don't know. I'll just move this up to over 3 and make 3 of them. And then they can output onto a belt and feed this way. I don't like this one being here. So you're gonna move. And then that can just output over there. In fact, I'll just group inserters like that. There we go. I had to remove a mod, but because I forgot to remove everything from that planet, that mod adds the game, kept crashing, so I have to re-enable to remove everything to remove it. Never had to do that with Factorio specifically, but I can empathize so hard based on Minecraft experience. I've had to do that so many different times with random Minecraft mods. Cellulose paste and petri dishes, okay. Probably gonna just bot input to these, but I do still have to figure out how I'm gonna get those products made. And even then I'm not necessarily happy about that. Let's not do this. And instead, I'll do that. And then you can make the regular petri dishes. There we are. And then this guy can do the other stuff. Yeah, that's almost perfect ratio anyway. There we go. Flip those around. You can have bot input easy enough. I'll just put your requester chest there. And then these guys still need cellulose paste. Cellulose paste is a problem. Yeah, I'll make cellulose paste and then figure out how I want to handle it. keep missing up a simple 3-frame jump. In Factorio. I'm horrified. Where do I make cellulose? Okay, cellulose is made over here. Let's continue this line. Like so. And that'll give me a belt of cellulose for things that need it. Might as well alternate that. There we are. Geometry Dash, okay. I said, gonna play GD while waiting for Factorio to launch. Ah, gotcha, okay. I have too many things in my brain right now, hold on. Why do I need this? I need cellulose paste. What is cellulose paste made in? You're made in a liquefier. You need a gas, you need sodium hydroxide. Okay. I can deal with that. Where do I want this to be produced? Do I want to belt up the cellulose or down the hydroxide? Both are terrible. Are there other things that cellulose is going to be used in? It doesn't really look like it. It's hard to say, but it doesn't really look like it. So let's just assume not. And the recipe needs more cellulose than it needs the other stuff, so let's say we produce it down here. Might as well upgrade those. So you take 2 a second, and you produce 2 a second. So I'll probably also need to upgrade all of these down here. In that case, might as well do the same here. I will go ahead and run the belt this way. So we can have production over in this area. That way, if this needs to expand, we can just continue moving what machines supply the belt, and then these can just feed more liquefiers in the future. So then I need this guy to be... He's gonna have to input a gas. So we want to be somewhat conscientious of that. So let's say you go like here. And then you input there. Moved everything from that planet. What planet was it that was causing you trouble, by the way? I'll know what I need when I see it. There it is, cellulose paste. So that's sodium hydroxide, and the cellulose figured out. I need chloromethane, which is going to be a chemical plant. Chloromethane is used in toluene, which is interesting. And nothing else, only this paste and toluene. Okay. I really doubt I make chloromethane, but I will go look, just in case. If I do make it, it's going to be completely full. No, okay, I would not have made chloromethane gas that early. Okay, so I don't produce it. Don't really think I'm going to be making anything else with it. Don't think I want the toluene recipe. And if I do, I'll just make it later. So let's grab a chemical plant. And I'll just make this right on site. So this is going to be chloromethane, not chloric acid. Oh, it's in here somewhere. Is it not chloromethane? I didn't mean to exit map view. Where was I? Down here. It is chloromethane. What is the recipe? Chloromethane gas, that's all it is. chloromethane. There it is. Okay. So let's just get chlorine and methane down here. You need 9 a second. This makes 162. Maybe I will just make this in the main chemical processing area in case I ever do decide I want toluene. Let's pop you there for a second. 1, 2, 3. There we are. And then we'll just put you like right there. Crucible, I will not deal with the Gleba mechanics, so I just removed it. Understandable. Another mod that adds mirrors and solar tower that makes heat, and that one was doing the crash when I removed Crucible, had stuff placed on it. Also understandable. So, chlorine and methane. So, chlorine, unfortunately, way over here, but it does run pretty far to the left. I can probably just continue that. Let me see if I run into any issues. I will once I hit carbon monoxide. Okay. So maybe I'll run you down a bit, and then over. And just hope this level's clear. Seems to be clear for quite a while. And there we are. Okay, so that's chlorine. Let's get the recipe set one more time with chloromethane. And then I just need methane. Methane shouldn't be as bad, I don't think. Here's methane. So, does anything take this spot? Not yet, at least. It looks pretty clean. And it's clean. Okay, very good. Let's stop about here, turn you up and over, and pipe in. And I can literally just upgrade this pole, and that's good enough. Pipe the output in. And then I still have to get your output over there, of course. Which is, of course, easier said than done. But it's not even that far, honestly. Let's just come down first and then over to skip most of the other stuff jammed in over on the side. And where does that get me to? Okay, I only need to be a little further down. I might actually aim for something like this level down here. So let's back up just a tad. Maybe turn like here. Nah. Let's just not turn to the left there, and instead just continue down. So right here it looks like. Make sure to connect the corner, and then let's just see if I run into any problems trying to do this. Looks good to me. In fact, I can just turn you down and then connect in that way. Still needs power. Let's figure out where I can get power from. This whole area is done with substations. Let's see if I can't just get a substation in. Kind of. Okay, anyway, that's still only 2 of the 3. I still have to make sodium hydroxide and get that in here. In which case, I might just bot sodium hydroxide in. I don't need a lot of this, I don't think. So let's just grab sodium hydroxide. I think I make the charger tier 2s, so I'll go ahead and make use of those. and request. Just do that and get rid of the cellulose. And sodium hydroxide, let's just bump that to 100. Seems fine to me. And that's going to give me cellulose paste. And I guess I will probably just pick all this stuff up and move it a little bit to the right so that I can get cellulose paste in as an item. So all these guys need a long input. So do that. And just copy that into all of them. There we are. And it's gonna get a little messy. But, you know, what else can you do? Let's get this going. And this can all move relatively easily if it's in the way of anything. It's not exactly a big deal to come in and change it. I do still need to get glass, so let's get glass into these guys. There we go. And last but not least, power. Because you're probably gonna want that. And that's gonna give me the inoculated petri dishes. Which honestly are just gonna go in a chest, I think. What all can I do with those? I can make the crystal enhancers, the crystal seeds, and all these things. That smells like bot crafting to me. So that's 1, 2, and then some number of other things, and that's fine. I love the saw wave of research. What could have even make that happen, actually? That's bizarre looking. Anyway, I guess now that I have the garden science, I might as well queue a couple things since we aren't getting the gold science in. I don't actually know what any of those things do, but that's fine. There's interesting things in here. None of them, what I say, is more important than the artillery, though, so nothing that needs yellow packs is going to get put in front of you. I'm just going to throw random things in there. Some of these are literally red and green science, with just the plant life samples, so we'll see what happens. There's a way to make ethanol, and acetic acid, and ethylene. So that takes sulfuric acid, which isn't very cool. I mean, interesting. Yeah, let's just let that rip. Oh yeah, I never belted this in. How can I get that into science, actually? I think all the belts leading into science are full. All the belts leading into science are full. So, at this point, you're left with two options, really. I could just sushi belt it, which is always an option. Or I could just get bots in here to do it. I'm not even going to pretend to think about what option I'm going to take. So these are going to get filtered to the life samples. And I'm just going to copy that to any inserter with a filter. I already, you may notice, cleverly designed the system so that I could just add the extra filters as I needed to throw in more science. Can I copy onto you? No, that is gonna upset you. Okay. And there we go. And now all I need to do is... Let's see, how do I want to do this actually? So, yellow comes in here, that's what these inserters are for. So... I guess I don't actually need the life science filters on you. I really just need to input them into this lab and then they'll get spread out. So let me copy that and then grab a blue chest right there. And you're just going to request the life samples. Say like 400. Paste the filters, copy you, and also put you on this side. There we are. And come over here, and you're going to get thrown into a chest. There we go. Apparently I didn't need very many of the life sample things because we are just churning through this research. Speaking of research, let me go check on yellow. Yellow has made about another 1,000, and it is currently producing, which is good to see. Means blue circuits are actively running. Okay, well that's got us back to atomic artillery already. So maybe I will go ahead and send in these yellow packs. How many are we missing? About 2,200. So we are more than halfway. Let me come up to the bot mall now that we have the actual nukes researched. And I'm gonna pop this down. And let's go to military. Or not. What are they made in then? You're made in advanced chemical plant. You are made in an advanced chemical plant. Okay. That's fine. I guess you just get to go over here somewhere. That's a gas refinery. Advanced chemical plant. What is your, footprint? Enormous. Okay. Good. You know what? You get to go, across from the other one. There we go. Clear you out. I'll even decorate you. Let's have some fun. So let me get the correct size first. Okay, so then 2 more. And I think what I want to do is let me grab bricks. And it'll be a subtle feature, but it'll be bricks underneath and then concrete around it. And it's just a little decorated. So let's see. I don't want to use the plutonium recipe that we're saving for the artillery. And I don't think I'm making a muon fission or fusion catalysts anytime soon. So we're going with recipe 1. We're gonna just bring a poll up and then request all of our inputs. And there we go. And I don't know how many of these I actually want to keep in stock. I probably don't want more than like 25. 25 is probably a lot. So let's just leave it at that. So what's coming in? We're getting blue chips, we got the rocket boosters, and we're getting some of the 235, which is nice to see. So of course, in order to fire this, I'm going to need the rocket launcher, which I can just make. What kind of fuel can this use, actually? It has to be flamethrower ammo. What are you made from? Fuel oil and naphtha. Not that that's interesting right now. I'm certainly not going to go fight biters at this point with a handheld flamethrower. I was just curious. But now, if I just request an atomic bomb, they should just deliver it to me when it gets finished. In fact, I'm going to go stand next to it. As long as I can remember where it is. Anyway, and I'm going to take a sip of coffee. Ah, lovely, lovely ice cold coffee. Where am I? I've gone too far. There it is. I can see it then there. Alright. So we are still going to be missing some of the 235. That's just inevitable. In fact, I'm going to increase the amount of 235 this is requesting. Just keep a little stockpile. Probably increase the number of rocket boosters. Don't know why that's so low. Might as well bump all of these things up just a little bit. And that's gonna get me an atom bomb soon enough. Speaking of, how is everything doing down here? Technically running, though it just finished. This is running at least, and that's given us more than 30 plutonium, so we are getting there. I'm starting to understand the utility of the fast burn uranium reactors. I'm starting to get it. I kind of get the idea. Oh, now it doesn't crash. Yay. I mean, that is always scary when you have a world and it starts crashing, because you do just assume you can fix it, but not everything always just goes according to plan. I guess while I'm standing here, let me just be a little silly. If I come into production, where is the fast burn? Like, what do I need for that? That's yellow science. I'm certainly not going to go do that now. So, it does look like there's some other stuff. Okay, tungsten. I should make tungsten. That is something that I should do. So, I guess while I'm waiting for all of my resources to come in, I can start producing one of the next metals. That just makes sense. Not enough bot. Not enough bot. That is a problem. Interesting. Where are the blue bots? You're literally sitting in a chest, both of you. Why is it not deploying bots? Your filter's wrong? Because your filter's wrong. Okay. You are Logistics Bot 3 and Construction Bot 3. There we go, that's gonna help the problem tremendously. I just wasn't actually deploying any of the upgraded bots, so there we go. Let's go ahead and upgrade this to like 200 apiece, just so we can make sure that we keep some on hand. And now let's go back to setting up tungsten. So, let's make a station. So, unloading station, make sure it lines up. That doesn't seem right. That's because it's not. We want the other one. There we are. You are tungsten ore. Just had to make sure that was lined up, and it was. Let's go copy the station name. So here's tungsten ore. And tungsten ore unloading. Train limit 1. Okay, all the rest is fine. This is a loading station. That's not quite what I wanted. I will keep the station though, that can go over that way. Give me rails. You are a loading station, yep. I want an unloading station. So let's break all the stuff up front. And then place you... Oh, sorry, bots. There we go. So once again, tungsten ore. Copy the station, put it back. Oh, cool. Okay, so there's my unloading station. Now, what do I do with tungsten ore? So I don't have the science for you. How expensive are you? 300 is not bad, but there's some prerequisites. Yeah, there's quite a few prereqs. Including just making tungsten. Okay, well that makes that simple enough. I did not want the ore game. Looks like all I can do is make tungsten oxide. So that's going to be tungsten ore and hydrogen gas. So I'm going to have to get hydrogen in here. I'm assuming you also, whatever you're used in, require hydrogen? Hydrogen chloride. Awesome. Okay, well, not like I can't just change a train, I guess. So, rails, fluid unloading. And you're gonna be, for now, hydrogen. So, I don't actually think I have a hydrogen unloading train. So let me just copy from the loading one. And you're gonna be hydrogen unloading. Connect them all up. And I guess that means I need a hydrogen train. So you're all good to go. Hydrogen loading. Go fill up. And the bots should have your unloading station built in just any second now. I assure you it will be any second now. I wish I... Oh, there we go. And there we go. Okay. Unloading until... empty. There we go. I was just about to say, I wish there was a way in the train overlay you could bring the bots back so I could see what the bots were doing, and then realized, oh, I literally can. It's just right there. It is an option. So anyway, there we are. Let's bring Roboport forward, just like always. And we'll bring power forward. Like that. Just making sure that it matches. Why does that power pole not have a light? None of them have a light. Weird. All my power poles always have lights, so I don't know why that one didn't get the memo. Anyway, that's gonna start bringing in tungsten ore. Well, at least it will once I have a train set up to do so. So let's go do that. And then I need to set up more empty trains, because that's actually all my empty trains. Crash Geometry Dash. Well, I mean, I guess you have good timing. And then tungsten unloading, empty, oh cool. Trains. So let's say 3 cargo, 2 fluid. Guess I didn't need to put the blueprint back just to pick it up again. There we go, there's more empty trains ready to take from. And let's get these guys out of the way. I don't know why you are here. Tin unloading is asleep. So go to tin loading. And then same for you. Natural gas, huh? So, up here. I already forget what I need to do. I know I make you into a powder-looking thing, but what are you actually made in? You are just made in a blast furnace. I don't know if I've had a blast furnace take hydrogen before. That's interesting. I'm gonna bet hydrogen probably can't work as your fuel, even though that would be really funny if it could. Let's drag this belt out. There are gonna be other processing steps eventually, but for right now, all we can do is throw it in a blast furnace. So I'm not gonna worry about what we get later. I'm just gonna worry about what we have right now. So, tungsten oxide. You can come this way, and that just works. You need 9 input a second. That's a lot. Okay. I guess I should build this. At this point, I should be building to red belt specs, just by default. So how many of these would I need for 30 seconds? So 3 would get me 27. Technically, I would need 1 more, though he's only gonna run at a third speed. And then that'll get me a red belt. I just have to actually make sure it is a red belt. And 9 a second, let's just say that's 2 red inserters apiece. I could use blue inserters, but I don't know if a blue inserter would do it, so let's just say 2 reds. Call it good enough. And then same for your outputs. Let me just do that. So you're gonna be pick up 2 away, and then the ones on the outside will drop on... Actually, the ones on the outside can drop on the outside, the ones on the inside can drop on the inside. And then copy that for the other set. Even though this guy is only going to be producing, like, a third, he gets 2 inserters anyway, just for fun. What happens if a mod requires a mod, but that mod wrecks that mod? Cyclical dependencies are handled in Factorio, I believe. Like, I don't think that should, like, mess anything up. At the very least, it's either not going to mess anything up, or Factorio would be able to detect it and not allow it to happen. Cyclical dependencies are definitely something that, you have to think about and consider when making a modding surface of any sort. Yeah, I can just do that, that's fine. And then bring you this way. I'm happy enough with that. That's cool. What do I do with you? You're used in this stuff, which is used in tungsten powder. What? Okay, so... Okay, so if I want tungsten plate, which I assume is the goal here, does look like tungsten is going to be the next tier of metal, the next, like, primary metal. You're actually used in the fast burner reactor I was just trying to look at a second ago. You're also used in the thorium reactor and, like, all the next tiers of machines. So yes, you are the next major metal. So then I need tungsten powder mixture, which right now must be made with cobalt. I can eventually make you with nickel, but right now you must be made with cobalt. That's disappointing, but it is what it is. So... Oh, you are just your own process entirely. Okay. Okay, so this is all from tungsten powder. So it looks like tungsten powder is just what I need. But what was the other thing I could do? Okay, so from here, I could make tungsten carbide plate with carbon and tungsten oxide directly. But I am able to make you from tungsten powder once I have some research. Okay. That makes tungsten really annoying to work with. Not gonna lie. I'm gonna pretend I can ignore tungsten carbide plate. Actually, it totally looks like I can ignore tungsten carbide plate until I have this research. I don't need it for anything. I don't need it for anything at all. Like, I'm not gonna rush centrifuge 3s or, like, the next tier of artillery turret. Actually, that's tier 3 artillery turrets. Yeah, I'm totally cool with putting carbide plate off. So that means all of you gets made into tungsten powder. So let's just set up recipes required for that, and see how that goes. So one at a time, let's find a place without bot coverage. So this is going to be tungsten powder. So I need hexafluoride, which is a liquefier. That's going to be in here, I assume. Tungsten hexafluoride. I already make the tungsten oxide, so all I need is hydrogen fluoride gas. That's real annoying. How do I make hydrogen fluoride on purpose? I can combine benzene and ethylene. Get ethyl benzene. Do I already use ethyl benzene for anything? I apparently do, because I make styrene? Okay. This is giving me things to think about, certainly. Puffer atmosphere? I don't think so. Also, this is hydrogen fluoride. So let me think about this for just a second. Where do I make this? So I can't just combine hydrogen and fluoride somehow? Or fluorine, or whatever the yellow stuff is called? So I have to ship this in, and then I have to ship the fluorite out. That is wildly inconvenient, actually. But that's where we are. Okay. I guess I can mark these alien artifacts for pickup. Alright, one at a time. Let's grab you. You are just the next step in the process. Let's do this on a belt. So I'll leave 3 spaces. Copy the recipe, put you in. Because I don't know what you consume, but I'm sure gonna bet it's not 1-to-1, and it definitely is not. Okay. And then copy you, and then I can delete these guys. So then, once you're finished, again, inserter, belt, belt, inserter. I think that was correct. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, yes, okay. Uh, 90, 37.5, of course you are. Of course you are. Okay. I'll figure out ratios in a second. Let's figure out inputs first. So, you're gonna give fluorite as an output. That's fine. It just means I need another output station. I don't need a stacker on this anyway. It's mostly pointless. So let's get rid of that and find a station that has 2 on the side. Science. Let's go for science. Not that many, though. Can I not find one that's just 2? I guess I can copy from here and just scrap the extras on the top. Here we are. So let's cut all the rails except for this here. And then paste you right there. And just get rid of those extra rails. Where was that? I've already forgotten. Oh well. Let's just grab a loading station. So, station loading. Loading flipped. That's the one I want. Make sure they are up. And you're gonna be fluorite. And then you... You are too big. That's fine. We'll sort you out. You're gonna be tungsten oxide? I think it was tungsten oxide? No, that's what we already produced. It's tungsten powder is what we want to export. So let's clean this stuff up. And just make sure that's a continuous line. Very good. Oh, cool. And then we can do the same down here. Don't think we need the whole multi-belt setup. I think that's a little excessive for the amount of fluorite we're going to be producing. Still, does mean I want to come up here to the fluorite station and just copy the colors and the name and everything. There we go. You don't have logic on you. I thought all of my blueprints had logic on them at this point. Guess not. Okay, well, you just get to go down here and I guess I'll update you. So sit tight. This is a loading station. So let's find... None of these loading stations have the logic on them. Granted, those are ore stations, and that's somewhat understandable, but still. What if I look at, for example, the circuit stations? Nothing. Well, I know the ore stations will. Nothing else, so let's just copy that. Bring it up. And in you go. So you're gonna be just 0. 768. So 768 times 3. And then times 100, let's say. That way if something has a 100 stack size instead of a 200, this will still work, and we honestly don't need 3 full warehouses pretty much ever. Grab a red wire, connect it in, green wire out, and set all of the stuff. So this is a loading station. I actually don't want to disable you. It is tricky, but by default, I do not want to disable you. And let's get rid of the silly squirrely belt thing while I'm here. That's completely unnecessary at this point. There we go. Now I will update you. Make sure nothing's set weird, all good. No station names. Cool, okay. Great. Now, new station. And let's redo that. So, I forget. Top is tungsten. So, tungsten powder. Tungsten powder. And then this one was fluorite. There we go. Let's copy the fluorite station again, because that's going to have unset it. Let's copy the tungsten color in, and then just make sure we change you to a loading and tungsten powder, along with the image. There we are. And that's all cool. Okay, let's make sure you're one train, you are one train. Okay. Yes, I should have the rails connected, and I do need to bring the roboports back. So let's grab... Let's see if this power thing can still copy and paste through here. How bad does this suck? That's gonna bring all the rails with it, so it sucks pretty bad. I guess I'll just bring power poles. What's it matter? I broke the previous one so that I could make it a power pole 2. They have a much longer range, and that way I don't have to drag like 3 of them over. The spacing on the roboports really kills me, man. But it is what it is, I guess. That can go away. And that's gonna fall into place just fine. Just like this one will. I do want to copy this and throw it on the other fluorite station now, so that the train can intelligently go to whichever station has more fluorite for it whenever it needs to fill up. Yeah, that's all cool. Does mean I need another station over here, though. I think this might be my first triple on the ore processing trains, which is interesting. So this is going to be another gas, so let's get another fluid unloading train. Right there. I don't even remember what this is. It's hexa something, I think. Okay, we're making tungsten hexafluoride. Is it hydrogen fluoride? I believe that's what it is. Hydrogen fluoride, yep, that's the one. Let's underground through here. And see if the rail planner wants to play nice today. It's like so close to wanting to play nice and also drunk. Let's see if maybe if I clear the trees first, if it'll play any nicer. No, not at all. Actually, why won't it let me go there? Yes, there's a tree there, but the tree is marked for deconstruction. I am trying to build a ghost. Okay, it'll just let me. Never mind. All is good. Just like one more square. Too much. Maybe I can connect. Yeah, that'll work. It's not beautiful, but it will do. So, oh, you already have rail signals. That's cool. Obviously, I'm not gonna have a train for this. At least I certainly don't think that I would. Okay, there's a hydrogen chloride train. Is hydrogen chloride what I needed? Hydrogen fluoride, not hydrogen chloride. Okay. How much do I need? So... You produce 18 a second, so just 2 of you is a red belt. And that's... so that would be 36. That is 20% more than a red belt. So... Together, that's 180, but that's over by 20%. So if I aim for like 150, 150 is perfect, actually. So I need 150 per second. Oh boy. So you do... 2 of you would be 75, so 4 of you. So I need 4 of these. So this is not a final design or anything, but something like that. So that would be 75, it looks like. Because I think that's just half. Yeah, I think that's just half, so that would be 75 a second. What I want to see is how horrible would it be to just bring this in with bots? You only do 50. Okay, I would need more than 1 bot per second. That's not gonna happen. Oh well. There is no easy out. So we have to go make a train. I can't interrupt the sulfuric acid loading station. That's one I definitely can't mess with. So... It looks like we're expanding here. Can't flip with signals. Alright, let's do that. Get rid of the pipes, get rid of the signals. Thank you. Vertical flip. Where does that get me? Close enough, I guess? Yeah, let's do that. Get rid of the weird overlapping rails down this way that we don't want. Please do not deconstruct the rail. But I would like to make sure that you actually connect. Huh. Well, that's gross. Okay, that is what it is, I guess. So... why can't I put a signal up here? Okay, whatever. Let's try here. That'll do just fine. I'll even add some chains down this way, just for a little better cutting of the blocks. Could even do the same down here, I guess. Okay, anyway, let's make the actual loading station before I forget why I'm over here. So there's a pipe right in the way. Let's see if I can adjust that. I feel like I literally just rebuilt this earlier today. That just reaches. So let's see how this does. You are just barely not in the way, but I will take it. This is hydrogen fluoride? Hydrogen fluoride. Let's make sure to name you. Hydrogen, not chloride, fluoride. So, hydrogen fluoride loading. And you're like green-white. So... Yeah, this is fine. Sure. Whatever. Let's just go fish in our hydrogen fluoride from wherever it's gonna be. And give you power. Power is important. So, hydrogen fluoride is technically a gas that I have, but I'm converting it all into hydrofluoric acid, which I am always chronically short on. As you can see, I have none right now. So, I'm gonna have to disable you unless I have a backlog of... this is never going to be in the logistics network, but fortunately your tank is right there. So, you're only enabled if we have more than, like, 20k of this stuff. There we go. Yeah, okay. Just making sure it's working properly. And does anything else consume this? I don't think it does, but let's go double check. No, it's an output of this process. And then we also get it as an output of acid gas. So that's everything. Where are you not going? Because ethyl benzene is full, because styrene is full. Okay. Understand. Alright, let's get this connected up to the train up above. Let's be a little mindful of where we put these pipes. Like, I really don't want to go through that area, so let's actually just back up a little bit. This whole traversal through this area has been kind of bad. Let's head left, I guess. Only like one pipe length. Maybe two. Maybe two. Okay, however far this is, should be good enough. Yeah, that'll get me there. So, connect the corner. And turn up. And where am I going, actually? Because I've gone way too high. I want to be over here. Ooh, that got rid of too many. Alright, hydrogen fluoride was right here. This is the one I just set up. So come over until I'm at about the edge of the rails. And then just bring you up. Okay, still need a train for it. But that's kind of irrelevant until it gets hooked up and filled up anyway. I'll send you to flip the pumps around. Oh, also, isn't this set up as an unloading station? That's true. So let's actually get rid of that, and then wire you in there. And then that'll convert you into a loading station. Everything else should work just fine. I will get rid of the sleep thing, since you're a loading station, and by default I don't want that on loading stations. Don't really know of any other good way to increase production of hydrogen fluoride, unfortunately. Like, when we looked at this before, we can make it out of hydrofluoric acid, but I'm primarily making hydrofluoric acid for other things, and I'm already not making enough, so I can't make more of a strain on this. And one of the things I was using hydrogen fluoride gas for it was to make hydrofluoric acid, so that's a little backwards. I could do this and start voiding the ethyl benzene. I can't help but feel like maybe I'm supposed to be using puffers at this stage. I just, never really got into the puffers, so I don't really know what the whole deal is with them, but I guess it's probably high time that I go ahead and queue some of these researches. I have no idea what these are even going to do for me. Corrosive puffer breathing. Or breeding. Yeah, might as well just fill the queue with stuff, and we'll get there when we get there. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and move you to the back since we don't even have yellow science right now. And then we'll plow through this stuff real fast. Okay. How's all the titanium processing stuff coming along? You need power, that is understandable. Let's get a train set up for the gas. It was hydrogen fluoride loading. Wait until you're full. And I don't think I have hydrogen fluoride unloading set up. No, you are Cody R. Taylor right now. Well, thank you for your contributions to the game, Cody, but right now, we need you to be a gas unloading station. So let's go grab the station I just set up. Hydrogen fluoride loading, yes, that is the one that I want. And then that's going to make you hydrogen fluoride unloading. There we are. And I do want you to go to sleep when you fall below your priority mark. Let's go ahead and get these pipes worked in. I'm just going to run the pipes down like this. Don't see any reason to try and do it in any more convoluted a way than this. We'll just connect the pipes, and then the inserters will just reach over. Which actually doesn't work, because I didn't leave enough room. And I'll show you what I mean in just a second if that doesn't make sense. I need inserters in here to get items in, of course. But I also don't have red belt on my hotbar. Let me do that. My hotbar is such a mess. Let's redo the hotbar for right now. I know I'm getting kind of distracted, but it just, it's been needing to happen for a long time. I'll go ahead and put blue on the hotbar. I guess yellows can go up there. Anything else I want on here? Not anything that jumps out at me immediately. So let's just leave it at that. Oh, I got rid of my pipes. Why did I get rid of the pipes? Let's go ceramic. Ceramic. There we go. So, red belt. These guys are going to output, but more than this can consume. So the way I'm going to do that is I'm just going to bring it around this way, and then down, and then let them eat. And then, let's see. So 1530. So that is perfectly a red belt. Actually, that's 7.5 a second. You might need 2 red inserters. Yeah, that's fine. And of course, you don't get power. Everyone else is fine, but just you don't get power. What do I do about that? I guess I can move an inserter here, and then just have an extra connecting inserter somewhere else. You like here. And then I can upgrade that one. And that'll get everything power. Let's just make sure there is no wire there or there. They are trying to kill me, I think. There we go. And then I'll just drop this down here and down here. Maybe a little further. There we are. That's going to allow me to output this way. And then I can have inserters there. So you are 18 a second. 18 a second, I gotta remember. So these are probably blue bulk inserter worth. Again, I don't know how many items a bulk inserter, let alone a blue bulk inserter, can move. I'm just making my best guess here. That's all filled in, ready to go. You need fuel. I've completely forgotten about the fact that you need fuel. You also need fuel. That's fine. I have a belt of fuel right here. I just forgot that you needed it. I think what I will do is I will have a split right here. And that'll allow me to bring in coke this way. And then you will have fuel inputs on a belt up here. I guess if I want to do it neat, I can do it on the corners. That's something. Gotta make sure you are long pickups. And then I just have to underground here. Perfect. Okay. Bring this in and connect. So that's the top one. Then I need this one. I already have this guy over here. Let's get that in place. And I'll figure out your fluid connections in just a second. But for right now, I want to just run a belt here. And then we'll do basically the same thing. In fact, I will just copy these. Flip around. Corner and corner. And there we go. Perfect. That should do it. So here's the tungsten. Let's go ahead and get all this upgraded. And then I'll just run the belt over this way and in. Maybe not quite that far even. Let's go about here and then in. Now the thing is, this is going to output tungsten powder and fluorite, but it's going to output 18 a second tungsten powder. That is what the red belt is for. The fluorite throws off everything else. So these... I think I want to filter you to tungsten powder. Same for you. I just don't want to mess with your offset, so I'm doing you independently. And then I'm gonna have red inserters in the space between here. You don't have power. That's quite bothersome. There. Wonderful. So then you can just output far. You can output far. I'll even offset you just for fun, even though it's completely unnecessary. In fact, I'll probably bring them in, something like this. Maybe something like that, in which case I can just do that. Or you can even just output bar. That works. In which case, let's just do that for both of them. Just makes more sense. And then the fluorite comes up this way, and you can just follow along the inside of this belt. There we go. That's going to be fluorite taken care of as well. So we have the tungsten powder, we have the fluorite, we just need the power pole, and the gas. There. Have fun. Speaking of gas, let's go see how it's doing. Is it filling up at least? No, not even a little bit. We're at 1.6 thousand, which is not enough to do really anything. If we look at the tungsten recipe, it takes 30 to make 60. And then it takes 120 to make 24 tungsten powder. So, I mean, yeah, It's like, it's not nothing, but it's pretty much nothing. This is probably about 7.5 or maybe 10,000 tungsten powders worth. I guess I can at least go ahead and send it so that I know that it is working. Like, right there, it didn't have the unloading station, so that's just good to know. And let's make sure I send you to the correct unloading station, not hydrogen chloride, but hydrogen fluoride. Okay, the pumps are loading themselves, that's why that keeps blinking. That always throws me, it makes me think it's not working or something. Acid gas should still be running, correct? Yep, just waiting for it to tick up. We just don't produce it that quickly. Which is funny because this whole, lime washing thing should be making a bunch of it. Oh, we're actually not producing any of that right now. Because sulfur dioxide is full? That seems improbable. Where is sulfur dioxide? Sulfur dioxide is full, okay. How about sulfuric acid? Sulfuric acid, I believe, is empty, so I guess that means we need more sulfuric acid production. First though, I'm sure there's a pump on sulfur dioxide. Let's make sure it's at least a tier 2 pump. No. In fact, I will just upgrade all these pumps so I don't have to think about it in the future. And then up here, let's just copy a big block. And there we go. You all have power. You're all gonna have input. That's all I can really ask for. Sulfuric acid is actually full. This is going to do nothing. I guess it gives me burst production capability, but other than that, this is going to do nothing. Okay. I mean, I'm glad I finally tamed sulfuric acid, at least. Probably, though. This is a top-up valve. So the thing is that it's actually quite a problem for me that sulfur dioxide is full, because that's preventing other things from working. And I'm trying to figure out what the best way, like, how I can best handle that is. Conveniently, this top strip has no power at any point, which is really cool. Let's just throw that in there, and yeah, there's no good way to get you power, friend. Guess I just have to come up this way with a substation. Just a whole substation just for you. Good enough, though. So the problem is the main base is actually stuck on some processing steps I'd really like it to be able to do. For example, hydrofluoric acid. Probably important to be able to make, but I can't produce it because sulfur dioxide is full. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna limit this tank to only 80%. Which means I'll need a pump right here. So pump. And actually, how many of these do I have? 24. Each one produces 112. So that's... If I had 20. If I had 2, that would be 200. 20 is 2,000. So 24 is like 2,400 something? I believe tier 2 pump. Well, let me just go look. You are 1,200. So I am going to need like 3 of these actually. So let's go ahead and do that. And there's a little bit of future-proofing built in there, but, you know, that's what it's for. So, let's go here. Grab the sulfur dioxide. And you are only going to be enabled if sulfur dioxide, which has a maximum of 200k, is below 160k. So all of you should have the same condition now. Very good. Okay. So this will only fill up to 160k. It doesn't really seem like that's much of a problem at the moment. We are churning through this backlog of gas. But that way there's always somewhere for sulfur dioxide from the main base to go. It can always come in here, go through the top-up valve, and fill this. I may also want an overflow valve for exactly the behavior I was just describing. That way, if we're low in here, we can draw some from the base, and if the base is too high, it can offload some into here. Also, you should be down here. Just makes more sense. Anyway, that should have kickstarted a little more of the hydrogen fluoride. Is there more in here? It's about the same. About the same as what it was before I sent it last time, which is... So the raw gas refining is producing some of that acid gas. You only process 41 raw gas a second. I could definitely deal with more of these guys. Question, as always, is just where? Where would I even put you? Yeah, you're having a hard time outputting your sulfur dioxide still. Sulfur dioxide is mostly full down here, which means the pipes are gonna empty pretty slowly. But we are emptying. Yeah, not much I can do there. Just is what it is. And this is made as a byproduct of hydrofluoric acid production. There's no getting around it. We just have to process it. So sulfur dioxide is going to be produced, and we just have to deal. What I might do, though, is come up to this area and do kind of the same thing that I did down below. In fact, maybe it would be better to do it to these guys. And then sulfur dioxide's right there. So let's say, again, 150 or so. So sulfur dioxide. I only want you enabled if we are less than 150,000 sulfur dioxide. And then once we dip below, all of you kick back on. Very good. These guys... Actually, there's a wire right here I can use. So I can copy the same behavior onto all of you. And then just get a wire on you. Except I can't actually get you to reach. Can I do that, maybe? No, that still doesn't reach. Okay. Well, oh well, whatever. I can do that, and that'll certainly reach. And there we go. That way, you only produce if I need the sulfur dioxide, and that way I can still take in sulfur dioxide from my byproducts and stuff. Where do I store natural gas liquids? You're over here. Okay, yeah, so I can definitely use more of those too. Like, I can fit one more in here, I think. So I might as well. Connect you in there. And let's go down one. Ooh, that interferes with that. Where can I get a clean connection? Nowhere. This is all taken. Awesome. I can go down, I guess. And where's, acid gas goes way over that way. Okay. Oh, what I can do is just kind of cycle it around this way. There we are. Now you're in. Is it beautiful? No, but I mean, look where we are, friend. What were you expecting? We are firmly in, fluid hell right now. There we go. So that should give you input, and then you'll produce a little more natural gas liquid and a little more acid gas, which should be doubly useful. In fact, can I module you? Not prod, but I guess I can speed mod you. And that'll get you going a little faster. So that's going to bring me up to around 150, 160 raw gas. How much do I produce? 120. Okay. So actually, without the speed mods, I would be perfect. So there's no reason to pay extra to have the speed mods if I don't need them. Because that's 120 right there. And let's just assume this one guy doing synthesis is still enough. Oh yeah, he's keeping up without any trouble. In fact, he's not even running at full uptime. Okay. Okay, what else was the, where's the gas process that's creating the gas that we want? Because it's also creating rubber. It's around here somewhere. There you are. So, liquid rubber is made with styrene. Ethyl benzene, that's the one. So, as a byproduct, we get hydrogen fluoride from that. Can I use ethyl benzene for anything else? Only styrene. Only styrene. And then styrene's only used in liquid rubber, okay. Well, can I use rubber in anything else? No. No, you have very few uses. Okay. That's just so strange. So the only way I can get this gas that I need... Used in, yes, okay. So where's the recipes? So the only way I can get it is from acid gas, or that, or puffers. I have the science to do the puffers. You do require fluoric wastewater though, so I'm not sure how useful that is. You also take hydrogen fluoride as input. Maybe if I get desperate. We'll just let it go for now. If I really, really need tungsten, and I'm sure I will, then I will get into puffers and stuff. But for right now, let's just leave it at that. So, has this actually produced anything? Products 0. Yeah, you just need the gas. Oh, you're just not hooked up. Okay. Reasonable enough. So let's bring you over here and in. There we go. Everything else should be a-okay and ready to go. So that's going to give me the powder. So let's see what my next steps are. I can't make you yet, but I can soon. I guess I just need to send cobalt ingots in so they can get crushed. And then later I can switch out to nickel. I can't research this yet because I am missing the tungsten trigger tech, so I have to make it this way first. But that's fine. So I need a processing station that calls for tungsten powder and cobalt ingots. So let's go get that, let's get that going. Also, did I ever get an atomic bomb? I have not gotten an atomic bomb because I don't have any 235. Let me set this as priority. Should have done that a while ago. Though the 235 isn't even going to make it here. You guys are disabled though. So any 235 I get should just come in and go into the providers. So I just don't have any yet. Let's go ahead and just send the train in. That's a lot of uranium. Maybe that'll let me get lucky. In the meantime, let's just continue down here, and this is going to be for tungsten. There, good enough. You go there. And let's copy that in. You go there. Okay. So, station unloading. Item unloading. So, let's make sure you line up. And good. This is tungsten powder. And then below that, of all things, is going to be cobalt ingot. There we are. Let's make sure the other cobalt ingot station has circuit logic on it. Where is cobalt? There you are. And you do. Very nice. Okay. Train stop priority 0. You are completely full. Okay. Wonderful. You'll love to see it. Might as well start getting the loading station up. I've built this backwards somehow. Let's just get rid of that. I knew that felt wrong while I was building it the whole time. Let's copy this. But not the train stop, or any of the circuity stuff. Let's go here, flip you around. There we are. Okay, once more, cobalt ingot. And then let's make sure I have this one lined up. You are going to be tungsten powder, not tungsten. Good enough for me. Okay. So that's going to get built. I guess I might as well get the loading stations built. So here. This is tungsten plate. There's actually a lot of tungsten products, so I am going to need all 3 stations here. This is tungsten, copper tungsten plate, sure. And then below that is going to be the tungsten carbide. Is that correct? That doesn't feel especially correct. Yeah, that's whatever. Where does this come from? I don't know why I'm doing this in such a strange way. Let's just do this. And yeah, you don't want all the belts hanging down. Let's get rid of all of that nonsense. There. And we'll do the same up here. There we go. And there we go. Might as well get you upgraded. Can't imagine I wouldn't want to do that. And now let's get you down here. And see how the rail planner wants to play today. Slow but steady wins the race. Whatever. It's good enough. It'll let me get the station in. That's what I care about. Tungsten carbide. So, let's get the input set. Up here, I want tungsten powder. So let's set... This one's cobalt, right? Yes. So this one is my tungsten powder. And let's go copy the cobalt station. There you are. Okay. I'm gonna send in a load of yellow science while that gets built. I just looked up and noticed this is still, like, 3,000 away or something, so let's go find yellow science and see how much we've got. We're about halfway. We're now missing LDS, which is probably, once again, plastic. Yes, we're just missing a plastic shipment into this station now. If I come up to the main base, how's plastic doing? You're about halfway there. Yeah, I mean, it's doing its best. What is polyethylene made out of? It's made out of ethylene, which is made from ethane. And we get 30 from the normal recipe, 30 from you, 30 from you, 40 from you. That's in an advanced, and it takes residual gas. I don't think we have any residual gas. Does not look like we have residual gas. Residual gas is full, okay. Maybe it's something to look into then. Because that means our production has backlogged of something. And actually that's going to keep oil processing from running, because we have a massive backlog now. So I guess this came at a wonderful opportunity. So you're made advanced chemical, you need... Wait, what? Okay, you're made advanced gas refinery with natural gas liquids and residual gas. Advanced gas refinery, okay. Well, let's grab advanced gas refinery. Sure. Unfortunately, all the things it's going to produce are over here. I'd love for it to go over here, but where on earth in all this can it possibly go? Okay, that's residual gas right there, actually. So, what if I just pop down, like, 3 of them right here? So, you're gonna use this recipe. What are the other ones, out of curiosity? You make methane, ethane, and butane. You make toluene. So the toluene is gonna back up if I don't make it into explosives. And I can just turn the residual gas into synthesis gas. For a much better methane and much less butane. Butane I'm currently avoiding, I think. So let's go this route. That might come with its own problems, but we'll get there when we get there. So, flip you, and now all of that should just line up. We even have carbon dioxide right there. So let's say carbon dioxide is the 3. And that way I can just do that. This power pole is gonna have to move. That's whatever. Just move that power pole up and we're golden. Okay. So this is the 3. Connect you in. That makes... You do have 4 outputs. I'm just now realizing. So I guess that actually makes this the 4, which still works. So then 3 next to it. It's the clumpy looking one, so let's make sure we don't get that confused. And then 2. And then the 1. Connect the 1s. Connect the 2s. Okay, the problem is I actually have no idea what these gases are. We already have a connection for carbon dioxide at least. What are the other ones? Butane, ethane, and methane. So those are the same outputs as the regular gas. Yes. So I just have to get them over there. so the simplest one is methane. So let's find methane first. That's this pipe. Here's that. This isn't my setup at all. I'm still a little ways down, okay. So bring that down somewhere. Just make sure to connect the corner. Okay, bring you one to the side then. That works. Okay, that's got methane connected. Next up is ethane. Let's see where I can connect ethane. I'm sure I have a tank of ethane. Here is ethane. No, okay, so that's not gonna work. Yeah, getting into ethane is gonna be a little tricky. Okay, here's a perfect opportunity. Okay, bring you down, connect you in. I am going to have to underground this, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's do that. And let's just bring you in over here somewhere, and unfortunately you have to connect kind of like that. Is what it is. Now for the last one. That is butane. Where's the butane? So here's butane. Let's bring butane down. And then start running this way. See if I can just run into it. I can. Look at that. That's the cleanest connection of the bunch, I think. Other than the carbon dioxide. So then, power. Let's get you guys connected. There we go. And that is going to make a lot of carbon monoxide. Hold up. Monoxide. This is dioxide. I'm glad I noticed. Let's just bring that back down. Okay, carbon monoxide. I'm sure I have carbon monoxide also somewhere. That's just not what I was expecting. Carbon monoxide's right here, okay. And there is a pipe that's like right above me. So let's see if I can't run that down. Oh yeah, that works pretty well. Happy enough with that. The problem is that it's full. So what makes carbon monoxide and what are you used in? So I can break you down into carbon dioxide. And that's about it. I can turn synthesis gas and carbon monoxide into naphtha. Synthesis gas, carbon monoxide. Carbon monoxide and hydrogen into synthesis gas. Do I have synthesis gas? Yes, I'm full on synthesis gas. Okay. Well, let's set this up then. It's a red metal catalyst recipe, and I think I'm okay with a little extra naphtha. That sounds fine to me. Let's grab a chemical plant. And just find a nice place to throw you down. Maybe just like right here. I am gonna need a crafting machine. just for the catalysts, let's get the recipe. Yeah, there we go. And then you are a red metal catalyst. Let's get like 20 of these guys in here. And I'll set up the requester chest. Over there. Yeah, sure. Bump up the numbers. And there we go. So, carbon monoxide. In you go. I do need synthesis gas. That's right here. I might flip these inputs. That just makes sense. Don't see why I wouldn't do that. There we go. Yep, making sure that's all connected, all good, okay. Connecting the corners, we're gonna need power. Everything always wants power. And then that's gonna give me naphtha, so let's go find naphtha. Naphtha's gonna be way over here. Yeah, there's no connection to naphtha over on the left, so we're gonna have to make our own. Okay, let's just run on this level. Nothing seems to be using it, which is quite fortunate. We'll go to here. Nope, one less. Here and turn down. And then over. And that's perfect, right there. I'm gonna have to find my corners. I made a few there. Let's see. Did get you. Okay, that should be everything connected up. I am, of course, going to have to do the inserters, so you're going to drop var, and you are going to pick up var. And other than that, everything should be a-okay. And then synthesis gas. What can you be used in? I can make solid fuel out of you. I can make carbon monoxide out of you. You can be cracked into more of the products that I want. It can be cracked into naphtha. And I can make you into methanol. I think I want this one with a blue metal catalyst. That just sounds nicest. So that's another advanced chemical plant. And a little bit of hydrogen. So advanced chemical plant then. So somewhere around in here, sure. It's these same outputs actually, so it would be really cool if I could just get that to line up. It's gonna be tight. But I think I can manage. I do have to get the cards in here somehow. I just remembered. So maybe that won't work. Okay. I can continue them to the side, though. And that's not too bad. So what if I just did something like this? Grabbed an assembler again. To just bonk you like right here. Flip you around. And let's see. So simplest is the 1. And then 2. Let's invert this. There we go. Okay, so that's all those connected in. Those are all the same outputs. And that's a good way of getting those connected in. We do need hydrogen, and we need synthesis gas. Actually, both of you need synthesis gas. I never connected your inputs, funny enough. I guess now's a good time. Let's go ahead and break all the pipes carrying synthesis gas for right now. And get you in. And then another one right here somewhere. So, I think that's good. Yes. And then connect you in there. And then there's your reconnection. All good. I still need natural gas liquids in here. And then this guy needs hydrogen. So let's go and grab those. Hydrogen is over here. And that's about as far left as it goes. So I guess I'm running hydrogen to the left. Let's see if I can do it at this level. Not quite. Can I go one above that? It does look like I can up until this point right here. At which point I should probably just drop. I can drop pretty much as far as I want. Let's see how far that gets me. Not quite enough, okay. They're very long undergrounds, they're not that long. But that will do. And then, once again, connect the corner. That corner's already good. And that should get me hydrogen over here. There. So then I can do like this. You're going to be a long drop. You're going to be a long pickup. But then you have to pick up diagonal too. Actually, you're a drop diagonal to pick up below. And then you are a drop up, pick up down. Yeah, there we go. Okay, blue metal. Request all those in there. Grab a blue chest for you. Increase the limits of all the ores. And voila! We have so much more oil processing than we did 20 minutes ago. And no good way to get power poles in. But that's just par for the course. Yep, you've got all your inputs, just waiting on that. How about you? You're just waiting on natural gas liquids, still didn't get those in. Natural gas liquids are this pipe right here. Let's see how far I can just run you this way. Not very far at all. What if I go down one? Surprisingly effective. Almost perfect, in fact. So connect you, and connect you. And then, even though we can't quite see, this is the same deal as any multi-fluid setup. The pink is 2, and then the green is 1. So like that. That's all connected in. And then I can just run a pipe for that one. And they should be all good to go once the bots bring the pipes in. Request from buffer chest. Should do that for this guy as well. Was that the only one that I made? I kind of feel like I made another one somewhere in here. Well, If I did, I've forgotten. There's another catalyst in there somewhere, it just, the bots have to fly from far away, I guess. No input yet. Am I missing a... I'm missing one pipe. Missing one pipe, okay. Well, that explains why they weren't running. How about these guys? You still don't have your blue metal. Alright guys, let me see you run. That's all I want. I just want to watch it happen. There we go. Okay, so that's gonna pump out all this stuff. Very good. There's the first little bit. Now we just need the gold. Gold? There's gold. Very good. Load it in. You're running. And there's our outputs. Okay, awesome. So everything's running, everything's good. We're all cool. Carbon dioxide. Didn't I do something with carbon dioxide? Yes. You also take in synthesis gas. I'm probably gonna blow through all my synthesis gas pretty quickly. Wasn't there something that produced synthesis gas I was looking at? Residual gas, of course. I can turn fuel oil or mineral oil into synthesis gas. That's kind of interesting. I can make nutrient pulp into synthesis gas. Carbon monoxide and hydrogen make synthesis gas. That's what I was looking at, I'm sure. How far is this number... Like, how fast is that going? Yeah, that's going pretty fast. Let's go ahead and set up that one syngas recipe as well. So it takes hydrogen. Might as well put it down with the guy who wants hydrogen and synthesis gas then. Let's say right around here. So I want to produce. There we are. So carbon monoxide, hydrogen, synthesis gas. There we go. Connect the corners, and then carbon monoxide. And connect them in. Okay. So gotta get you power. And I might as well throw a lamp on you. I've been neglecting lamp duties for some of these guys. Oh, and I guess I should actually connect you. So you take in synthesis gas and give out carbon monoxide, but then we can recycle that carbon monoxide with some hydrogen to get the synthesis gas back. And then a little more hydrogen and synthesis gas gives us even more of those three main products. So that works pretty well to me. Does mean our hydrogen demand is going to be a lot higher than it was a little while ago. But from the looks of it, we do still produce a lot of hydrogen. It is falling, though. But that's because we're full on sodium hydroxide. Sodium hydroxide. Oh, how I loathe you. Yep, there's not really anything I want to do with sodium hydroxide. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. Let's go find the warehouse. This inserter does not have power. That's interesting. let's just swap that out, and now you do. Oh no, hey, what could that be? Wait, hold on. The keybinds are different. Let me go controls. I have forgotten how to do something since I haven't had to do this in a while. Crafting, inventory, quick bar, tools, panels, miscellaneous, mods, editor, debug? No, okay. I guess it's in this one, and I just gotta scroll through. Shift spacebar, there we go. Oh no, how could that have happened? How terrible. All of that precious sodium hydroxide just gone in an instant. I'll never recover. I think it's actually time. This guy needs an upgrade. Might as well upgrade all these guys while I'm at it. There. Okay, well that's been a lot of messing around in oil for a while. That's been trying to get mineral oil to run a little more smoothly. I don't know if I ever actually succeeded. And I was also trying to get mineral oil earlier, but also hydrogen fluoride. And it does look like I have about 18,000 of the stuff, which will get quite a lot of tungsten actually. So it's not like that was for nothing. I never filtered you. Alright. Fluorite. Fluorite. Alright. Requester chest. Just go like here. And you're gonna be... oh, in here. Tungsten powder. There we go. And we're just gonna rip all of this up. Wait for the bots to pick up the belts. Which is seemingly gonna be a minute. Oh, they're on their way, and they are zooming. The tier 3s don't mess around, but they do have quite a distance to fly. Where was I? In here. So come on, bots, you got this. The tungsten powder's flowing at least, that's building up nicely. I'm just waiting on bots to come in here and pick up some stuff. Well, thanks for placing that at least. You guys got this, come on. Come on, hero. Okay, they're trying their best. At least there's somewhere for them to put the tungsten that's right close by. Let me increase the request amount. Just so they don't wind up having to fly somewhere else with it. Make sure it can all come in here. And once they've slowly but surely gotten rid of all the belts, then I can just tap undo a couple times and put all the belts back. But I do have to make sure they've picked it all up first. Even just one piece of the tungsten dust, or whatever it's called, would jam all this up, and I would not notice for a long time. Okay, how about down here? They're still working on it down here, okay. I mean, they're making good time now that they're showing up. Come on guys, just a little more. There's not much left. Just a little more. There's one piece. There we go. Think that's good enough? You. Pick up that. And that. Okay, there we go. There's tungsten on the ground underneath you. Okay. Now I can undo the belt deletion. There we go. Alright, crisis averted. We are backed up on fluorite, but that's fine. That's what we wanted. Now this is gonna be full. How is the processing area? So we've got the station that's going to unload... Why are you called lead? Well, I'm glad no lead has come down. Let's grab cobalt. And there you are. Make sure this is cobalt. It is. How about all this? Cobalt? Yes, okay. So that's all made correctly, I just did something else weird, I guess. Don't know what that's all about. I might use that. I might not. We'll find out. Anyway. So the first thing I need to do is I need to powderize the cobalt. So let's grab a powderizer. I assume I make 3s. If not, then we'll have to deal. Let's just pick that up. And powderizer. I think that's in production. Indeed it is. So... I don't know how many of these I'm gonna need. I doubt I'm gonna need 4. You can handle 6, so that's 12, so that's 24. One more is 30, so that's a red belt. Might as well upgrade the belt. At least up to here. There we go. You're also one too far away, it seems. Sometimes it's hard to gauge the distance for the smaller buildings. There we go. And then cobalt powder is mixed with tungsten powder in a mixer, I assume? I don't have powder mixer Mark IV, but I do have Mark III. So let's grab a Mark III. You're gonna make tungsten powder mixture. You take 6 a second, you produce 6, so it is a 1-to-1 recipe. You'll love to see it. So, input, right here, is the tungsten powder. So run you this way, and straight in. And then we'll have output. So let me go ahead and set this up. Skip you, skip you, skip you. And then you get to be offset. Copy, and in you go. Now we need power. Let's just use a substation. Makes all this easier. You can even power the inserters on the other side. Beautiful. Anyway, the substation's actually in the way. So let's get you up here instead. There we go. So that gets me tungsten powder mixture. And then you are made in a sintering oven. I only have the tier 1s, assuming I do have the tier 1s. So let's grab you and see how long you take. Oh, you can only make tungsten right now. You do 6 a second, which is 1-to-1 with these guys. Or, no, actually, these do 12 a second. That makes sense. If I'm taking in a red belt of cobalt and a red belt of tungsten, of course they're going to output 2 red belts of the mixture. That does make sense. Okay, how much of this would be a blue belt? 12, 24, 36, 48. So even just right here, that would be a blue belt. I'm certainly not going to be producing a blue belt of cobalt, or tungsten mixture, and there's many other things that need tungsten also. So I think I will reduce the output to be a red belt, which means these two and then half of this one. So these two on the end can go entirely. Yeah, there we go. And then there's no way I can specify that these should be half, but if they just output onto a red belt, then we get a red belt of output. It's kind of just simple as that. So you're gonna come this way. The sintering oven. Where do I actually want you to be? So this can expand a little bit that way, but I'll probably mostly be expanding to the left, so let's leave a little room for leftward expansion. If anything, in the future I might want the belt to come down and loop around, so maybe I'll leave room for that, and then just... no, because putting you over here puts you closer to the train anyway. So what's the point? Let's say we start here. That's 6, 12, 18, 24, 30. There we go. So then, get rid of that, and in you go, in you go, in you go. And then the same for the output. And let's make sure these alternate. And that's tungsten taken care of. We do, of course, still have to actually get the parts in here. We do still have to give them power, but that's technicalities, you know? Who cares about that part? Can I cover you with a tier 2? I certainly can, with room to spare. Alright, there you are. Have fun. All this has power already. You are not named. Let's get you a color. There's tungsten literally right here. So let's make sure to call you. Why is this called tungsten loading? You are definitely supposed to be tungsten unloading. And then you are a loading station, but you are tungsten plate? Actually, don't remember exactly what you're called. Tungsten something. Just tungsten plate, okay. I'll just call you tungsten. So, tungsten loading. And then these other guys are the other variants of tungsten, but we'll get to them as we need them. I think I'm going to take a little sip of water while the bots get this built up. Alright, let's see if we've built up any more yellow science to get us across the finish line. We've got about 200, and we need about 600. So we are actively producing. Plastic is decent. That's going to give us a fair amount of LDS. These machines have never been connected. Finished products 0. Awesome. Let's finish the LDS setup, I guess. Blue circuits. Where even are blue circuits? Why am I blanking? Okay, let's just follow the build-up. Okay, you are right here. You're just right below purple science. Okay. You are actually backed up because everything is outputting on the same side of the belt for some reason. So let's just make sure I alternate every other inserter. There we go. Surprised I hadn't already been doing that. That's weird. So this is 20, so that's producing 2 per second. Okay. I mean, that's a decent number of blue circuits, I'd say. So while that's going away, let's send you back. We can get the next 300 researching, and by the time you come back, there's probably going to be roughly 200-ish more yellow science ready to go, because I should be producing about 1 per second. Why are you angry? Do I not make powderizer 3s? I guess I don't make powderizer 3s. You are missing your gardens, that's fine. I guess we're coming up here and we're gonna make powderizer 3s. So first up is powderizer 3. I assume I make powderizer 1 and 2s. I might make refined concrete. Yeah, let's make refined concrete. Problem is, I'm starting to lose track of what buildings I do and don't produce anymore. Biologically active tile actually goes so hard, I just need to get glass mixture in here. I could focus on some of the better gardens and stuff, but I'm not that concerned right now. I did want to make these things. So if I have a petri dish and I have crystal dust, then I can make a crystal seed. Here's crystal grindstone. Sure. And then 3 has to stay open because it needs to be for water barrels. I could literally do water right here, but other things might need water in the future, so I might as well make water barrels. That's the wrong thing. So let's just go up here. Not you. I want fluid barreling. So I want fluid loading. Let's get the pump in first. So offshore, you can go just like right there. And then I'll just pop the blueprint down. Right on top of you. And this is going to be water. So fill water. All cool. Flip you around. And let's get you power from somewhere. Perfect. And then break this. Go here. And let's go fluid unloading. And you're going to be water unloading. There we go. And there we go. So request. I don't need that. I do need the active provider. And then flip you around. And let's get the power pole in place. In fact, for all of these, I can just move the inserter up here and just put the power pole back in the normal place, and I don't have to be disruptive at all. Okay, so that should just work. That's going to get me water in here, and everything else is already available. We don't have grindstones, and we don't have crystal powder, but that's fine by me. We actually have grindstones over here. We just need silicon carbide, which is made with carbon and silicon powder. Silicon powder used for any other interesting things? I'd like to have glass mixture for the tiles that it was just showing off. And I'm kind of tempted to just make it. Unfortunately, both of these are made in powderizers, so that's a little impractical. Carbon and silicon. Let me go look and see. In the silicon area, like, I have to make this. So let me just see how bad it is. Do I have carbon in here? No. I could make carbon. That's not a big deal. Alright, let's not forget what we're doing, so let's put this up here. You actually can't do anything. Silicon carbide. You're made in a chemical furnace? Okay, never mind. I guess it's chemical furnace time. So you definitely go in here. Alright. Chemical furnace. So where do I even want to put you? Alright, let's just drop a couple tiles down this way and see how that goes. So your inputs are just silicon and carbon. Silicon powder specifically, so I do need a powderizer. I will just grab a dedicated one rather than trying to take even more off of this guy. In which case, I might even drop these a couple more tiles. Why is this not running, actually? There's no hydrogen chloride. Okay. That's just one more mystery I will have to deal with soon. Run you down. And then this is going to be a belt for the powderized stuff. I say as I connect it straight in. About right there, I think. Let's get all these trees out of the way so I can see what I'm doing, and grab a powderizer. There we are. Get rid of that belt right there. Okay. So this is going to make silicon powder, not gold powder, not titanium powder. I want silicon powder. And that's going to produce 6 a second, which is enough for both of these guys, and I don't think I'm going to need all that much of this, so that should be plenty. You are used literally only on grinding wheels. I don't think I even need to. In which case, this can just be direct insertion. So, let's actually rework all of this. So, inserter. It's a 2 tall building, inserter, and then belt. There we go. Powderizer. In you go. And there we go. Still need carbon. So let's see if I can just steal one of the carbon setups from someone. Ooh, there's a lot of empty mines over here. I think that's steer type. Here we go. And this is going to go on silicon. And I want the output to be right here. Well, hold on. You go there. How many do you need? It's an equal amount with your output. Okay. I wanted to see if you output more or input more. And if it doesn't matter, then I'd rather your fuel, your input be on the close lane and then your output be on the far lane. Let's get a groundwater bore in here. And pop that. For a second? That's probably red inserter worthy. And then same, your output goes here, and you can just output straight into a chest. And nearest road report, you don't have coverage. That's literally a 1 block gap. Oh, but that works. Somehow? Yeah, that works. We need power to all these guys. Let's see what I can do. Big power pole down there. That connects. And then I can just run big power this way. Currently, I am kind of just waiting for yellow science to come in. But at the moment, I am making silicon carbide. I gotta be honest, I don't remember why. Just been one of those days. Yeah, sure, you get a substation. So silicon carbide goes in there. I'm gonna request it in the big buffer chest in front of the bot mall. So silicon carbide, and let's just keep like 400 on hand, sure. And everything should get put in place. Okay. Speaking of yellow science, that was a good bit since we've looked. How many am I still missing? Oh yeah, that'll get me over the finish line. There we go. There we go. In fact, buffer chest. You're going to buffer plutonium for me, please. Let's keep like 300 sure plutonium in here. Did this guy ever produce anything? No. Okay, he's got 7 uranium in him. 7 out of 15. Literally less than half. A little bit of garbage in the inventory. Never hurt anyone. We do have tungsten up and running, I think. It literally hasn't delivered anything yet, but I think all this is set up correct and should work. I did a lot of chemical reworking today. I've needed weird chemicals for tungsten, and yeah, that's pretty much where we are. I did a lot of weird chemical stuff, and I've procrastinated a little bit of some things I probably should do, and I've been waiting on yellow science for atomic artillery. I did figure out this chest over here was not working quite the way that I thought it was, and it has been emptying my network of all of my logistics bot 2s. which I don't really understand because it should only be capable of storing so many, but we're actually down to like 350 logistics bots and only 800 construction bots. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to make tier 3s faster. I also found out I wasn't putting tier 3s in the system at all, which was interesting. You're not requesting very many parts for things, but the mech frames are probably expensive, so I don't know if I want to increase your multiplier. You're 20 advanced processing units? Yeah, I don't think I want to do that right now. Let's just say you're fine. I keep a buffer of 300 of you anyway, and then another 100 or 2 where you're actually deployed, so we're golden. Alright. Why am I not getting yellow in? Did I not send the yellow train in? Oh, did you get advanced No, I've not made advanced processing units yet. That's, just ready for the future. I don't think they'll be that bad, but, if I look at the recipe... So, none of this is too terrible. I've already made integrated transistors, electronics, solder. The board's just another board. It's nothing, it's whatever. Pretty much the same as you do for blue. The CPUs, though, they take platinum wire. I don't make platinum yet, and I don't know if you've seen platinum. But if I go to platinum ore, the only way you can get platinum is from cupric crystals. You can get it from the catalyst though, which is what I plan to do, but the cupric crystals are really bad. I don't know why I was thinking I couldn't make it with the catalysts, actually. The catalyst would be so easy. I can totally do that. That's nothing. I was thinking this whole time actually I was gonna have to go up the whole cupric chain. But I can just use the catalyst recipe and not worry about it. That's so much easier. I need APUs to make the buildings. We do have to do the cupric chain. Which buildings? And I don't think I do. Like, I already make hybrid catalyst. It does say ore sorting 5. Ah, you have to already have the advanced processing units to make ore sorting 5. Okay. See? There was something in my head telling me I had to do the cuprics first. Okay. Well, I guess that's why. I guess that's gonna be my goal for after I get this, yellow research going. It's on the belts. You can see the yellow science on the belts, actually. So I have more than enough. I'm just waiting on the labs to finish. About a minute. I guess if that's what I'm waiting on, I can start looking for places to do it. This is where I did the iron equivalent, so I guess it only makes sense to try and jam the cupric right above it. Let's get a radar up here so I can actually see, and if I try and build up here, I don't wind up doing weird stuff outside of map view. Yep, that all looks good. Tree, okay, well, cool. Tiny little coal patch, alright, awesome. 15 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. I can play the game again! Alright, I'm gonna come up here in person and build this one. That's just how important it is. So, military, atomic artillery. Do I want literally anything else in here? I don't even know. Yeah, I don't really care. I guess I can throw beacons in here. I don't make the harmonic crystals anyway. Is that a assembler recipe? Yep, okay. Harmonic crystals can go in here, even though I don't have the stuff they're made from. Do I have the crystal grindstones? I do. Do I make crystal seeds? Doesn't look like it. Crystal seed then. Have fun. And now, let's see, I can just start throwing other random research in here that I don't really care about. I'm so relieved. I'm so happy. See, this research, that goes pretty fast, but when you need 5,000 science packs, it goes a little slower. Alright, we are getting 64 plutonium, so that's going to be enough to make 2 atomic artillery shells. So we're gonna have to make them count. Doesn't mean they're gonna be useless, though. Speaking of, let's go look at the uranium processing and just see how that's coming along. It is chugging through. And we're back to processing MOX again. That's what I wanted to see. This is still disabled because we don't have enough plutonium to turn it on. So we should run through the MOX stockpiles fairly soon, then get back to burning the 235, and once we're burning the 235, we make more neptunium, and thus plutonium. This stuff we've made literally one of, and you're used in thorium. Good. Guess we'll get there when we get there. Still don't have any extra 235, unfortunately, but it'll do. I doubt I could have, but there's a world where I could have put productivity modules in you. No, did not think so. Okay. I was going to be upset if I could, but understood. 10? I don't know about that. Let's say like 50. Take that. And let's go have some fun. There's literally rails right here. Let me just grab my personal train. I need to do the combat request first. This might take a second. I don't have very much wood, funny enough. We're chewing through the research though, so that's cool, I guess. I don't think I really care about any of it, but it's good to see it going. What are the bots still bringing me? I don't really care about inserters. I do care about, say, landmines and stuff like that, because we are definitely going to have to mount some sort of defensive. The whole point of the nukes is that I know they're not going to be enough on their own, they are just going to make it possible. Not even necessarily easy, just possible. Balloon-sized distraction. I'm gonna say that's a big distraction. Alright, that was actually all of that research, so let's just pop a little more. That'll actually get me the napalm artillery, which would have been helpful forever ago, but oh well. I don't really care about most of these, so this is kind of wasteful. Don't want to spend yellow science on anything. Sure, I can do that for Module 3s, I guess. What do you lead to? Some stuff it looks like. Next tier of beacons. Arboretums of some sort. Oh, the queue's full. Never mind. Okay, there we go. Still bringing me landmines. From halfway across the plan, apparently. Don't know where that could be coming from. Literally can't see anyone bringing me landmines. It says they're on the way. They wouldn't lie like that. Old friends meant I was not able to tune in and going to bed now. Yeah, all good, man. See you in the next one. Okay, how long am I supposed to wait for the landmines? It says they're coming. Oh, there they are. No idea why they decided... Well, okay, actually I do. I know why they stored the landmine so far away. That was from when I had the base built down here the previous time. Alright. Well, at least the cargo capacity of the Tier 3s is pretty high, so it doesn't take very many individual bots to bring that many landmines in. You guys got this, come on. On the way, 160, 150, 140. Okay, they got tired, I guess. Here's another wave, okay. And I'm down to only needing 85. I'm gonna wait for these last little stragglers to come in, and then I'm just gonna go. Alright, let's just hit it. So we're headed down this way. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to save, and we're going to see if the atomic artillery has a modified explosion range, or if it's still just the baseline atomic bomb range. I could see it going either way. It could be smaller, it could be larger, it could be exactly the same. One thing I'm gonna try not to do is blow myself up, but I make no guarantees. Even if this is artillery, we are kind of right in the biters' faces, which is the whole problem I've been running into already, so, you know. Pick you up. And let's just come over, like, this way. We'll stand on top of the infinite coal, sure. And then save here, and the little pre-combat save. We'll pop down 2 artillery. We're going to disable auto-target. Each one gets a shell. And let's just see what kind of destruction we can get. Okay, is that, like, total death sphere? There's the first. They just tank it. They just tank it. They tank a nuke to the face. Okay. Okay, what if I just hit them with 2 nukes? Coping. Coping? I'm waiting for the coping to settle in. You should be auto-target off. So, let's just hit them twice. So first and second. They just tank it. Like, what do you even do against that, man? I nuked them in the face. Wonderful, exactly. Like, I'm kind of awestruck. I considered the possibility, but I didn't really think it would happen. I didn't really think it would happen. Okay, the best that I can hope for is that it does enough chip damage. Than 8, yeah. 4 and then 8. My best hope is that it does enough damage instantaneously that they aren't able to swarm as hard and I don't have to defend from as much. That's the best that I got. But like, let me just look at that one more time. What if I do a whole line like this? Make sure auto-targeting is off on all of them. Those 2 guys get the nukes. I give, like, these 4 distractors. And then these guys get just regular artillery. Now, grab the remote. And just start blasting. Okay, funny enough, this has given me an idea. So, what we're gonna need are... How can I do this in a predictable, manageable way? Okay, I've got an idea. We need power. Bring you in here. Okay, good. Now, we need inserters. And I need a chest. So I'm gonna start with 2 distractors in each. Turn auto-targeting off. And then the 2 nuke shells go in the chests. So there's 2 in here, so the first 4 shells that I fire are gonna be distractors, and then the next 2 are gonna be nukes. So I can grab the remote, and I can concentrate all the biters in the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then double nuke them right on the head. Maybe I should actually give the inserters power. Okay, one more try. There you go. Make the chest. Auto target off. Inserters. I need a chest. I already had one. Oh well. Let's give you power this time. Put the nukes in the chest. And now fire. Okay, that did considerably better. That did considerably better. Unfortunately, we did kind of draw aggro from the lower nest as well. But that did do way better. I am kind of curious. Let me put regular shells in and just turn auto-targeting back on. I'm just doing this for radar range. I'm probably going to die like immediately. Oh yeah, there we go. I was just trying to see if the nukes actually took out all the nests or not. Each time the turrets get a little closer to auto-firing. So, I'm going to give this one attempt and just see what happens. I don't know why the base bots decided to break that, but let's get the personals on it. Okay, so defenses, walls. Let's build the turrets first. What? Thank you, one random tier 3 construction bot. So let's just see what the range of these guys are like. Okay, so I do definitely need to turn auto-target off. Just no getting around it. So, there we are. Let me set up the perimeter first, and then I'll worry about the rest. So let's grab the plasma turrets. Make sure you are facing down. And let's get you in positions like this. Sure. Okay. Then the flamers. Can't forget the flamers. It is a shame it has to be an odd width, so it's not symmetrical, but it is what it is, I guess. Let's... you definitely can be rotated. There we go. Just for a little extra edge defense. I don't know why I don't have any pipes. That's pretty bothersome. Guess I'm glad I started laying the extra pipe now. Let's see if I can actually lay a straight line across. No, it would have had a gap anyway. Let's do like that. Pipes come down. Pipes come down. Okay. Lasers. lasers up next. I'm fully intending, like, I have no illusions that this is gonna work. I just can't come this far and then not even try. So, I am aware that this is going to just immediately lose, but I have to see it through. I worked for, what time is it? I worked for 5.5 hours to, get the artillery, and it's still not enough. But I have to see it through to the end. So, give me... There you are. Okay, that does reach to the bottom, that's good. And then, same here. There are these turrets in here that are not gonna get anything, but if I can just get power into, like, here, that'll do. And now... yeah, that'll get everything powered. Except for these guys up front, of course. Why would they get power? Who would want them to have power? And of course it's one off. You know what? You just don't get to be there. I'm not even gonna bother putting the gun turrets down. They do basically no damage against these guys. I am going to put down a lot of wall. As much wall as I have, at least. And that's as much wall as I have. Okay. I still need the unbarreler. So, once again, just grab a chest. I need another chest, actually. So there. Inserters. One in, one out. You're gonna be hydrogen. So, empty hydrogen. Hydrogen bottles. Let's make sure personal logistics are off for the time being. Let's see. Landmines. Can't forget about the landmines. So let's just set a little dense pattern for landmines. The unbarreler is unparalleled. Just the greatest unparalleled. Unparalleled. I found a word I cannot say. Right. Good enough. Alright. If this isn't enough, then I don't know what else to do. What suit? Why is that the suit that I have on? There we go. Alright. I have repair packs, that's all cool. All taken care of. We've got more landmines over here. Let me just grab some so I can definitely have some extra. And it looks like base bots are going to come and try and place those for whatever reason. That's fine. Let's go pre-combat, but not the other one, so I have an easy undo when this doesn't work. All of these are auto-target off, so let's start exactly the same way. So that's 4 distractors. So I've got to be a little quick here. I'm going to target right in the middle, pop 2 nukes in. I'm going to do 6 targets right in the middle, and then I'm going to pop nukes in after I've heard the first 2 shots. There, that's hopefully enough of a head start. And then everyone else gets regular nukes. Or, not regular nukes, I wish. And now... I don't think that's really doing anything, actually. Yeah, they are just healing way too fast. Okay, somehow those died. So let's just pummel these guys. And kill this one random worm. Hopefully. There may also be nests that are still alive, so I'd love to get some coverage on that. Ooh, I've maybe flown too close to the sun. Disperse. Go away. I killed the worm. Okay, I can't tell if they're actually coming to attack or not. They're kind of just standing there, menacingly. I do think I managed to take out everything. Okay, here comes the wave. Oh boy. They are kind of just wandering in, which is a very strange sight to see. They are not bothered at all. Yeah, I'm literally not even damaging these guys faster than they're healing. I can only assume the ones that died to the distractor bots must have been like, I don't know, some lingering bigs or something. I have no idea. Just about max. So, yeah, this is not gonna cut it. More nukes, potentially, may cut it. But that means more waiting. I can do quick slash evo though. 0.93. So I guess it's back home for me. I can turn combat off at least, and then train, hop in, and take me back home while I cry myself to sleep. Well, at the very least, we are going to slowly begin getting those in. Let's go ahead and throw atomic nukes onto our military request. And then, there we go. There's also the very funny idea that I only just now considered. There are higher tier artillery turrets. I wonder if higher tier artillery turrets, I'm assuming they're just range, but what if higher tier artillery turrets do more damage? I don't think I can make them yet, but it would be very funny. Damage bonus 30%! All they take is blue circuits. And I just have to research them. They're just another 200 yellow science away. And then you're another 200. You take nitinol, tungsten carbide, and advanced processing. Okay. Can't quite do that. But I can throw this one on the pile. Most of this I don't even care about, so I can just throw you on front. In fact, this I can't even research. That's a science pack I don't have. Yeah, let's just get that going. Okay, in that case, let's start looking into platinum production, so that I can transition into making the next tier circuit. And I'll just go stand under the bot mall, I guess. So that's gonna mean the whole copper processing chain thing, which I said I was gonna do over here. So I can rip those up. So let's see, where does cupric start? Steertite, cretinium, bobmonium. Same thing with the milling drum. You also need sodium hydroxide. Alright, let's just do it then. It's pretty much just exactly the same, I just need the other 3 crushed ores up here as well. Not that that's gonna be easy. I don't actually know how I'm gonna get those up here. I know they go on a belt, I just have to figure out how and where they're gonna wind up this way. I might try and bring them in alongside this belt, because at least then it's not in the way of anything. And then I can just run them to the side and up. And depending on my throughput needs, I should be able to manage that in only 2 belts. Though it would only take 3 to give them all their own individual belt, so I guess I might as well do it in 3. So crushed, I'm actually already half belting for whatever reason. Because I do an improper merge here. Let's turn this into a proper merge. And then I can undo this shenanigans. Actually, rather than picking you up, let's just do that, and then pick that up. I will even throw a splitter here, I guess. Maybe here's better. So I do still need cretinium and steertite coming up from the bottom. So rubite is actually the last of the group to be coming. that would fit perfectly. Wait, 1, 2, 3? No, there's one more belt up here, okay. So you go here, and then the other two can be on the inside, and that does kinda just work. I do have to underground all of the power poles, which is kinda funny. But it does work. Still has room here. Yep, again, I'll have to... I literally underground the power poles, but it does work. It's just really close. I don't know why I'm deciding to do this part first, but here we are. Back just a little bit. And I do have to go set more research in just a second. But I do want to get some of these belts being built first, because belts this far from base always take just a minute to come in. We don't need to underground any of the other belts through here. It's just the rubite. Up until this point, at least. Might as well get the rubite connected in. Here's the belt that we split off. Can a yellow make that? It can. Wonderful to see. Okay, in you go. And the other ones will just have to come up this way. A little more. One less. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So this is Cretinium. So we actually have crushed Cretinium right here. So let's just split that and bring it up. Might as well red underground here. Or steer tight, just to skip all this annoying bits. And then steer tight's right here. So let's see how I can get the crushed up here. We actually have crushed steer tight right there. So that's not even that bad. Alright, so with the construction queued, let's go ahead and jump into research. Let's get a little more of this random plant science stuff going. I don't really think I'm going to need much of any of this. I would like to get the second tier of modules up and going. That's the queue full. Alright. That's only up to here, of course, so now we have a long way of belt stretching. Might as well copy a chunk of this and just start dragging it up very carefully. You never know when you're gonna hit an obstacle. There we go. I trust these guys. Let's just red underground here. Really didn't need to red underground there. Oh well, they all match. Might as well be red belts. If I'm using that many red undergrounds, it's a little silly to then go to yellow belts there. So I guess I'll just red belt from here on. Which is maybe even weirder to go red belt to yellow belt back to red belt, but oh well, whatever. Alright, and this is about where we need to turn. I think I'll bring you up past these guys and then turn in and have processing like in here, because I don't want to do anything in this area. There's just a couple pipes and there's the mines in the way, and if I do need to expand this process, this is where it's going to go, so I'm just leaving myself room for worst case scenarios. Does that reach? That is a perfect fit. Love to see it. That doesn't fit, unfortunately, but that's fine. Okay, so that's all this stuff curved up and kind of in an area where I can get to it. I just have to actually get it to be up here now. I might actually move all this one to the side. Yeah, there we go. And then just continue everything one more square that way. Perfect. Okay. Continue laying the undergrounds. Connect those up. And where did I leave everything? Okay, you're over here. This stuff probably isn't important, but I'll continue it just so I know where it's supposed to be. In fact, I might underground it. Like that. And is that enough to get 3? No, because of you. Okay, these can all just move back, actually. There's no reason they have to be there. We can just move you back there. And now everything fits like it was planned. It certainly was not, but it fits like it. Alright, that's most of the belting done, I think. Why would I do it up there? Let's just come all the way down, much as I can. And then run you down here. Then this underground's here, and that gives me perfect access straight up this way. And in. And all that research is already done. So let's go ahead and queue a little more. Let's get the rest of the tier 2 modules, some more plant stuff. Distractor mines might not be an awful idea. I don't know if I'm gonna jump on them soon, but that is interesting. The distractors are weirdly capable. They're strangely strong. Okay, I think that's actually entirely connected. We should start seeing some of the crushed ores coming up. We are. What about Steertite? Steertite is on the way. Okay. So all 3 belts should be connected and on their way up. So I need the crushing recipe first. Somewhere around in here, sure. Let's leave a little room here and just start. I only have 2 down here, so let's say I do 2 here as well. Yep, that's the one. 2 brick mixture. with Bob's inserters, you might as well just leave them on 3 separate belts, and you can just have 3 inserters picking up from the belts. You each take 6 per second. From 3 belts away, honestly, let's just make these blue inserters. Why not? I have them, I might as well use them. So the insides will be the furthest, and then second, and then first. There we are. So that's going to produce cupric mixture, which is 18 per second. Now, what do you go into? So you go into a powderizer. So how many powderizers that I need down here? I needed 4. And the powderizers needed milling drums. But let's see if I can't direct insert into these guys, because that would allow me to use bulk inserters. Yeah, and yeah, okay. So, that's the one. You take 3 a second, this outputs 18, so no, you can supply 6 of these guys. Okay. I may not even need 2 of these. So, let me make sure that was a tier 3 powderizer. Okay, you take 4.5. So altogether, that would be 9. So I still need 4. I could direct insert 4, I think. I mean, let's have fun with it, you know? Let's leave 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and then another 2. And I will show why in just a second. But first, I want to move these guys like that. And then let's grab some of those tier 3 powderizers. 1 there, and 1 there. And then I'm going to just copy this and stick you here as well, and here as well. Now, of course, I'm gonna have to find some way to get the milling drums in and out of them, but let's go one step at a time. So, cupric mixture. I thought I'd left one more space. Whoops. Let's copy this. And... okay, so that's the belt. And then let's leave room for a second belt right there. So, output, 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 output. And then... so this is outputting, I should set filters, the cupric powder, because you'll also have a milling drum to output. So let's make sure I set that as a filter. There we go. You output 4.5 per second. So just 2 of you is 9. That's more than a yellow belt can handle, so there you go. And the milling drum is 1.5 per second. I might actually take the filter off and then just allow outputting the milling drum along with the cupric powder, because I don't know how else I'm going to get the milling drum out. Here's my input though. So you're going to pick up from far, copy you, in you go. And then you can pick up from that belt. And let's just copy this general idea to the other guys as well. So, which way does this work? I want the milling drums coming from the other direction, so horizontal flip. And there we are. And there we are. I'll just split here. I think that's fine. And underground to there. As for the output, that's the challenging part. Haven't quite figured that one out yet. You all take 1.5 milling drums per second. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 6, and then another 6, that's 12, so a yellow belt can supply all the milling drums. That's not a problem. I can do that. So this is already... Let's do per side. So it's 15 per side. This is already 12. So just you is already half of a red belt. So I can't even merge these. Interesting. What I will have to do then is first a splitter so that they can both go to either output, and then a filtered splitter. But I'm not sure I want to do that here. Let's wait until we've gotten this output as well. So you'll run that way, and then you'll run that way. Let's come down here and grab a machine. Actually, let's grab this whole block here. There we go. If we're gonna need it, we might as well bring it with us. And then you're gonna go underneath. Let's say like right here. Yeah, like right there. And that still leaves us room to double it if we really need to. And I think we will need to expand it, but we can probably get away with just upgrading to the next tier of assembling machines, and if we really need to, speed modules. That was an awesome wave of bots to come in and just landfill all that. That was actually kind of cool. Anyway. 1, 2... Actually, you guys need it, so I can't just underground this to make this easier. Okay. So, each one of you is 1.5. That supplies one of those guys perfectly. So I would need 8 of these, which actually is just doubled. So, rather than upgrading them or anything, that seems a pretty reasonable way to go about it. Wait. 6... and then 12, yeah, okay. Just making sure I did all my mental calculations correctly, but yeah, that'll work out just fine. So let's get this belt figured out first. This is a yellow belt. And that is the one that I wanted to come up this way. Not this one. We'll figure you out in just a minute. So... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I can underground it there as well. And that just gives me as much playroom as I possibly can. Okay. I can make do with this And then once they're all together, I can split and split. And then filter split, filter split. So you're going to be the milling drum. And you will also be milling drum. In which case I actually don't know if I want those there. Yeah, I think that's fine. I may actually even reverse that. That way, any milling drums coming down will be forced this way. I just hope... how much is coming in on each of these belts? So that's 9, 18, and then another 9, so that's 27. So that can all be squeezed onto one red lane. And then by the time the next one comes in that would have it overflow, there is another output lane. So that should work, and that gives us 2 red belts of output. Yeah, and I think that's fine. I can actually bring that even one more in. There we go. And then that allows us to just send that out and get processed wherever. And then we have the belt of the used ones coming in. Which can come down this way. It's a little weird and topsy-turvy, but one way or another, this has to reach this entry point, so there's no getting away from a little bit of an S-curve there. Once again, let's tap here and just brew some random research on. Now that I have the alien research and it's coming in pretty quick, I have a lot of things that I can just churn through. So, afterwards, you're going to be made into cupric sludge in a chemical plant with sulfuric acid and thermal water. And the chunks. I kind of forgot I was going to need to bring the chunks up. Oh well. Let's lay out where I want the chemical plants to be, at least. So this is a fluid output, and let's say we want everything to start at around this line here. So maybe like that. How do I have these guys set up? I left room for belts on the inside on those. A single belt on the inside might be a good idea. Did you get the full inserter range? Because you could totally connect that belt straight down and make it work. I'm not sure of the vision you're seeing. I have this range. So I don't have the little corners here yet, but I do have the 3-block range. I may be able to research more funny inserter stuff if I wanted to. Let's get these recipes set before I forget. And you also needed thermal water, okay. That's just a weird list of requirements, but I suppose that's what it is. Why do we not have ferrous powder? Because we have no drums. Because we have no lubricant. That's an unusual one to be out of. Oh, I am sending all the mineral oil out. That does make sense. Okay. Are these running? These are running. Lubricant is full. That's not a good sign. Where's the lubricant train? Beyond some undergrounds and moving the inserters, I think you'd need the full grid to make it work in place. Yeah, it's, like, I'm sure there's some way that you could do it if you were looking to turn it into a puzzle, but I think the Kubrick line is going to be enough of a puzzle. Lubricant, I found you. There you are. Lubricant is full. Is the train stuck? Disabled by controller behavior. This is for yellow science. Yeah, you are just stuck somehow? Okay. Well, let's just unstuck you. Just get out of here. You shouldn't have wound up in that station. I don't know exactly how you wound up there. But, whatever. You can go be free. What was I looking at? Oh yeah, Kubrick stuff. There was no lube, that's why I was worried. Okay. So, this stuff now. I guess I'll go ahead and get the pipes laid in. Might as well. So, this is the lubricant line. Let's just bring that up along with this guy. Should probably make like a little fluid bus. I know I'm gonna need it. So let's go ahead and get it in place. Let's flip you. Then thermal water can be on top, and sulfuric acid can be on the bottom. And then get these guys run out one full pipe length. Not for any particular reason, just felt like it. In fact, you can be one shy of a pipe length to make running them a little easier. Connect the corner, connect the corner. And I lost it. There you are. Okay, so there's the little bus. Go ahead and connect lubricant out this way as well. So I want you to connect in there. So there's lubricant. There's one of the other fluids. And there's the third fluid. So I know lubricant's on the inside. Let's go ahead and just connect it. What's on the inside? That is thermal water, so let's get thermal water connected. Nope, one lower. And connect them in. Okay, so that's thermal water, now sulfuric acid. So sulfuric acid is going to be a little trickier, and I think I'll just connect from over here. Just bring you up, and then bring you in. Okay, so that should be all the fluid inputs taken care of, at least. Threw that in there just for fun. Okay, now the part that I've been procrastinating, the chunks. Gotta get the chunks up here. So, I have all the crystals, I just unfortunately don't have all the chunks. I do have the 3 for the recipe that I don't need, so I guess that narrows down how many I need to bring up. The chunks are definitely gonna have to go somewhere else, though. Yeah, the chunks will have to go, like, over here. I hate this little bend right here. I really wish this was not here. I think that might actually be perfect spacing. 1, 2, 3. It is perfect spacing. Procrastinating the chunks is a phrase of all time. I mean, what else can you call what I'm doing right now? Let's upgrade this. I don't know why that wasn't already upgraded, but it should be. I promise I'm not just procrastinating the other chunks that I don't want to run. These chunks are important and providing a vital service of something. That's my silicon. Gotta make sure silicon is doing okay. Okay, anyway, I do have obmonium chunks over here already. That's one of them. Rubite chunks are technically on a belt. It's a mixed belt, but they are technically here. I just need critinium chunks. So, where is critinium? And chunks come this way. I'll just take you after processing, I guess. Where can I put you? Okay, you're gonna go on this lane right here. But until you get there, you can just run across the inside right there. These all used to be yellows, so whatever. You get to go the yellow underground distance. And there's critinium, okay. So I don't even have to run very far. Of course, the critinium chunks are right in line with that, so let's turn you down and not run you into that. But I can run you along here. Okay, so that's gonna get me at least up to here. So that is technically all of the chunks that I need. This empty belt is the bobmonium chunks. There just aren't any right now. A little concerning. Because there's no bobmonium. Why is there no bobmonium? I think I just might need a new bobmonium mine. I am going to upgrade all of the miners. And let's go ahead and rip up some of this old belt that is no longer needed. Cleaning up your mines as you go along just helps you tell how much longer those mines might have to last. That hole was necessary. Oh no, it's not. I was powering an empty miner. Well, hopefully that'll do something, but I guess I should also probably upgrade these belts through here. Just to help with throughput a little bit. I think I might have missed a belt there, and it doesn't really matter to upgrade past this point, but you know, there we go. That'll help probably maybe. There's actually no build range over here, weird enough. So let's throw a roboport, like, right there. And hopefully that'll cover it. Does look like it. might as well upgrade these last survivors down here as well. Alright, that was a lot of procrastinating. Where did I leave off on the Critinium? Oh yeah, Bobmonium was empty, but technically is on the belt. And then this is Critinium. Oop, not like that. Can I just underground you? It is a perfect fit. Where did Bobmonium go? Is this Bob? This is Bob, okay. So this belt just deadens into here. That's no good, but what I can do, actually, is I can just combine it with this belt, I guess. Who cares? I'll just run a belt for each of them. Well, okay. A lot of things through here only fit one more belt wide, so maybe I will just combine them. So before I underground here, let's just get some of this back. So I need you to split the Bobmonium so that you can continue that way. And then half the Bobmonium can come this way. This is a beautiful belt. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. This is exactly how belts are supposed to be, especially this one. This one's beautiful. Alright, so we do have to make sure the Rubite continues on, but that should be everything. There we go. Bring you into the side and up. So you, right here, you need to split. Yeah, sure. And just go that way. Sure. So this is my combination Critinium and Bobmonium, and then this is the Rubite. I'm saying that as much for anyone watching as much for me, so I don't lose my sanity. So that's where they need to wind up. So let's come up here. Underground you. Cool. Moving up. And then here is your input. And then you need one more input on this level. Good. Can I just blue underground this, actually? That would make this a lot easier. There we go. I still need a red underground here. Not like that changes. But that way don't have to do the weird little bendy thing. So that's all of the chunks that should be necessary. All I need is the powder itself, and I'm good to go. which there's 8 of you. So 4 times 9 is 36. That is more than a red belt. So this is actually going to merge into a blue belt. Which may mean that needs to be a blue splitter. I can never quite remember, but I believe that is the case. Okay. You guys. Very few chunks, but lots of the cupric. That's fine. So, in and in. You can be the long, and then copy you and flip you. So then chunks come in from the bottom, and if I need more of these guys, I can copy them and put them over here. And we have a fluid output, so we don't even have to worry about item outputs. So we just have the single blue belt of item input across the top up here. And that should do it. And you only need 2 per second. Which, being that we're producing like 36, maybe tells me I want a couple more of these. So let's put you there, and then just continue that belt across. Why is that unhappy with me? Okay, that's better, I think. Everything should still be connected. You're still connected. Okay, oh cool. So that's gonna bring it up from 2.5, so 5. So now we're at 10. Okay. 10's not a lot, but we're getting somewhere. Here's another 5, so that's 15. What if I add speed mods? I could technically focus on beacons for a minute. Could I make tier 2s? Like very, very technically I could, but it would be a pretty major detour. Let's see what just tier 1s get me. I mean, I have 4 module slots, that's nothing to sneeze at. So that should be an 80% speed increase, so almost double. So 15 to 80% of that. Well, 10% is 1.5. 2 would be 3, so times 4, that's 12, so that's going to get me 27. And then if I double it on the other side, that's going to be almost perfectly a blue belt. So let's do that. Let's pick it up and flip it on the other side as well. So vertical flip. And just mirror you up here. Does mean we have to split these guys, but that's a-okay. And there we go. And the inputs are fine. We do have to get the fluid inputs sorted, but that's not any challenge, really. You can honestly just be a pipe. And then sulfuric acid is kind of the same deal. There we go. And plugged in. We do have to get the fluid outputs out, which is going to be a little more of a challenge. But I can just move the inserters. And that'll alleviate most of the challenge right there. As long as they aren't right in the way, then they aren't right in the way. There we go. So... I think that means I need to underground here. And then I'll do the same there, and the same there for consistency's sake. And then the output fluids can just come down this way, connect up, and then I will connect all of the fluids together here, and then they can escape wherever they need to go. Power is going to be the last thing that I worry about. And I'm probably not going to worry about power until I'm actually ready to turn everything on. These guys do have lubricant in them, that's cool. I don't think I actually make milling drums, because why would I? You are used in all these recipes. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to just have some milling drums on the go. Let me see if I just happen to make milling drums. I don't imagine that I do. No. Okay. I'm kind of relieved in a way. I don't know why I would have milling drums. So let's do you right above gems, and then I can continue some of the gem recipes. So, milling drum. What's glowing in here? I guess I can do artillery, actually. And, distractor mines are fun. I don't know if I'm feeling them, though. Let's come back to it later. We have a bunch of weird little science pack things. That's cool. How about here? We have alien labs. Is that just tier 3? It doesn't seem like it. Those might be specifically for the weird little alien science packs. That would make sense. You're just the trains, you've been there forever. I'm looking at the little exclamation marks and seeing if there's actually anything new. I do have the new, saw blade recipes. Interesting. I don't know if they're worth it. That seems like a lot of extra hassle. We have the new module stuff. Let me just kind of uncheck all that. The farms. And all this stuff. Which I will check out, just not right now. I want to get all the little exclamation marks off it so that it stops telling me it's new, though. I will get to it later. Okay, anyway. I was going to do the crystals, though. So, I've already got amethyst and diamond. What is the orange-looking one? Topaz. So, I did those 3, so let's do, I guess, ruby and emerald, unless okay, I actually already have those down there. These take water, so I can't really do that. I can just skip to the next tier if I wanted. I actually don't know if I make polishing wheels. So let's go ahead and throw that in there. I certainly don't make electro winning cells, so you know what? There we go. There's my 4. Yep, that's fine. What are you used in? What is your crafting speed? Crafting speed 1. And I am gonna need you at the end, it looks like. So this is a 2-second crafting time that takes 60 and 10. What even is that? Copper ore and hydrogen chloride. Awesome, more hydrogen chloride I'm gonna need to make. Let's just increase the limit to like 10 and say that's fine. I probably don't need to keep 100 of you. Let's say 20, and 20 is probably overkill. I actually doubt I put wood on purpose into the logistics system. So let's come down this way. Find where wood is, because I legitimately don't remember. There we are. Yeah, I don't. So, let's fix that. You're gonna go here, and then you can go here. So pick up there and drop upwards. There we go. And the bots will get that sorted out whenever they feel like it. Speaking of which, the drums. The whole reason I did that is so I can throw some drums in here. So let's get like 8 in all of you. Can I just copy that by any chance? Of course not. Two more. There we go. Okay. So that's that area taken care of. That's all your inputs. I don't like the way the power poles came out. I'm actually going to just pick those up. I don't mind having to redo them later. That's perfectly okay with me. You should all have inputs now. Just making sure none of them are backwards or anything. All looks good. So the next step, after the sludge, is you're going to go into flotation cells. I don't think I have flotation cell 3 yet. I do, actually. That's a surprise. Okay, well, you're going to go into flotation cell 3s, assuming I have them. So let's just start placing them. I'm actually going to just copy this right here. And probably flip you vertically so that the waste is facing the other direction. Oh, there we are. And maybe a horizontal as well. Because I don't want anything flowing towards that blue belt on the side. So yeah, that looks good. And then a vertical flip. And let's get you outputting on the same side. These are flotation 1s. So let's get them double upgraded. So how many is that? That's 10. So you output 15. So that does mean that will perfectly fill a red belt. You do need a little bit of the white powdery stuff. You need sodium hydroxide, which I will deal with in a little bit. Alright, now let's focus on the waste products. So I prefer input to come from the bottom and then waste to go up. So let's rework it that way. Also, I have no construction range, so I'm gonna need a roboport in here somewhere. Right here seems to work. And that works for me. Maybe, actually, like right in here instead. Does mean I have to drop power down to you, but that's a-okay in my book. Actually, I will need to connect power. Why is this hard to say and speak? I'll need to connect power to this in order to get power to the roboport. best I can get, and then over. Oh, you've lost power now. Okay. Didn't really mean to do that. Well, they'll figure it out. Okay, so that's waste going up, and then I want ingredient coming from below. So, the same process, just in reverse. There we go. Okay, so that's everything, I think? Nope, we still have one more over here. So, waste goes up. Let's say I want to collect all of them, like, right here. On this level. There we go. And you might as well just be a pipe. If you need to be underground later, then you can be. Same deal, in fact, with your input. Let's get you to be right below the belt. And then pipe it across, and if it needs to be an underground later, then it can be. You can go here, and then underground straight up. And that's your connection right there. I guess it would be nice to now start thinking about power, so I can make sure everything is working correctly. Could I get a substation in here just to make all this power messiness a little neater? Could get a substation like right here. Oh, like it was made to fit. There we go. So where does that leave you? In a terrible position. And then you're gonna be like inside the roboport, I think. No, actually, you're just fine. So it's really just you that has quite a problem. Oh, you're actually in front of an inserter, so you do not work no matter what. Well, that's unfortunate. And I can't just shove you inside somewhere, that's not gonna work. So best I can do is a suboptimal placement down here, and then another one up here to make up for it. That's a little painful. Oh well. Saves me from having to place 1,000 power poles in complicated positions, and that's good enough for me. Looks like all the milling drums finally arrived. So, the real question is, I wonder if that's going to be enough for everyone. Probably not. We should probably request a little more. Now, here's the real question. If I copy that, I can't force place you and bring the ghost. But what if I delete you and then try to place you? No. What if I place you in the ghosts? That works. Inexplicably, that one works. Okay. I'll take it. I mean, sure, good. I mean, I'll take it. Whatever. Why are you not running, actually? I've brought Rubite instead of Bobmonium. I did up here too. I guess I don't need bobmonium. I needed... Or, I guess I don't need rubite. I needed bobmonium. I brought it the whole way. That's a little bit frustrating. Okay, so let me think how I want to handle that. So, this is something I probably should have done a little while ago for all of these guys, but let's get it set up. So, inserter, and your request. Sure, good. And then I'm just gonna copy that. I do not want to copy the flotation. I just want you. That's probably a little excessive, but you know, we're having fun. So let's just try and see if I can possibly get this to work. So, bobmonium. This is crushed bobmonium. This one is critinium, crushed critinium. And this is just to clean up any of the random bits of ore that have wound up in the system. Because I know there are some, and there's about to be a lot. So, figured this was as good a time as any to throw something like this in place. Might as well get the chunks as well. So, let me just copy one of those, for instance. Move you in over here. And change this to be sapphire chunks, or sapphirite chunks. Oh, I can do that. It's actually lower. I think I like 30. 30 is fine. Good. Good. And we'll do the same thing. Parameterize you. Cool. And I don't want the pipes. This one is gibbelite in here, so gibbelite chunk. And then steertite. This one is critinium. Rubite. And bob. And then I shouldn't be picking up crystals or anything, so I'm pretty safe to leave it there, but I am about to be picking up a whole bunch of crushed. So that seemed appropriate. Let's get some of this research out of the way, continue with the modules and some of the plant sciences just to have them. Yeah, more personal research. Cool. So, do I even have crushed bobmonium? Let me go down to bob. So, there is a belt of crushed coming out. Yeah, I can just take it. It's no big deal at all. In fact, can I just... No, I do need to replace the rubite. Let me make sure there's nothing interesting that crushed rubite could be used for up here, potentially. Crushed rubite, what are you used in? You get sorted in the simple one. You can be made into lead. You are used in crushed ferrous mixture. You are, huh? You sure are, okay. Yeah, I did not need you up here at all. Oh, and I found a break in the belt. Look at that. Okay, so let's come down. Way, way, way down. Where Bobmonium would join this belt. Alright, let's allow this to wiggle over there for a little bit. And that will allow me a little room to play with the crushed Bobmonium. Okay, thank God. I ran the belt, I just didn't connect you. Okay, anyway, let's underground this. Get it going this way. And where do you even need to be? You're not even here, somehow. What? Okay, you're over here. Okay, that's fine. Let's break all that. And all this. Because I actually want to split you here, I guess? Which then means all of this can go away. And now you see why it was so important that I had all of the crushed going somewhere specific. There we go. There. Fortunately, that does mean all of this is going to have to get painstakingly picked up and removed. And then replaced. All of it. So, how much more of this is there to go? Apparently a lot. Okay, there we go. We're finally at the end. Okay. So, of course, rather than replacing all of that, I'm just going to allow the bots to finish up, and then I'm gonna just hit undo like 40 times until we wind up with belts back where they're supposed to be. "220 entities are missing bots for construction." Well, hopefully we are shoveling construction bots into the network now. Doesn't really look like we are, though. It looks like we're at 1188, and it's just kind of holding there. 1189? Well, at least it knows it's supposed to be adding bots to the network. Oh, also, these guys don't have Roboport coverage. None of them seem to, so I guess I'm gonna go down the line and add Roboports to all these guys. You do, for some reason. Sure. Good. "16 are missing construction robots." So it's still going. They are still trying. I want to look at the main base, at the thing that's supposed to be adding bots to the network, which I believe is right below the bot base. No, that's the thing taking them out. Where's the thing that's adding the bots in? There we are. So we just don't have any more construction bots. Well, that's a shame. Why not? We're missing flying robot frames. That's not the one I was expecting. I mean, you're producing just fine. How many of these we keep? Let's just keep more. Let's say like 100. And then I know there's this down here too. We can't produce you yet, but let's also say you're like 100. Nitinol and silver zinc batteries. Okay. So, next metal and a new tier battery. That's fine. Okay. Well, at least we have bots dispatched to every order, at least, even if it is going to take them a while to get to it. I wonder, while they are producing, I wonder if we've made any more of the atomic artillery or these guys. Okay, we've made one atomic bomb. Though granted, apparently I can walk into the middle of a bunch of poison titan biters, fire off a nuke, and they'll just look at me like I'm tickling them. So a handheld nuke doesn't really seem like the way to go. But that's why I'm using 235 to craft these and not plutonium, because these can only be made with plutonium. I will come up here and just see how many have been crafted, though. Finished 2, so it's still just 2. We've nearly got a third, but still just 2. Also notice I still have flamethrowers and some random turrets in my inventory. I kind of thought I'd zeroed all that out, so let me get to that. Sniper 2s and gun 3s, yeah. I don't have, gun 4s, do I? I do have gun 4s, look at that. So let's replace you with gun 4s. And then where's the 0? There you are. So you are going to be gun 4. And what's the highest tier sniper I've got? Looks like Sniper Mark II. I think Sniper Mark II is what I request. Yes, it is. Okay, so that one doesn't really need to change. Okay, well, there's that. So now that the bots should have had enough time to clean up my mistake, let's just hit undo a whole bunch of times and hope for the best. I do notice that I'm going to have to do this with Rubite chunks as well. That is supposed to be steer tight. Don't know how I wound up with Rubite. Who knows? I don't want to undo building the Roboport. Also, that is a Roboport 2, weirdly enough. I guess I just get to rebuild the belts. It wasn't that big of a deal. Especially running them backwards. Since I get to be inside of other belts, I know exactly where they're supposed to go and where all the undergrounds are, so it's pretty easy. Okay, this actually I have no idea where I want to be. I guess this is Crushed. So Crushed was on the inside here. I've guessed correctly because the landfill is in place. Oh, that was yellow, weird enough. I don't think that's supposed to be yellow. Oh well, it's yellow and that's fine. This gets to be red. It just gets to be a little different. Oh yeah, I forgot. You have to dodge all the power poles. Yay! Let's see. You can go here. Sure. How far am I going, actually? So that's Bob. Which one do I need? This was Bob. That's what I thought. I was going too far. Alright, so that's gonna get Bobmonium up. Unfortunately, I still have one more belt to fix. This one shouldn't be nearly as bad, but it is still there. It's still something that needs to be fixed. I do need these stereotype chunks, not the rubite. Rubite's also unfortunately a half belt. Is there anything I can do about that? Not rubite, stereotype. I don't have stereotype up here. That's the problem. Stereotype... We have everything but stereotype chunks up here. Okay. Okay, guess we just don't have them, so I'll have to run them, which means you're gonna have to come up this way, except you don't fit over there either. Okay, let me start from the bottom. Especially stereotype. Stereotype has to come up from almost all the way at the bottom. So I know I have chunks somewhere. Or I don't, actually. I guess nothing wants stereotype chunks? Yeah, only silver. Only silver would want that for the catalyst recipe. Okay. There's also not a lot of chunks to go around, it looks like, so... I might want to take from before processing, though the problem is that processing is my source of uranium. Though actually I'm making uranium from stereotype crystals, so I still want it to at least hit crystal stage. Yeah, we'll just take from there. So, how far can I go? I just need to be on the outside of this belt, it looks like. I can manage that. Bring you down, and let's clear the trees so I can see where I need to connect. And then you just come this way. And right in, actually. That's no big deal at all. Now I just have to actually run you up there. Oh yeah, now we're playing games. Connect to you. And I just go up there, I can. And then you can just go up here. Okay, and now we run until we hit that. Just straight into it. Okay. Can I make it with a blue underground? Just out of curiosity. No, I'm just a little short. That's a shame. Okay, guess we're going around. I only have to go to here, though, and then I can make it back. Hold on. I'd set the belt the wrong way. And there we go. Oops. Guess I have to underground the undergrounds now. Yep, knew there was another one coming up. And I think that's the last one. Alright, that's... nope, I was wrong. Alright, let's move you down one more so that we can have you be level here. Just works nicer. Bring you in, and up. Ooh, just barely fit. Okay, and now we're here. Mercifully. We've mercifully made it. We do still have to wait for all the belts to get placed, of course, but they are there now. And we aren't waiting for bots, at least. We're just waiting for things to get placed. We also aren't waiting on belts, which is good to see after placing so many belts, but I guess that'll only make sense after having ripped up so many just beforehand, too. Okay, let's get a little buffer. Where do I want to connect this also? Okay, you're already connected. Let's get a buffer, like, right there. Also, how much does this produce? There's 12 of these guys. They produce 8.77. Of course they do. Let's say 875. So 10 of them would be 87.5, and then that's another 17. So... oh boy. So, like 105-ish. What do you guys take? You're 20. Each one of you consumes 1.5. So, you only consume 30? Oh, this is the wrong recipe anyway. Let's make sure I change that to the Kubrick one. There we go. Yeah, you only consume 30. A single one of these machines produces 30 a second. Oh no, consumes 30 of the thermal water. But, okay. It's still 8.77. So... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost 6. 1 does almost 6. Well, I don't anticipate this setup is going to be running a full tilt regardless, but if I need more production, then I will just need to take this and copy and paste it upwards. So let's not build anything directly above this. Anyway, that's going to give me Kubrick dust, which, if I stopped now, would only give me copper, tin, silver, and gold, which is not what I'm looking for. We've got to keep on going. That means we need leaching plants. So a leaching plant is then going to take the crystals of all 3 of these, and the cupric dust, and sulfuric acid. I think the game is trying to kill me. Maybe we'll expand horizontally, because that's getting pretty tall. So, production. Leaching plants. So, you are going to take in sulfuric acid and give out a liquid. So that's about as close as I want you to be to the belts, but actually, yeah, that's fine. And then vertical flip, actually horizontal flip. So how much do you take? You take in 1.5 dust, you produce 1.5, so this is 1 to 1. Okay. Just good to know. Let's get the pipe in. And then copy you to right here. And 1, 2, 3, 4. So it does look like you're mostly lining up. If anything, I might want to move you so that you line up exactly. That does seem like an intelligent play, so let's go ahead and do that. And copy paste you over here, and then just delete these last couple. You still need a pipe, but otherwise you're fine. Okay, that's only one row, of course. We still need the second row. And it's important to keep in mind these do need a lot of item inputs. So I'm going to keep at least 5 rows in the middle. 1, 2, 3, 4. So even if they're shared, that's still 2 belts. You do need 1.5 a second. So just this line right here would be a full yellow belt of these guys. Okay, so what I'm thinking, I'll drop this down. 1, 2, 3, like so. And I'll have the red belt of the dust just come over this way and hook in into the center. And then these guys can pick off of it. And then the chunks are gonna have to be on the outside here. So, like here. And then I'll flip it for the other side once I get there. Speaking of other side, let's go ahead and connect all these guys. You didn't have a pipe for some reason, but I guess that's fine. Let's just make sure everyone is connected. And then I'll figure out how to connect all the individual columns later. Yep, that's all good. Okay. So we do need the chunks. We've got the dust coming in. I think all of the chunks are down here, which is quite a relief, honestly. Means I don't have to run them up through the base. Does mean I still have to get them up here, which is kind of a task. So, 1, 2... Are these backwards? These are backwards. 1, 2, and 3. Okay. So that's where they need to be, at least. And I'll figure out how to connect them in later. There we are. And there we are. So let's get a blue underground. I don't actually have one of those on my toolbar, so I'll just do that. And that way I can underground starting right here. And get into there. And then underground again. And just be way out of the way. And then once again this middle row, which is conveniently kind of right where this split is going to be reserved for the dust. And then you just produce a liquid, so I don't even have to worry about that. Let's get all these inserters placed, and then the same on the bottom. So the outsides will be my long reach inserters. There we are. In, and in. And then just copy it, vertical flip, and throw it in on the top row as well. I don't want that one random belt, wherever that came from. And I'll copy the input inserters here as well. There we go. No, that was one off. There we go, and then those can go away. Okay, well that's most of the way done. I still need to get the sulfuric acid up here, but that's probably best suited to the little fluid bus thing again. In fact, I already have sulfuric acid coming up here, don't I? Yeah, this process needs sulfuric acid, so we need even more sulfuric acid up above. That's a lot of sulfuric acid. Can't say I'm totally stoked about that. Okay. Technically it works. I don't like it, but it does technically work. Alright, and then you can just be pipe. Have fun. We do need to connect in all of these guys, which makes this even more cool. So, okay, let's just put a pipe where all the connections need to be, and then I'll underground from there. There we go. I think that's everything. Okay. What is left? Oh, we need the belts up top as well. So let's get those in place. That was backwards. Okay, anyway. Where are the chunks meant to be? Okay, let's actually get the chunks on the belt so I can visualize all this better. It also helps me not get as distracted. So they need to be on the back, really. So let's go ahead and just start wiring all this in. Just figuring out where it's going to go. Alright, so right here. Where does that leave everyone else? You're way over there, and I need you way over here. So... Eesh. Can I even underground this? It is a perfect fit. Okay, so let's get those three. I know I have to wind up going here, at the very least. So I can run all this down. And in. One of my pipes is too long. That's not exactly a shocker. I'll go deal with it in a second. There are 3 lanes of belt right here. I might just take this in turn. It's not like this is going to be able to continue up into this mess anyway, so... What if I did something like this? There was a research finished. Wasn't really expecting anything, so that was unexpected. There we go. Okay. I just have to bring these down. I'll actually figure out where these go in a minute. Let's just pick that up. Oh yeah, and I have to know which ones I want. It's Steertite, Protinium, and Bobmonium. So, let's be particular here as well. So there's... Oh, that should be Steertite. Steertite, and then Bobmonium is one above. And then, let's see. Bobmonium is here. Okay. I was worried that I couldn't find it. I was like, where'd it go? I know they're all here. They have to be. Where could they have gone? Okay, so that's all connected. That's gonna come up, and I got to here before I stopped caring, I guess. Let's move these up. I do need to combine these. So... let's split here, and then underground. I need to be 1 higher. Perfect fit. In you go. And then I need to split. So I guess I can split like here, and that's fine. And then I need to split you. And you can just come in and be this. That's fine. You can be a red belt. Have fun. And now you may be thinking, why would I not just connect into here? I probably should, actually. That would probably be smart. And do like that. And then I can underground. And then split one more time here. Once again, underground. And then you can come in here and be this guy. I kind of want this to be more compact. I think that's uglier, actually. Let's go back. I think that's better. I don't know. Yeah, let's just copy it and move it up here too. Make sure it's in line, and in you go. That's not in line. But that is. Okay, there we go. That should be everything all connected in. Sulfuric acid needs a pump. Let's go take care of that. Let's say like right here. So grab a pump and pop it down. Can I fit substation? Yeah, that's not a problem. Where would the next one go? So let's see. You go there, so I need those to be powered. So best I can do is like right here. Uh, that's funny. That underground is kind of doing its job, I guess. Well, let's go here. The substations themselves still need power, of course. But I can do something like that. That'll work a-okay. That should be all the crystals. I'm a little nervous since there's no power, but once power gets placed, they'll start picking up and I'll feel a lot more... I'll feel relieved, is the best way I can say it. These belts are backwards, so let's change them. And you need to be sodium hydroxide. So let's actually just go to where we're already making sodium hydroxide, and let's just make a lot more. These are already electrolyzer 3s. Okay, I need to preserve that underground there, because that's our supply. Why did I not grab the pipes on top? Pipes on top were important. There we go. Okay. Connect all that. I'm going to be missing undergrounds. It's just a matter of finding where they are. And then that is not quite what I want to happen. So which one's wrong? This one is wrong, actually. So horizontally flip you. Flip. And flip. Okay, there we go. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem quite right. Yeah, okay. Let's break that. I might have to break all the pipes across here and reconfigure them. Because unfortunately I didn't follow a good pattern when I built this the first time. But there we go. Now chlorine is always the 2 tall, and hydrogen is always the 1 tall. So let's copy that, and then just wherever it's needed, paste it in. And then I can get rid of the excess. I wonder if power pole 2s will cross this gap. Not even close, it looks like. Oh well. It was worth a try. So I am going to need a lot more saline water, and I'm going to need a lot more voiding. At least the hydrogen train is going to get a lot more hydrogen soon. So let's do that. And how far can I go? Only to right here. Okay, so that's a perfect fit then. And of course, make sure you actually connect them. Yeah, that's fine. Oh yeah, speaking of connecting, we are going to need to connect our output, and unfortunately there's pipes right in the way. But that's because for some reason we've run along the bottom here, and let's just not do that. Let's run across the top. So let's get the splitters in. That way they can be on the way already before I even draw the belts in, and our existing production can continue producing. go. So I don't even know how many this is. So I've got 12 now. That's gonna consume 1,200 saline water. How much am I producing? There's 5 here. Each one... Okay, we're producing 400. So we need 3 times this. Guess that's okay. So there's one. And then there's another. How much water is this going to be, actually? There's 15 of these guys. Each one wants 200, so that's 3,000. You only do 1,200, so I actually need more water pumps. We're also outside of bot construction range, so let's throw a Roboport down somewhere. Not on the mines, that seems unwise. Right here seems fine. Oh yeah, guess you're probably going to want power too, so let's do that. I love the feature of being able to grab a power pole and drag it, and it will auto-place not only at maximum length, but if it's covering a unpowered building that no other power pole covers. That is a fantastic feature. Like, what a quality of life. That's something people always talk about with Factorio, is its quality of life features, but that one is just... that one is above and beyond me. That one's fantastic. So with 12 of these guys, each one produces 1 a second, we're almost filling a yellow belt, but not quite. These guys, there's 20 of you. You need... okay, let's say even at 0.2, that would be 4 a second. So that still leaves me 8 a second spare. How many do these want? You're 0.37. So 2 of you is 75. Yeah, more than enough. Let's get it done. So, you come this way. You're from this way. Underground up here. And let's get a splitter in. And I guess we should also put a splitter in right here. Just makes sense. Can't actually see anything. So let's get these trees removed. Thank you, bots. You're the best. Move this down a little and over. And then just straight in. That should give us the last ingredient, which was the hydroxide. At least I think that was... yeah, we've got plenty of the cupric sludge. Stereotype chunks are a little lacking, but that's fine. Come on, guys, you got this. You can do it. Almost. We just got this whole stretch right here to go. There's the swarm. That's what I'm talking about. Anyway, we're still not done. After cupric slurry, we now have to run you through filtration units. So that's going to make sulfuric wastewater. Oh yeah, we never dealt with your wastewater down here. That's probably something I should do. Is there wastewater down here? We do send you off, but we also just kind of avoid you. What if I do an overflow valve? Right there. Actually, let's put you, like, way over here. That way I can add another one of these. And, maybe a third, just for safe measure. Just 'cause, why not? And that's gonna start becoming, a lot of wastewater, I think. But the bots are on it. They don't mind. Anyway, we do need wastewater dealt with up here as well. So let's get that connected in. We have this whole bar right here that's wastewater, actually. So whenever we get to that point, it'll be pretty easy to just reach down and connect in. In fact, if I wanted to connect to the wastewater train, how far would I have to go? Pretty far, actually. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. So, where is wastewater produced? And from what? Ah, the filtration unit's up here. That's not a bad connection. That's not bad. I should probably just do that at this point, because I'm going to be making a considerable amount of wastewater at this point. There, enjoy, buddy. So, let's just go do that. And let's not use the old pipes, and let's not break belts for no reason. So let's see, you're right there. Let's break that tree so I can find it again. I can never find this place. There we are. Okay. So wastewater is all through here. At the same time, there's no good connection spots. So let's just move you over one. And then connect in here. And then try and find where I was trying to connect to before. Okay. So you're here. And you're here. I think that works pretty much perfect. Look at that. That works just fine. I might need a pump somewhere along the line. That's not a big deal. I just, I didn't like the bots having to deal with it, and I didn't want to continue having to void it, so... Oh yeah, there we go. Already have pipeline warnings for sulfuric acid, or sulfuric wastewater. So, let's come up to the new extension somewhere. Right here is perfect. And pump, and in you go. Oh, actually, even with that connection broken, we're in trouble, huh? Okay. Well, there's power and plenty of room. Ooh. That was a sudden one. Oh, I cleared. I just saw your message. Yeah, I guess I've been a little locked in for a minute, but you can click and drag poles and underground belts over specifically spaced ghosts as well. And it is very nice. I don't get the opportunity to do it very often, but when I do, it is one of those things that just kind of almost makes you laugh. It's like, it's pretty cool. I love that Night Vision 3 takes advanced processing units. That's real cool. That's real cool. Oh well, that's what we're working towards. So, Pooprick. We got the slurry. Now we need... What does it do? There's only one way to find out. First 5 processing units, you know it. They're going straight into Night Vision 3. Did I ever connect you? Well, I guess I did, because you've already produced. So... I think I'll connect this way. That just makes sense. And one more over here. Pipe them in. And there we go. Okay, so that's all of them connected at least. Now I need the filters. Filtration 3s at a minimum. And that means they're going to need something to wash their filters as well. Which means I need purified water up here, so I might as well go ahead and get that up. Shouldn't be too bad. The actual filtration area is right up around in here also. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there we are. So, purified water is right here. That said, it would be nice if you could kind of follow along with all the other pipes. Like right here is cool. And that can just be pipe. Okay. Where does that get me? We're up in this area somewhere. Oh, I need a pump. Just already, okay. So, grab you, in you go, and power pole, okay. Now, back up here to wherever I was. Guess I hadn't made a connection yet. Alright, so that's purified water kind of remotely in the right area. I'll come back when I need it. I just wanted to make sure it was accessible. Filters. So you do take fluid input. So let's give you, like, a little bit of room. And where is the slurry? There you are. We need an assembler. Let's just put you right there for now. And filter washing, filter washing. Okay. So 125, 2.5. So you can do exactly 2 of these still. That is the ratio that we are working with. Must be perfect night vision, which is just slightly better than level 2. I can only assume. There is just no difference between Night Vision 3 and Daylight. The only way you can even tell it's nighttime is if the lamps kick on. I've still made this upset somehow. Okay. Whatever. Go here. There. Now everyone's happy? I hope. So, let's see. So you output purified water. No, you take in purified water. Okay, okay. Of course you do. Yeah, that's fine. Let's flip you around. And then you can go there. So that's filter washing. And that way you can do both of these. All cool, all cool. So inputs are a little weird. And outputs, yeah. Okay, let's move you up one. And then pick up from 2 below, and that way I can at least get a pipe in here. And then I'm going to do the same over here, and just flip which side you are. Okay. I just can't quite get this to work nicely. Let's move you one more. And then you drop diagonal. And then you... Undo that. But drag all of this over one. And then you come over one. And you come over one. And then you drop diagonal down. That way it's at least symmetrical. Actually, I could literally just fit you inside at that rate. So there, and there, there, and there. So in and out, out and in. Okay. So you drop down 2, you pick up from below. And then pick up below, drop in, you pick up from 2 down, and drop that way. Backwards. Pick up there and drop there. Yes, yes, okay. There's the purified water. There's the slurry. All is good, I think. Do that. And then I can bring this out at least. It doesn't work super well, I've got to admit, because... Well... I can do that. And... No, that still doesn't work. Okay. So... I guess I'll just have to do this. Yeah, whatever. It's fine. At that rate, I might as well do that. And then just make you normal pipe. Just why not? Oh, actually, you need to be back here. I had it right the first time. Okay, so those are all connected at least. You can handle 150. How much am I even producing? So each one of you does 30. So 150 is only 5. We have 20. So I need 4 sets of these. That's not too bad. Let's get the undergrounds placed in. So I can copy and paste easier. Output pipes would also be nice. So waste can be 1, and then true output can be 2. There we are. And then let's just copy all of that, except we're still going to get the pipes on the end. Oh, no, I can just choose not to. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. And then these don't need to be undergrounds. They can just connect. And then I don't need the useless undergrounds going that way. Like that. Or on the ends. Actually, I probably do need them for the water and the waste. So that's not useless, actually. No idea where purified water is going to come in. No idea where the waste is going to come out. So they can just go over that way. We are already running out of Roboport range, though, so let's find somewhere to get it plugged in. Okay. You can go here. That's fine. Sure, there's a gap between them. Who cares? As long as the construction range is good, we're fine. Okay. Each of these is going to need ceramic filters. Let's do that. And then copy the ghosts. And then hope that gets put in. It does. Very nice. Good. Okay, they should all have filters coming in. Where did I leave purified water? Purified water is down here. So let's bring it up. Maybe I could have come a little further to the left first. Let's just get rid of those recent additions. Well, okay. There's not much I can do here, actually. Unless I want to be in the way of all of this. But maybe I just rise up to about here and then turn. Yeah, that works. And then I can be somewhere along the same lines as sulfuric acid. Ooh, I do not like this length here, so let's get rid of that. And that's nearly perfect. Wastewater. Let's see how we can do about that. Get all that out of the way. Connect you in. Where does that connect? Okay, so we do actually need to come out to here. And in you go. Okay, that is everything. That's gonna at least get me the cupric concentrate. Which is the second to last step. The last step is pretty bad, don't get me wrong, but we are nearly in the clear. Let's put you there. And then you can go here. And that'll at least get all of this stuff power. We need another pump. Another pump on purified water. Okay. Let's hope putting one right here is good enough. Alright, so let's go for the last step. This is going to require hydrogen chloride gas and copper ore. I'm gonna cry. Alright, hydrogen chloride it is. So, we have basically none. Here's all the hydrogen chloride that we have. I guess we're gonna have to make a lot more. Though granted, isn't that just what we're voiding, like right below actually? That's not the hydrogen fluoride, that's hydrogen chloride. That we're literally voiding hydrogen and chlorine right now. Wait. How did that happen? That's not right. That's not right at all. There we go. Okay, anyway, like I was saying, we have full tanks of hydrogen and chlorine. We can just make as much of this stuff as we want. And here's a garden and a desert tree. Anyway, let's get a chemical plant, because I'm pretty sure it's a chemical plant. And just see if I can run hydrogen and chlorine into it and produce the stuff that we need. So you can go here, and then 2 away, because I am already planning on expanding this. Always want to plan for expansion when you first start building something. Alright, let's just see where that gets me. So, doesn't really matter to me which one is which. Let's just say the top one's chlorine because it happens to be on top. And then this one, or hydrogen. I said chlorine, I'm literally looking at the hydrogen. And then this one can be the chlorine. You're 1 off from a perfect fit. Oh well, you can still just plug in. Oh yeah, you're probably gonna want power. I guess that makes sense. Large power pole from anyone? That works, I guess. And I can just barely get you plugged in. Okay. Let's look for chloride. Hydrogen, chloride. That's separation. That's something else. Yes, it's the very first one. I just wanted to see if there was anything else interesting, and it doesn't really look like it. So, hydrogen chloride gas. You produce 162. So, I need 1-to-1 ratios. Okay. So this is 1-to-6. So if I'm producing 8 times... Okay, let's say that's 3/4. So then that's 6. So 600. So then I need 100 of this. Well, that's wonderful. I'm already making more than enough. Are the pipes not properly connected? No, I'm gonna say they're probably not. How about you, though? You're good. Okay. Yeah, we've got the chlorine, just waiting on that one pipe for the hydrogen. So, that last thing needs copper ore. Fortunately, we are in ore sorting. Unfortunately, copper is all the way at the opposite end. Does anything in here make even a little copper ore? No. Okay. How far is 10? 10 is pretty far. Okay. I have a very silly idea. I'm not gonna lie. I want to reiterate, it is a very silly idea. Um, rather than trying to get copper ore up here, I have literally all of the crushed ores up here. I'm gonna just run a copper catalyst recipe and just feed the copper ore into, like, a single chemical plant. And that's gonna be it. Oh, there you are. Nope, that is very not right. Where is the thing that I need? You are made in a liquefier. Okay. So let's grab a liquefier. There we are. And let's see. Where could you be? Superchloride solution. There we are. So let's grab a sorter now. I think a tier 3 is probably more than sufficient. You need 3? Okay, you need like 4 per second actually, which is... Well, I guess that's only if you're going to be running at full tilt. But I might actually need more than that, come to think of it. Yeah, I need 100. And you're only 75. Okay, it is pretty much 1-to-1 from this to this. Let me just experiment with speed modules and see if they can get me out of this mess. This is probably overkill on you. I'm hoping this all works out. Oh yeah, you're gonna want power. Anyway, let's get you hooked in. And then you're gonna be a far inserter. So the catalysts, where even are they? Do I even bring the catalysts up this far? I have all of them but the ones that I want. That's cool. So let's split you. And then you guys are going up at this point, so underground this direction. And bring you up that way. And now you're just one of the catalysts, so you just come along, and then you get in a situation like this, and you just have to underground. There we go. Oh, there's another mess. How much further do I have to go? I gotta get up to there. That works. And what do I even need for you? Stereotype and Cretinium. Okay. So let's underground you starting like right here. And then we're gonna split you, and you're gonna come up this way. And underground. And then we're gonna split you and have you come up this way. And you're just gonna join together. There we go. Let me be 100% sure this is the right catalyst. Yes, it is the mineral catalyst. I thought it was, but you can never be too sure. I would actually really like to bring you around this way, but then there's no good way to just like diagonal up through here. That seems pretty bad. So let's instead come around this way and then follow up along these belts, or maybe this belt. This belt seems more sane. Let's go with this one. Gotta actually get there first though, so that's task number 1. And I do want to be on the other side of that belt. So right there. And up. Okay. Very good, very good. Where do I need to be? Right there. Okay. Just gotta keep your eye on the prize while you're doing something like this, otherwise you'll completely forget why you're even here. One more. It'll be a perfect fit. Look at that. Let's bring that down. I just don't like it being one square above, just for no reason. And then in. And there we go. Okay, so that's going to be copper sorting. That's going to give me all the copper ore that I want. Now, you produce 134. How much did I need? I don't remember. There's 8 of you. That means you're going to produce... Well, 2 would be 150. So 4 is 300. 4 is 300. Twice that is 600, yes. Okay. Just wanted to make sure I'd done my math correctly. That means I need 100 of the other stuff. And I'm making well in excess of that. So if I lose 1 speed module, that's 120. If I lose another, 104. Okay. Beautiful. I'll probably lose 1 from you. Yes, that's pretty much perfect. And then I can offset the energy cost like that. Okay, anyway, that's great and all. You should probably be a red inserter to keep up with demand. And now all you need is the copper ore, so let's start piping you upwards. I might even make a small buffer you, not a huge buffer. Just something like that. There is a pipe along that line, so this is actually just fine. Oh, I would actually be better suited moving over 1 further. Let me put this down and then make sure to connect it back here, otherwise I will definitely forget. There you are. And let's see. Where does this final process take place? Now we need the Electro winning cell. It's time to win. Are we ready to win? How ready to win are you? Okay. That's going to give me anodized cupric solution, more sulfuric wastewater, and slag. Everyone's favorites. So, you're a 2, you're a 1. 2 and 1. We have to have the slag output. You're half an item a second. I think yellow's more than sufficient. I don't even know what I'm gonna do with that, but let's say I'm just gonna run it down and out. Kind of that way. Right here. So then, copy you. I actually want to cut you so I can move you down just a little bit. Might as well go right here. I don't see any reason not to. I do see a reason not to. There's no room for the other side to output at that point. The belt has to be below my building and probably the first tier of pipe at least. So that's about as low as we want to be. And then we want to output from the middle just because it looks nice. Now we can copy you, vertical flip, horizontal flip. And we can just worry about undergrounding and such at that point. But that gives me the necessary room to maneuver. Might as well do the same on the top. I am preparing this so I can copy and paste it. I don't know how many copies of this I'm going to need, so let's just be prepared. This takes in 30. You produce 75. So we need 2.5 for all of you. So that's 20. Okay, we're just going back to 20, so we're 1-to-1 with these guys. Ish. That's kind of gross. Okay. Is what it is. Let's get the next set in. And then these can just be pipes. And then underground through here. Yeah, good enough. So anyway, that's still only 4. So let's keep this party going. That's 4. That's 8. That's 12. And then let me copy 8 again. And there's all we need. Not that bad at all, right? So let's connect those. Connect those up, and can't forget the tops. So connect the tops and the bottoms. I can't see anything because there's too many trees. Connect you, and you. Okay, and then that's all kind of taken care of. We'll figure out how to get the fluids in here in a minute, but probably doesn't involve random undergrounds on the left side. The slag is kind of throwing me. What do I do with slag in the other process? Because I probably generate it, don't I? No, I don't actually. So I guess I'm just handling it on site as I make it. In which case, I probably should have had the belts going the other direction. Would have been somewhat smarter. So let's have a roboport right here so we can expand our build range. In fact, can I move you up? I can. Let's have you up there. We have more wastewater. Where's that wastewater pipe? It's over here. You're literally almost touching. Aw, if only I'd made the wastewater the too tall. That would just work. That's a shame. I can get it to work over here, though. Let me just do that. And then I can connect down here. And there we go. So that's all connected now. Probably gonna need a pump somewhere. I'm anticipating that. This can just connect. That's no big deal. Where's the little sludge that I made? Why is there a break? I have no idea. Is there a good place to get that in? I can get it in right here, I guess. Let's go one lower, because apparently that's still not good. There we are. And then just connect the corners. So that should be the inputs sorted. Now I've just got to deal with the outputs. So the sulfuric wastewater is dealt with, I think. The slag, I'm probably going to turn these belts around. Please don't do that. Let's flip you. This one didn't even build correctly. Anyway. Yeah, this one is just wrong. Okay. Weird. There we go. I knew something looked off. And once again, split her in, connect you. Keep it all going this way. There's so many. Why is this one? Oh, because this pipe's here. You just get to be a red underground. Have fun. Live a little. That's actually surprisingly a perfect fit anyway. I forgot the splitter. There you go. Okay, how many more? We're almost done. Okay. What an undertaking this has been. I knew it would be, but still. One thing to go, man, that's gonna be a lot of work, and then another thing to be like, man, that was a lot of work. Okay, so there's that. And then we can have crushing somewhere over here. Doesn't really matter, it's gonna be made into landfill or voided anyway. Just somewhere over there. That's a-okay with me. Alright, that was a lot of winning. What does all this winning get me? So now that I've won so hard, I can throw you into a crystallizer. Yes, okay, I can just throw you into a crystallizer. I just realized all this effort was to get a little bit of platinum. As a result, I'm going to be making copper ore. Yep. Okay, well, who cares? So, it's a crystallizer. One of these guys. So you take 7.5 a second. You are producing 30 a second. So 2 of you is 15, so 4 of you is 30. So if I made 20 of these, I need 80? I need 8. Really? I need 80 crystallizers. Actually, 80 crystallizers, that's going to produce an enormous number of crystals anyway. There's no way I'm going to be able to support that amount of throughput. That's absurd. Okay. Well, whatever. That's what I've built the rest of this to, so let's get on it. So, start here. Actually, fluid input should just be on the bottom, I think. And then I'll just run it as a pipe. How many does that get me? That's 27. Let's take off 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nah. Okay, let's go 30 per row then. That is all connected. Yes, okay. So that's still only 30. So, vertical flip. Let's, actually, before I copy you, let's at least get your output settled. That is 7.5 per second. In other words, half of a yellow belt, just by itself. I might not worry about setting up more of these crystallizers, just at the moment. I think that's probably going to be plenty. I might do one more to bring me up to 60. One more copy. But there's no good way to get to just 80, and I don't want to overbuild and go to 90, so I might just leave good enough alone. I've somehow done this wrong. Alright, let's just undo. I'm going to paste this here, and then I'm going to copy this. So, first 4, the next 4, and then you, and then you, and you, and you, and then skip the last 2. There we go. Alright. I will, I guess, go ahead and do the last row. So let's go ahead and grab it. And then vertical flip. And I think right there. That looks good to me. Yes. So let's pull it in. Wait, I just realized. This is 30 machines, each outputting 7.5 per second. My math has to be wrong here. Because that's 2 of those is a yellow belt, 4 of these is a red belt. There's no way. There's absolutely no way in sustaining that much production. Yeah, so undo that. Yeah. We'll direct insert, I think. Well, these are made for making thorium, so gonna need them for something else eventually too. Sorting machine 4s at a minimum. Well, fortunately, that's what I can make. Let's not do that. So, where is it? This right here. Okay. So 7.5. What is half of 7.5? That'd be 3 something. So that's close enough to being able to split 3 ways. So actually, let's rip up all these inserters that I've laid down and not do that. And then you guys, you output all kinds of stuff, so you're gonna need several inserters. I'll start you off with 4, but you're probably gonna want more. And then let's get power figured out, I guess. I have substations down here. How is that gonna play with you guys? Probably not well, is the problem. This even is a substation too, so that's the best I got. So let's go back to regular old power poles. Something like that works. And then the next 3. And then the next 3. And so on. And so on. Yeah, I'm sure somewhere along the way I've done some math incorrectly and wound up with numbers that are not quite sound. Does my sulfuric waste not continue down? It doesn't look like it. I ran a pipe up here for sulfuric waste, didn't I? Did I not? I could have sworn I did. Where is sulfuric waste? On this guy. Oh, I ran sulfuric waste for you, but I didn't run it up to here. Okay. Sure, why not? And sulfuric waste. That's ferrous sludge. Never mind. A little bit different. Just a touch. There is, however, sulfuric waste right there. And there we go. All connected up. Is that all? Got the recipe. It does look to have. Okay. We're just waiting for power, because, of course, nothing up there has power. But I can do that, and then everything should just come to light. Can't forget the slag. The slag is going to need to be processed, so let's grab a crusher. Say, like, right there. You're going to crush slag. That's going to give me crushed stone. How much? You can do 3 a second. There's 20 of these guys. Each of them, if running at full time, gives a half, so I actually need to be able to handle 10. So that is unfortunately 3 of you. Let's grab assemblers. So, how many can you handle? 5? Actually, that's not even quite 1-to-1. So let's go for the next tier of assembler, and then you should be 1-to-1. And that's probably worthy of a blue inserter. And let's change these inserters just to match what's up above. There we go. And where do you connect? You can connect right there. Okay. I guess I could have also connected down, but oh well. You're gonna make stone. So you can take 8. No problem. Okay. That's gonna make 4 per second if you're running at full time, but you won't be. So we can do this. And that's gonna go into another assembler that makes landfill. So you're going to output diagonal, and you're also going to output diagonal. And you could eat if you wanted 125 stone a second. I don't think we're going to make that much landfill. So a yellow inserter is probably just fine. And then let's just chuck you into a very, very large logistics chest. I think a passive provider silo is probably more than adequate. You are gonna need power though. So there you go. Okay, and there's the first platinum ore. We've already got it. It's just a matter of how do I route it in? Or more like, how on earth am I gonna route all of these other ores back? Copper, tin, silver, gold. This is gonna be a nightmare. This is gonna be a nightmare. Okay. So this side of the belt is clear. So I can start laying here at least. So I think I will carry this as a mixed belt, just like I do for all the other sortings. I should, however, properly offset all of the middle inserters. I forgot there's a lot of them. There we go. Okay. There's 20 of you running at full uptime, which again, I don't think you ever will. That does mean that's 180 items a second. I don't think any tier of belt is gonna handle 180 items a second. So I guess I'll just go with blue belt. And, you know, that'll just have to do. Anyway, let's keep this whole thing going. So, what can I get rid of so I can keep at least a blue underground? Because that would be real nice. Might get rid of the yellow inserter. So, blue underground. Even just temporarily, it'll be pretty nice. So that's fluorite, we don't have to worry about that. There's the fluorite crafter. There we are. Grab the blue belt and keep it going. Okay, so here's gold. We do actually have gold. So we do want to make sure that we split this off appropriately somewhere. Is this going up or down? It looks like it's going up. Oh, it's going up. Okay. So I'm going to underground this instead of this from now on. And bring you in around the curve and then back in. Assuming that's alright. Yeah, that's alright. I do need a splitter now. So let's copy you. I guess I can put it here. No reason I can't. Just swap which way the filter goes. And then get you in there. And that's a-okay. Now I just have to figure out how I'm going to get into here. That's a slightly bigger mystery. So if I go right here, I can underground like that. And that's not too bad. I still have tin and copper, and of course, platinum. I'm gonna have so much platinum at the end of the... I can't even speak. I have too much platinum going to the end of the line, and that is breaking my brain, apparently. What even is this line? Okay, so that one's platinum. Yes? What? That's chrome. Okay. This one? This one is platinum. Okay. So nothing else should have platinum. So let's just copy this and put you here. And then I can put that like right here and just make sure to swap the sides. And then blue underground here instead of left to right. And plug that in. Okay. That'll at least keep more platinum from going down, but yeah. I'm going to definitely be making use of the yellow storage chests up here. So let's make sure they're in logistics range. Anyway, continuing down, where does that even get me? Okay, we've encountered the Sea of Belts. Good. Tin and copper is all I remember. And silver. Okay, so tin, copper, and silver. Let me make sure I didn't already pass silver. No, silver's still a ways down. Okay. Looks like I should be able to ride, for the most part, in this in-between area, between this leading belt and iron coming down. I'll probably choose to hug iron, just since I am going the opposite direction. Which means I should probably choose to start doing that right here. There we go. And just keep it all going down. Ooh, if I go a little further down, I can skip two things at once. Always a nice bonus. Ooh, I can do it again. How nice. How far are we? There's silver. Okay, so we still got a little ways to go. Ooh, I love that that perfect fit right there. That's very satisfying. I guess I'll know when we get to silver because I'll see things on the side filtering out for silver, and that'll probably be a pretty good giveaway. There's silver right there, actually. I was just about to go past it. So... Split. Uh... Yeah. So silver here, and just split it in. And I think at this point, I can safely say we're probably just a red belt. So, I mean, what's the harm, I guess? Blue belts are fun to play with. They have very long undergrounds. I'll just go to red here. Why not? Might as well get my money's worth out of the reds that I've upgraded from yellows. Okay, here's the copper line. Have I passed 10, actually? I musta. Here's 10. Okay. Fortunately, the belt isn't even constructed yet. Let's just break some of that. Now, if I go right here, that lets it in. That lets me copy, so actually I want you to be here. Yeah, you can just come down. And you're definitely red by now, so let's just go red after this. There we go. And in you go. Oh, I did not filter you. That's probably pretty important, so let's make sure that I do that. Okay, anyway, this is still coming down. Still coming down. But here is a turn-in for copper that I can just join. I think this is safe. I don't think that iron to underground is going to interact at all. And I can just throw down a splitter here. And that'll get it going just fine. Might as well make it red. Just like right there. Okay, so that's all coming down. This is going to give me platinum at the end of the line. You know, I really should filter for copper at some point. I don't get the opportunity to filter after here, or, you know, in this space in here. So that means I have to filter here. So anything that winds up going over this way is not something I particularly want. I guess I can leave it at that. That's going to allow me to pick up all the random bits of platinum that are still... platinum and silver, actually. So, let's grab an inserter. Yeah, that's fine. You're going to pick up from the right and output down. You're going to go into an active provider chest. You are, of course, going to need power. Let's get that up there, and that up there. Gonna be a minute, but that'll get it all sorted out. Assuming silver also has an appropriate storage chest? Yes, it does. Okay. And one more time, the platinum is within logistics range. Yes, okay. All cool. Just waiting on this power pole to get built. You got this, power pole. Come on. Oh, there's the chest at least. That must be the power pole. And there we go. Okay. So as we go on, we should eventually get to a clean belt where none of this excess has accidentally been left on. Ah, I forgot the filter here. Well, that's not too much work. Break that, and break that. And once the bots are done, then I can just undo it and put it all back. A little more, guys, just a little more. Oh, you guys got this, come on. There's like 4 belts left. Don't leave me here. There's actually a little more garbage right there, unfortunately. So that also has to go. And there's a tiny bit more on the front right there. We'll get it in a second, whatever. Okay, there's like a belt here, guys, come on. There's 410 in the way. No one's coming for it, though. No one cares. There's 110. There we go, there's our hero. Unfortunately, I do have to deconstruct you. Then I can just put you right back. Alright. There's almost no garbage left on here, which is good to see. And what garbage did come down did get filtered out, it looks like. That wasn't any effort at all. I really should just pick up from above and then get rid of that little bit, because originally I did that because I was intending on continuing down, but then I realized there was no point. So might as well just jam it in here and wait for the belts to clear, and then I can pick up the inserter, just throwing it into an active provider chest. Nearly there. Okay, there we go. That should get all the silver flowing now. So all of this should have a clean shot down. And I think after that point, the only things coming down should be copper and tin. Everything else should already long since be filtered. And yeah, does look like it. Let's actually go ahead and upgrade this through here. Might as well upgrade this stuff in here as well. Even if it doesn't really make any sense, might as well just get little incremental upgrades in when you can. So this is still coming down. That's a lot of copper. I think that's mostly just backlog, though. Yeah, once we're through with the backlog, it definitely goes a little sparser, though there's still a lot of copper coming. I don't know how much backlog there is. It looks like there is quite a lot, though. Mostly due to silver, I think? No, it's definitely mostly due to tin. Yeah, you have a good backlog in you. You're getting through it, but it's a pretty good backlog. And there's a lot of tin coming from this over here. Oh, you're just bobmonium processing. Never mind. Of course, there's going to be a lot of tin coming out of that. Just makes sense. I'm going to assume this is going to sort itself out with time. We're just we're waiting on a backlog to clear out. If I come all the way up to the top, yeah, we're not even doing sorting anymore. Because there's no critinium. Yeah, there's just no critinium. I hope I didn't break it. I don't think I did. I think there's probably just no critinium at the moment. Yeah, at the moment, all the critinium's just getting eaten. There's like one crystal slipping by, and that's kinda it. Because we have no hydrochloric acid, makes sense. We've been out of hydrochloric acid for a thing or two so far today. Let me see if there's anything I can do. Though, I kind of remember looking at it and going, oh, nope. Not really. So, hydrogen chloride in water is actually incredibly easy, never mind. So, let's just make more. You're not running because there's no hydrogen sulfide. I would be very surprised if we're running low on chlorine or hydrogen. Actually, we're running low on hydrogen. So never mind. Are there better ways to make hydrogen? Not anything that I'm not kind of already doing. Yeah, okay, just more electrolysis. That's not shocking or anything. Is there a good way to avoid sodium hydroxide yet? So, you're used in all this stuff. I can take you in purified water and make sodium hydroxide solution, which I could void. Otherwise, I'm kind of out of luck. Yeah, that's kind of the only thing that I'm seeing. Other than just walking by every so often, giving the warehouse a little love tap. The reason I was wondering is because I would actually quite like to just start making more dedicated production up here. So let's just go ahead and do that. If my input is up there, then let's go down this way. Leave the 3 gap for easy item extraction. There we go. And then just copy a couple times. I don't really know how much I'm gonna need, I'm just making some. Speaking of some, we want 0 trees. That is the sum of trees that we want. Do we have saline water by any chance? I don't think we do, but if we did, it would be kind of cool. Doesn't look like that makes it up here. Pretty sure saline water is like right up here though. Yeah, saline water is running. It does look like we're kind of out of saline water, so maybe I won't take the main base's saline. Let's just make our own. Like, right here. So, let's see. That's gonna make saline water, that's gonna make saline water. Oh, cool. I'm a little too close. That's not leaving room for the belt, so let's just come down a little bit. Again, I don't know exactly how many of these I'm going to need, I just know I'm going to need a few, and then that's in the way of the sulfuric acid tank, unfortunately. You can be on the other side of the substation. That works for me. Actually pack you in a little tighter, in hopes that I can get another substation in here. Not really. In which case I might as well kinda try to center you. And maybe... No, that's in the way. Okay. That's fine. So I'm gonna connect the outside connections so that they're not in the way of the splitters and everything that we're gonna need. Like that. Again, it might be better to run the sodium hydroxide in and then deal with it somewhere. That allows me to freely expand to the left without really having to even think about it. So connect those in. Oh, missed the last one. And let's not forget to put all the pipes in. There we go. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's gonna give me chlorine and hydrogen. That's just what we're gonna get. So, I need a chemical plant. How high is this? Let's make sure these all match, actually. So I need to go to all of the inside ones and give them a flip. Just to make sure they kind of keep the pattern going. So let's say hydrogen is the 1, and then chlorine is the 2. Get all the undergrounds in. Well, you can just be pipe. And on hydrogen as well, of course. And then let's see if I can just copy that across. No, okay. I'm better off just doing it. Okay. So that's going to be about it for the electrolyzer setup. That's going to allow me to make more hydrogen chloride so that hopefully we can have an abundance of hydrochloric acid. But I don't really know. We're going to have to just see how that all shakes out. I do need more pipe. Get you connected and you undergrounded over again. Okay. You are, of course, going to need power. Everyone loves power. There we go. These guys don't have power because there's supposed to be a substation in the middle. Let me actually see if I can get a good working pattern with these substation spacings and a, whatever these are called. I can also make a salination plant too. Probably not a bad idea. And then 2. Okay. So I can do it with 1 space. That's not too bad. I'm fine with that. Connect all of you. And then we'll have to figure out... Oh, I can just connect you like right there. That's fine by me. In fact, rather than over there, where I may need to expand at some point, I'll just make an exception right there and plug it in. So once again, you want to be producing saline water. And each of you needs 400 water a second. That would be a lot of groundwater bores, but fortunately there's water right here. But even then, this is only 1,200, that only supplies 3 of you, so I actually need 2 water pumps. So with the 2.0 mechanics, I can just connect them like that and run the water over, and that should be a-okay. All of you are upside down. So let's give you a little rotation. And where's this wind up? Let's not be in the way there. That's a bad place to be in the way. Maybe I can be in the way over here. That seems like a good place to be in the way. I may not make salination plant 2s. If not, I'm not that torn up over it. I probably should make them, though. I mean, I have access to them, so I don't see why I wouldn't make them. There, in here, salination plant 2s. Anything else I might want that I don't make? Yeah, let's automate night vision Mark III. Probably not. Maybe the alien labs are a good one to get going. I think I already make these, so I won't worry about that. Modules, huh? Maybe I'll go ahead and set up something that will do the module boards. Like that. No, I don't like that. Maybe beacons. And then the, what do beacons take? I already actually have that, don't I? I already have beacons too. Hard to find something I haven't already jumped on. Yeah, I'm not really sure what to throw in here. To tell the truth, maybe some of these things. I don't have like an oil press, for example. I know I don't make any of these specialty farms or anything. I don't make puffer refugiums, so I guess I'll make that. And then once that gets built, that will also make the saline plants, the salination plants. And I guess at this point I should probably look at ratios. So that's 6. That's gonna make 960 saline water. These guys want... Let's see. How many are there? There's 8. So they want 1,000. So that's pretty close. I'm honestly pretty happy that I just eyeballed that with the ratios there. I think I'm okay with just letting that go. I might make a little buffer though, so that during downtimes I can buffer excess. Like right there. And then you guys are going to... You're not even going to make and store the chlorine and hydrogen. You're just immediately going to make hydrogen chloride. Which, again, I think is in a chemical plant. I would be surprised if it wasn't. Hydrogen fluoride. Chloride, rather, not fluoride. Fluoride would be a lot more convenient if I could just magic it out of air, but I think we're gonna call ourselves lucky and say that hydrogen chloride can be magicked out of air. So let's see. You take in 81 of each. Each one of these. Chlorine is the weakness here. That's only 50. So at 8, that's 400, which means I can do 5 of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So then we got to make sure to flip appropriately. And then we're probably going to reroute this pipe. It's just a little bit in the way. Just like right here. That seems fine. There we go. Okay. So let's get everything routed in. So once again, I'm going to say chlorine is the 2. And then hydrogen is the 1. Connect them all to each other. And only once they're connected to each other do we worry about how to connect them to something else. Well, chlorine can connect right here. Hydrogen doesn't really connect as cleanly. But for right now, I can just do something silly like that and connect in right there. And then suddenly everyone has inputs, though I do have to make a little bit of voiding. So since this is used only for hydrogen chloride production, and we make more hydrogen than we do chlorine, we will be voiding 25% of our hydrogen. There's not really anything I can do with excess hydrogen. Like, there are some things you can do with hydrogen, but not anything that's, like, incredibly useful and that only really uses hydrogen. I could make something that takes a little bit of hydrogen, makes extra naphtha, like a oil refinery. That's not a terrible idea. Let me go look and see how naphtha is doing. Since it is probably the most useful of the oil products. Naphtha is half full, okay. Granted, it's only maintaining that level because this is shutting off on circuit logic when we go under 50,000 naphtha. Otherwise, it would be consuming it all. So a little extra naphtha would be helpful. Where is hydrogen? Yeah, main base hydrogen is not doing so hot. Where does hydrogen lead to? Okay, the highest it goes is over here. I want to see if I can just run a pipe of it into the main base. And I don't see why I couldn't. It wouldn't be great, but I've done a lot worse things. So let's say I just start running this way. There we are. And just start going. So I will meet something that needs hydrogen eventually. So there you are. Can I run on this path? No. How about that path? Surprisingly pretty clean. This is brass. That's why it wasn't feeling right. I knew I should be able to go a little further than that. Here, though, I don't think there's any undergrounding oil processing, so I think I will go down and around. There we go. And hydrogen is literally right there. I'm sure I'm gonna need a pump somewhere, but I'll wait until it yells at me. At the very least, I know I can get this far. Shouldn't take too long for the bots to get that amount of pipe plugged in. They're already making pretty good progress. Well, they're making decent progress. So what I will do, though, so I don't send out all of my hydrogen, is I do want to put a top-up on it. So any hydrogen leaving is only through a top-up valve. Overflow, overflow. That way I get to keep all the hydrogen that I need, but if I have excess, the main base is allowed to take it. But maybe I want both. Yeah, that makes sense. That way, if I have excess and the main base needs it, so I'm not overfilling the main base and jamming them up, and at the same time, I'm not giving away all of my hydrogen that I actually need. Overflow. Okay. I actually need to think about this just a little bit because I need some hydrogen voiding. So there's got to be a little bit of logic involved here. Let's move you down for just a minute. And then move this across. Okay. So let's grab some flare stacks. That's going to be in here. So flare stacks are the last resort. I'm gonna have other things before the flare stacks, but I do need to have the flare stacks. Those other things specifically being these fluid burning generators. So I'm gonna leave a little bit of room and then just throw a couple of them in there. And that should be able to handle however much hydrogen I could possibly throw at them. The only exception is if I don't need the power, in which case they're going to come in and just get vented. There we go. Now I just need you to connect to somewhere. Very good, okay. But this is all on a overflow valve. But I actually want this section to also be on their own set of overflow valves. That way I always make power, if I can, and only if these fill up do I overflow into venting. But I only start trying to turn it into power if the main base is not requesting any with a top-up. So there's the full chain. Was that unnecessarily convoluted? Of course. Absolutely. But, you know, now I'm not unnecessarily wasting any resource. And even though I'm pulling hydrogen out of thin air, basically, It does cost power to produce all this, so it's not free. It's just, like, technically kind of free. I'm going to continue this down this way now. I plan on voiding the sodium whatever is over here. What are you? Sodium hydroxide. That's what you are. So we're going to bring you over this way. And then sodium hydroxide. So we're going to turn you into sodium solution. So use then, yes. So the only fluid I can directly make with you. And I don't really care about this random carbon recipe or anything. The only fluid I can directly make with you is sodium hydroxide solution, and then I can just void you. So all I need is a liquefier and a little bit of purified water. And we have a line of purified water literally right there. So let's do like that, and that's probably already overkill. But, you know, that's what we're gonna do. Now send you in that way. You're gonna make hydroxide, or hydroxide solution. So let's bring all that in, and in you go. You can actually handle 10 items a second. That's kinda nuts. Guess I'll upgrade your inserters. Not that I can handle 20 items a second on a yellow belt, but you know. Might as well think ahead a little bit. Purified water is over here. So let's drop you to like right there so I can get a pipe out. Oh, the long pipe is so nice. It's so nice. Okay, so that's already connected to purified water, and then this is going to be my void line, so I can just throw however many clarifiers it takes to void that much. Probably only one, but here's two. You need power, and your inserters need power. There you go. Of course I don't have the tier 2 generators. Do I want to put them on the bot mall? That's kind of wasteful. I can't make the alien labs without alien orbs, huh? I guess that's fine. How expensive are the generators? I can make them just fine, okay. I mean, it'll take me a minute, but I don't really mind. They'll just blink at me for a little bit. I'll be sure to remember to throw them in. Anyway, that is all finished, it looks like. We've got our hydrogen chloride all cooked up. So let's just connect all of our outputs and connect you in. Might as well make a couple more of these. I don't actually know how much of this acid we are using anymore, but I know that the amount has definitely grown today, so does no harm just expanding production. Go ahead and get those connected, and an underground there so that can connect, and of course an underground for the purified water. I should probably set something up that alerts me when I overstress purified water. Right now we're actually voiding purified water, and I'm relying on that being the case. And at some point I just know it will not be. So Let me just throw something up here, but in power range. Here works. So, green cable. And let's grab purified water. Show alert. Okay. So if purified water is less than, let's say like 35,000, then pure water low. Let's say something like that. And alcohol. Still making those, huh? Well, here's the first 5. The hydroxide is getting voided. You love to see it. We'll probably throw some in a chest just in case we do need it for anything for some reason. You can just pick up from 2 tiles away, that's fine. And there we go. That's an entire chest of sodium hydroxide, and the rest of it can go get voided. I realize we have an entire warehouse in the bottom of the base that could probably just be upgraded to a logistics warehouse, so I guess that's probably not really necessary. These need power, so let's see what I can do there. Eee. I don't like that at all. Yeah, okay, you're gonna get a power pole. I can't deal with the way the substation interactions there are, the way that they're on different grids. And I mean, you need like 1 power pole. That's, I think, perfectly reasonable. Anyway, you're able to certainly run full speed now, so that's good. Sodium hydroxide is in fact connected to the entire base, and now hydrochloric acid is a lot better than it used to be. Anyway, that's probably good for hydrochloric acid, but let me go look at the tanks and just see how it's going. Oh yeah, it's ticking up pretty nice. Hydrofluoric acid, in contrast, is still struggling pretty hard. Let me see if there is anything I can do for hydrofluoric, just while I'm already in the oil area. If I can find it. Here we are. We have so much fluorite, we can't turn you into acid because we're full on calcium sulfate. Because this one guy cannot process it fast enough, because sulfur dioxide is full. Okay. That is a new one. We have too much sulfur dioxide. Sulfur dioxide is empty. What are you talking about? Sulfur dioxide, there it is. So, is it even connected? This is like some sort of weird sub-network. We did not have full connection. There. That will fix everything. Okay. As soon as that comes in, then we return this to all being one network again, and then all this weirdness goes back to normal, because apparently the line had been cut in a weird way. Catch you next time. Yeah, see you later, Claire. Have a good one. Okay, does that bring me back to sanity? Does the world make sense again? I come up here. Yes, you're able to run now. Okay, that is much better. Much, much better. Oh yeah. That's more like it. So if I come down here, yeah, okay. That's that entire tank of sulfur dioxide is empty, but we are able to run again. So that's pretty much the state that the base is always in. There we go. So this last generator will get placed now. And once we've overfilled... Let's see, that's a top up. So right now it is all going into the main base because the main base is hungry for hydrogen. Yeah, that's all working just fine. Exactly as intended. So now we make so much more hydrochloric acid. Not even funny. And if I come down to leaching acid, hydrofluoric is ticking up nicely as well. Okay, very nice to see. So both have been... Well, you weren't really improved, you were fixed, but you were improved quite a bit, so that's good. How is uranium doing? I haven't looked at you in a while. We are out of mock cells, that's fine. We have 0 in the way of plutonium. That's too bad. Guess we're still turning it all into, Oh, we have a lot of 235. Why do we have so much 235, actually? This one's disabled, but this one is not. Ah, that is a little painful. That is a little painful. Okay, I think I'm gonna pull some of these 235 cells out. Just to allow the new stuff in, and allow the 234 in, since it has priority in the reactor. And it gets stored right here, so it's not like it's gonna go anywhere, really. There we go. Okay, well at least we are going to have a lot of these depleted uranium fuel cells to go through and create a lot of neptunium. That's the one silver lining there. Okay. Well, power is great at least. Have I accrued any platinum really? Like 1500-ish. That's most likely because up until now, Critinium has been kind of just broken, not working at all. We are still sending our excess 235 in here to be made into rockets, which is good. So now that I have platinum, I need to set up platinum smelting, and then once I have platinum wire, I can start work on planning out the final circuit. So let's go ahead and set up what might be our final metal. I know chrome exists. I don't actually know if chrome's really used in anything, so I may very well get to the end without even setting up chrome. So let's go ahead and get our station set up. I guess I should probably look at the ingots first. That would be the reasonable thing to do. We also need to pick up all these alien artifacts all over the place, so let's start there. Get rid of you, place you, and items on ground, item on ground. In fact, just there. Anything even remotely near the base, or not even remotely near the base, just get picked up, please. There. Well, that certainly did something. Okay, anyway. Let's grab a unloading. So there's an unloading, but we want the other one. Make sure it lines up with the previous stations. And in we go. So this is going to be platinum. And copy... Oh, I didn't set a platinum name. That's actually a pretty decent color for platinum, but we're not quite done. I don't know what words I wanted to say there. They weren't quite coming out. So platinum ore loading. Good. Yeah, sure. And then copy you and paste you. All cool. All cool. Just gotta set you to unloading. Oh, and one train. And the color's not perfect. Like, what if I did 200, 200? Yeah, that's like... Honestly, you're a little bit yellowy looking at the image over here. Like, maybe I actually want to do something like this? Yeah, like 220, 220, 200. So 220, 220, and 200. That looks good to me. And now coming over here, what do I need for platinum? I should look at research. So, advanced platinum, or platinum 3. Okay, so this is definitely the next one, and that's locked behind a bunch of stuff. I still haven't made tungsten plate? What? Really? I don't know about that. Where's my tungsten ore setup? Yeah, so we are completely full of tungsten ore. Got all this. You've been outputting like crazy. We've got tungsten powder. Products finished 0. What? I guess I don't have a train. Yep, don't have a train. Though, I feel like... I guess it lines up, but... This is 200, this is 275, so roughly... like almost 500 operations, and they make 18 items apiece. But to have like almost 12,000 items just off of that, that feels like a lot. So I thought there was something up for a second, but no, that's just how it is. Okay. Train. So I need 2 trains actually. You're gonna be for tungsten powder. So tungsten powder loading. Wait until full cargo. That should not be asleep. And then tungsten powder unloading. You're gonna wait until empty. Funny that you can go to tungsten powder unloading, but not tungsten powder loading. That seems a little backwards. Anyway, this train is going to be my platinum ore train. So platinum ore loading. You're gonna go until you're full, and then you're gonna unload until you're empty. What a shock. Should probably get a couple more trains. So let's fill those guys in. Those are fluids, so let's undo that. I like having at least 2 fluids ready to go, but maybe not 3. Alright. So... did I actually set one of those trains to be platinum? Yes, I did. Okay. I had to think about it, but I remembered. My short-term memory's starting to go. I'm getting a little bit tired, so I probably don't have too much longer in me. Why are you asleep? You should not be asleep. Also, why is your priority so low? Your stack size is 100. Hmm. Why are you not outputting anything? That feels wrong. Whatever. Where's the other fluorite station? Yeah, you're not outputting anything at all. Okay. Where is the ore station? Down here. Okay, you work properly. Okay, whatever. Who cares? We'll get there. Let's go ahead and give this guy power. That's probably a good first move. Yeah, we can do that, but let's not do that. Might as well continue that up. And, okay, platinum we'll get to in just a second. Don't know why this is here, but honestly it might be useful, so I'll leave it for now. Tungsten needs something. You need hydrogen fluoride gas. Don't have a lot of that to go around, but we should have more soon since I had to fix something that was broken in the base. That should get a lot more acid gas being produced if nothing else. And let's just go ahead and send you in. Like, you're more than half full. I literally just need the trigger tech. Make sure that tree is set for deconstruction too, in case I ever get near it. So tungsten. It should be arriving shortly. Watching on the minimap, but I don't see anything. Is it just that far, or... There it is. Okay. So it's going to come all the way down here, get mixed in with this crushed cobalt. You can do it. There we go. And then we get titanium mixture that's going to come and be made into titanium plates. And there's the trigger tech. Very nice. So now I can start researching some of these other things. Like heat shielding, for instance. But more importantly, I want to make sure that I get the better tungsten recipes. I know they're in here. Like, here's heat shielding, but where's tungsten carbide? Literally don't even see it. How about up here? um, let me just search tungsten. Tungsten casting, maybe? Okay, that's the one that makes it out of nickel. I mean, you seem good. Why can't I do you? Because there's several other researches in the way. Okay. Understood. Grab that. What else? What else could be good? I need you if I want the platinum catalyst recipe, so that's definitely important. And then I can queue you. Okay, that's gonna be a lot of research though. Okay, it's actually not that bad. Yeah, we need maybe like 1,000 yellow. Everything else should just fall in line. Have I been building up yellow? Oh yeah, we have plenty of yellow. That is not even a question. Might as well send in a shipment of purples. And pinks also. Just get those going. Make sure those are ready, ready for action. Tungsten alloy processing. So that's going to allow me to expand this area soon. I realized I was looking at platinum and then got completely derailed. Oh well. So you're copper powder and tungsten powder. And that does give me the better recipe for tungsten carbide. It actually gives me both. I guess I wasn't able to make tungsten carbide before. That's odd. This recipe definitely seems better. Yeah, I don't think there's any reason... Like, tungsten oxide, I guess technically skips a processing step, but I'm already shipping in tungsten powder, so I'm just using tungsten powder. I actually hate having to use carbon in here. Having to get carbon in here sucks. But I mean, there's no getting around it, so might as well get used to it. Okay, I am going to disable this station if I can. Let's just say you're enabled only if X is greater than 0. So you should be disabled. Yes, okay. And then I'm going to change you to be a nickel station. Because I'd much rather be spending nickel than cobalt, I think. I don't actually know now that I think about it. I have a catalyst recipe for cobalt, and I'm clearly, like, maxed out on cobalt. You're the crystals. Where is nickel? I don't have catalyst. Yeah. Maybe I won't trade you in. So you are just chunks in a green catalyst, so... I am using nickel for something. I literally don't even remember anymore. So... I think I'll actually just keep using cobalt for now, until I have cobalt shortages. But, I don't know. I'm not having really any trouble with cobalt right now, so I might as well. I will put the thing on so that you go to sleep if your priority is too low. Not 12. 15. What I do need to bring in, let's grab a train, is I need a station for coke if I'm going to be making carbon here. Unloading. Where's that? Okay, there we go. So you're gonna be coke. There we go. So let's go find another coke station somewhere. There's probably at least one, but I don't know if I'm gonna find it. Coke loading, coke loading. I'll just copy coke loading and change it to coke unloading. That's fine. Okay, that's all cool. So there's the new coke station. Let's get it going the other direction. Maybe that's not a good idea. Maybe I actually want to go in this way. And I'll just immediately turn you into carbon. So I believe that's a liquefier. Could be mistaken though. So let's say I put a liquefier right there. And can you make coke? Or carbon, rather, out of coke? There we go. So then you need a boiler. That's going to be in production. And I'll make this expandable because I don't actually know how many of these I'm going to need. So I'll start with 2. And that's going to be enough for 2 liquefiers. So... oh, there's actually something funny you can do. I'd never really thought about this until I saw it on the subreddit the other day. So, suppose you have boilers lined up like this. You can feed fuel into them, like this. But you can also just take it right out. So, I can actually feed the boilers and then take their fuel out to put into here and turn into carbon. And these are close enough to 1 to 1 at this point. You take 56, you produce 60. That I don't feel bad about doing this at all. I do need to get the output out, of course. And I don't even know how much carbon I'm gonna need. Should probably look into that. Let's run you out this way. So maybe that's a little too far. So let's say I have a row of centering ovens just like this. Grab you. You go, like, right here. Change your recipe, of course. You're going to be tungsten carbide. Let's see. I want tungsten powder and carbon recipe. And you produce 6, well, almost 7 plates a second. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's going to be more than a red belt. So if I go to 4, 4 isn't quite gonna saturate, but whatever. We'll leave it at 5. And then we're gonna need just over a yellow belt each of tungsten powder and carbon. Let's keep that going. So let's aim for like 16 carbon then. We're currently producing about 11. So just one more. There we go. It was just hard to tell what was going on. We do need power. Always forget the power. Honestly, less terrible than connecting down there somehow. Alright, and that does mean this needs to be a red belt. Which actually means you probably need to be a red belt also. I don't actually know, I didn't do that math. I don't even know the ratio of coke to carbon, but it just seemed like a good idea. We are going to need more inputs down here, which means, let's just say a second belt. This over here. Let's split you, and then just run you down. There we go. And you can be the bottom input. And then this can be the carbon input. Make all of these long pickups. There we go. And where is carbon? Carbon's up here. Carbon's gonna have to get down here real soon. There we go. Okay. I don't like that that has to pick up off a corner, but I guess I can just pick this whole thing up and move it one. No law saying I can't. And then there you go. No more having to pick up off a corner. I do have to get power, of course. Once again, everything wants power. Power pole isn't gonna line up for me. A fate worse than death. Unironically, what if I just use substations? Okay, they don't work that much better, but I can do substation 2s, and then you just cover everything. Good enough. Good enough. Okay. So you are going to be tungsten carbide. So let's look for it. This is tungsten carbide. So tungsten carbide loading. Then again, you're kind of a just off-white gray kind of color. Maybe like 170, 190, 170? No. Okay. Too green. I think you're really, honestly, just gray. I think that just is you. There you go. Alright, those are all on the way, and let's get this one last station made sensible. There we go. In and in. And might as well make you a red belt. Don't see why not. So, sintering oven. This is going to make one more product. And that is the copper one. Might as well copy all of this. And put you directly below. So this one is going to make the copper alloy, whatever it is. Copper tungsten plate. And you are, once again, just tungsten powder and copper powder. So I need to get another ingot in here. That is going to be easier said than done. Mostly because this is in the way. Okay, here's... I've avoided doing this entire time, but I think you can see what I'm thinking here. It's not great, but I do have copper ingots literally right there. If I do, I will artificially bump their priority just a little bit with a constant combinator. These are important anyway. This is gold wire. Gold wire leads to blue circuits, so here we go. We'll just artificially bump your priority a tiny little bit. Just like 10 points. I assume I make those. Seems like I do. And let's see. I can steal some by just running them by, honestly. Not like we're using a tremendous number out here. And just run it on down this way, and then down the back. Okay. That's copper ingots taken care of, I guess. Now, of course, it's not just copper ingots that we need. We do need to run them through a powderizer. So let's be a little bit careful. So, powderizer. Leave room for an inserter. And I don't know how many I'm going to need, so here's 4. More or less same production as above, so 5 of these is going to produce just over a red belt, but 4 would not be enough. So for 5, that's going to be 12.5 a second. Yeah, okay, so we only need 12, that's only 2. 2 is perfectly fine. And that's going to output, each of these is going to output 6 items a second. So, definitely want 2 inserters on those guys. And then of course they're going to input 6 items a second as well, so 2 inserters of input is also certainly not bizarre or outlandish. Connect those in. So that's going to have the copper come down. How about the tungsten itself? Well, that can just split over here one more time. Let's get this to split, and then this doesn't have to split. And since this doesn't have to split anymore, we can throw a splitter on it, ironically. And then we'll underground the stretch right here. Even though the bots just came to place it. Sorry, bots. And there we go. So kind of organically, this is giving priority to regular tungsten plate, and then to tungsten carbide. Well, I guess it's evenly split between these two. It just gives priority to this one. I could force priority if I wanted, but I don't really care. You need to be here, so I might as well move this one to be in line with it. Wait, hold on. You were already in line, never mind. I am a fool. Well, let's see copper. So copper's coming in, it's gonna turn into powder, it'll come in here, and then this gets picked up with the tungsten, that's all good. This gets mixed in with carbon. You have no steam, I never gave you water. That is a pretty good reason to not be working. Gotta admit. There you go. Oh boy, I'm definitely getting close to calling it a night here, so I'm probably going to get tungsten up and running, maybe get platinum ingots running, and then how can I end the night off? I might come down here and see if the nuclear weapons are any more effective against these biters. I think part of the problem, or my primary problem with the poison biters, is that they heal each other. Their big green cloud, that is a poison cloud, also seems to heal their neighboring biters, and when they pack in together, that's a lot of healing. Not only do they heal a lot individually, but then there are a lot of individual healers. I need the substation, please. Or, I mean, those last couple belts are cool too. There's my substation. Come on, you got this. I guess I can queue a little more research while I'm waiting. Do I care about the next level of tungsten? Not enough. This is space science. I mean, it's cool we're getting close enough to the end of the game that I'm finding researches that require space science, but I'm also like, that's not happening. Might as well grab platinum casting, And the second level of platinum casting, that seems helpful. Artillery 3. I can't make you, but I might as well research you. Mining productivity is actually probably a good one to have right up front. More platinum research. Titanium's cool. Gold might be cool. Chrome. What is chrome like? Chrome seems pretty easy. I'll go ahead and throw chrome on there. Why not? Okay, they are finally running. I should probably go ahead and name this station, but I want to see them on the belts first. And there they go. Okay, so you are the final tungsten product. Tungsten, or copper tungsten loading. That's all you get. You're a copper tungsten. And you get to be, like, mostly orangey red. A little darker than that. So, let's bump this way down. Okay, we're getting kind of gray now. Somewhere around in here. That's not bad. Right around in there. I think this is just about fine. Yeah, that looks good. So, tungsten loading, there you go. Okay, so technically, that gives me the 3 tungsten products, even though for some reason I'm out of tungsten powder. I guess that makes sense. Reasonable enough. Did I get the catalyst recipe? I do have the catalyst recipe now, so I should also have the catalyst recipe for tungsten, I would assume. Yes I do, okay. Fortunately, it needs, why are you asleep? Oh, this is ore, so I guess it's processing that's backed up. Yeah, we have no hydrogen fluoride, okay. Well, that makes sense. Might as well see what I can do about platinum. Though, it would be kinda silly to start platinum before I get the platinum smelting. So maybe I'll move that up. And then platinum casting can't come before strand casting machine 4. That's required for platinum wire anyway, so yeah, I guess that's important. I'll let that run. Probably should go ahead and get this area ready, though. I don't know exactly what I'm going to need, but for example, I'm probably going to go ahead and upgrade to a red belt, get the roboport placed. We need the loading station. Hold on. Which way is that? Item loading this way. Cool. Make sure it lines up. Yes, okay. This is platinum. Ingots. There we go. So I do have a platinum ore train. That's good. I don't think I'm going to see much use of it until I get the catalyst recipe set up, because this is quite a tiny little trickle. And I can't get the catalyst recipe set up until I have my first little bit of copper wire, so we are waiting on that for just a little while, but that does mean I should probably come down and start planning out at least a little bit tonight how I'm going to do See, I can't even talk anymore. That's how you know I'm getting a little tired. I'm going to come down and plan out just roughly how I'm going to do the next tier of circuit. So coming into here, multi-layer circuit board. You take a fiberglass board, which I think is the same you take. Yes, it is. You take copper and gold, you take copper and silver, and you take ferric chloride. So they are almost identical to the blue board, which is very similar to the red board. So that's pretty cool. The actual processor itself takes basic electronic components, as everything does. We need transistors, we need integrated circuits, the same that blue did, but now we need CPUs. And CPUs are a problem. They are the one that take platinum, and until we have platinum, we can't make them. But you may notice that advanced processing units also take a lot of just everything. Funny enough, they actually take less transistors than blue circuits. They do take more integrated electronics though, and the integrated stuff is pretty expensive. But more or less I will probably be able to just copy the blue circuit build and tweak it as needed. So let's grab from there and just bring all this in. Maybe something like that. Well, I don't really know what area I want to build in because we're actually close to these biters here. And I did say I wanted to come over here and test if the nuclear weapons were more effective against biters that weren't the poison biters. And I think now's a great time to do that. So let's start wrapping up and go on one last little science trip. So this is going to be my save for tonight. I don't plan on saving again. I always say remember the save, and this is me remembering to save. So this is all just for fun at this point. So, hop in the train. I have 3 nuclear bombs on me. I'm not going to bring the nuclear artillery. This is just going to be me on foot. This may very well take 2 attempts because I might blow myself up on the first attempt. I make no promises. I don't know why I marked that plant for deconstruction after explicitly mentioning that this is a just for fun run. Also, is that within construction range? Is that bot gonna come and get that? I guess it is. Oh yeah, look at that, just barely. That's something. I wasn't expecting that. Okay, here we come. You really get an idea for how big the base is anytime you need to go to the opposite end of it. Alright. I will save the pre-combat save. Just in case I blow myself up, because that would not be a very satisfying way to end things. No, okay, the biters just full-on shrug off and nuke to the face. They just don't care. They just don't care. Well, that's gonna be it for me, guys. I achieved what I wanted to achieve, even if it didn't come with the expected outcome. I honestly did not expect that the Titan biters were still going to be able to tank a nuke to the face. But, I guess that just means I will be continuing to research the better tiers of artillery turrets, and banking on the fact that they come with a flat or not a flat, they come with a percentage-based, rather, damage bonus. Wonder what the tier 3s are, actually. You come with a 60% damage bonus, so I can only assume that either 30 or, if nothing else, 60% bonus damage on top of a nuke to the face has got to be enough damage to take down a biter. If not, I really don't know what to do. I may have to complete the entire rest of the game within the footprint I've already maintained. And I don't think that's infeasible. I don't think that's impossible. I would have to come over here to make advanced circuits or something, which I may just do anyway. But yeah, that's gonna be it from me tonight. At any rate, I'm not gonna be making any more decisions. I fear that if I did, they would not be sound ones. So, thanks for everyone who came out to watch, everyone who offered little tips and tricks and everything. It's what makes the game fun to play. So, I'm gonna sign off, and I guess I really will remember to save one more time. Otherwise, I'll load a random save with me out in the middle of the wilderness. So, thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.